Chapter 201. What exactly is he relying on? 1. Well, I wonder. On a summer evening with the wind blowing, the white-haired beastman spoke in front of the barracks. Out of sight? In response to the question, Dunbakel carefully chose her words. In reality, it wouldn't matter what happened at this point. I'd be fine as a slave or a servant. As long as I can stay unnoticed, I'll do anything. If Frog had been blinded by some personal achievement or desire, the beast woman had lost her mind over the 2 words. Reproduction. So, her words could easily be misunderstood. The continent is wide, though. Encrid tried to phrase it indirectly, saying he wouldn't catch her if she left, as long as I can stay unnoticed. Dunbakel kneeled. Her messy, oily hair and scalp were exposed, and an unpleasant odor lingered. Seeing that, Encrid felt the immediate urge to wash up and rest. But then what would he do with her? It wasn't a dilemma. If she was planning on betraying him later, that would be troublesome. But is that even possible? Before that, he had a feeling that Jackson would be the one to strike her down. It felt like it. The feeling was strong. In truth, it wouldn't necessarily be Jackson, but if Rem or anyone else noticed a dangerous hint from Dunbakel, they'd immediately strike her down. Luckily, there didn't seem to be any ill intentions from her. Letting her live had been something of a whim. It didn't have any real meaning. So, if there's no ill intent, Encrid thought about how his squad had only 10 members. A platoon typically had around 40 to 50 members, and a company usually commanded 100 to 200 people. But my unit, Kreis, Reim, Ragnar, Jackson, Odin, Finn, including himself, there were 7. Wasn't that a bit too little? He almost wanted to check if Marcus's conscience was still intact, because it was such a small number. If they're going to make me a company commander, they should send more people. Of course, only a few would survive. Would Rem just sit back and do nothing? He couldn't help but think of Andrew. Ever since that guy, Finn was the only new person who had joined. The conclusion was that the company was understaffed, and Dunbakel's physical strength was greater than that of regular soldiers. Judging by her current attitude, she was even obedient. Obedient beast women were rare. Among the many complicated thoughts, one clear point stood out. Lack of personnel. He could get the battalion commander's approval later, and if it didn't work out, he could just kick her out. All right, I swear to Creamholt. If I swear while being kicked out, that would be my faith, huh? Come in. There's space on the bed, but wash up first. To Dunbakel, it seemed like a bold decision. There was no sign of hesitation. Was I planning on accepting her from the beginning? He even thought that for a moment. But no, that wasn't it. There had been many times when it was fine to let someone die, or even when it was fine to kill them. But still, he let her go. A person who keeps their word. Joining the unit's roster requires the commander's permission. If you get rejected there, I can't help you. That's fine. When Encrid spoke those words, Dunbakel thought she wouldn't be rejected. If he were the commander, and there was someone like him under his command, he would nod even if she had 10 servants following her. Who would reject that? Don't even think about serving me at night or anything like that. I'm not interested. So you're joining as a soldier. If you want to stay unnoticed, pick up a weapon and fight. If you die in the battle, it can't be helped. Encrid said just that, opened the barracks door and walked in. Dunbakel stood there, hesitating. She had wanted this, but when it came to taking action, she needed courage. She had longed for this, but now that it was happening, accepting it required even more courage. Should she step inside? Someone like me? She had expected to be rejected. So, she hesitated. And as she hesitated, the closed door of the barracks suddenly opened with a creak. Not coming in. Beyond the open door, Blue eyes with black hair appeared. That face, though it could be considered masculine, was beautiful. The blue color of his determined eyes reflected the moonlight that broke on his cheek. In front of the barracks, where no romance could be found, Dunbakel felt like she might cry. Why? What's the reason? She didn't really know. It was simply because no one had ever welcomed her before. The first person who had invited her in without any ulterior motives. I'll go. Her voice trembled. Dunbakel took a step inside. It said that opportunities in life come around, and that turning points are necessary. Dunbakel thought meeting that man was one of those turning points. Even if others cast her out, she would endure. Even if everyone ostracized and cursed her, she would bear it. I'm really curious, said a woman with orange hair as Dunbakel entered. She was talking continuously to Encrid. You actually like the nickname Demon Lord, don't you? That's why you bring a woman every time you go out? Hiss! A leopard beside her suddenly growled. Dunbakel flinched at the sound, and Rem spoke from the side. It's fine. This leopard doesn't usually bite. Oh, only that big-eyed brat does. Just don't touch him, and he won't bite. Why is there a leopard in the barracks? Dunbakel thought for a moment but didn't dwell on it. And surprisingly, the atmosphere didn't seem that bad. Stop talking nonsense and go wash her up. She smells, Encrid said, beginning to tidy his things. He seemed to be getting ready to bathe, taking out a thin linen shirt. Meanwhile, the orange-haired woman approached. You don't have spare clothes, do you? Do you think they'd give you some, if you ask for them? Maybe if you mention the commander's name. Do you think they'll give them to me? Then will they not? Finn said with a cheerful tone. It seemed like it would be a bright night with the moon high. Finn, who had taken Dunbakel out, asked, What's your name? Dunbakel. I'm Finn. She extended her hand to offer a handshake. If we borrow from ancient customs, a handshake was a way to prove that neither person was holding a weapon and would not harm each other. In modern terms, it could be seen as a way of saying, let's be good friends. When they shook hands, Finn smiled and said, But how long has it been since you last bathed? About half a year. Beastmen didn't enjoy bathing. Let's walk a little further apart. Under Finn's guidance, Dunbakel entered the bathroom and, without any complaints, immersed herself in the tub. The water turned black, and Finn, standing outside, said he would leave her clothes. Dunbakel scrubbed herself with soap. Encrid didn't seem to like smells. After washing and changing clothes, she returned to the bath. Is that how you really look? When she entered the barracks, Encrid asked. Why? Did something change? Dunbakel, feeling a little self-conscious, looked down. Her clothes, puffed up by her chest and loose pants, made her appear different. Was it because of the clothes? All right, that spot is yours. Go ahead and sleep. And remember to wear some underwear. Why make a fuss over it? Dunbakel thought, but nodded. Encrid waved his hand vaguely and pointed. That spot was her place. That's how Dunbakel became an independent squad member. No one spoke of her as an enemy or as a member of the Black Blade. No, even if they did, they didn't doubt her or push her away. Why? Well, that was something she herself didn't know. The atmosphere in the unit was cold as usual, but Encrid was unchanged. After waking up, they trained, then observed Finn getting beaten up briefly after performing an isolation technique. So, this is all that's left of the El Karaz-style martial arts, huh, sister? Odin, the sharp-tongued demon of hell, was as consistent as ever. Finn's forehead had veins bulging up in anger. After sweating profusely from the morning training, Finn gulped down water and slathered butter and orange marmalade on some soft bread. Where did you get this from? Encrid bit into the bread and asked. The marmalade tasted exquisite. It was sweet and tangy. Crace, who had been muttering to himself next to her, swallowed a bite of bread and said, "It opened across from the seasoned jerky shop. It's a 26-year-old woman with dull brown hair and a lot of freckles. Her name's Jury. She doesn't have a boyfriend, and her ideal type is someone like Commander Encrid and Ragnar. She really dislikes people like me." Dunbakel looked at him, wondering why he was speaking so in detail. "I know the major people in the city. That's the guild's job, the Gilpin Guild. Is that really true? But is someone who makes fruit jam really a major person? It's important. You've tasted it, so you know." True enough. As they continued their meal, Craze started talking again. "Something similar will happen again." "Something similar? People around here won't leave Border Guard alone." Encrid, who had been about to get up, paused and looked at Craze. His large eyes briefly flickered toward Dunbakel. Dunbakel, still sitting motionless, stared blankly into the air. Should she assign him a task or something? She shifted her gaze back to Craze, who continued speaking. By defeating Aspen, the kingdom expanded its territory. As a result, Border Guard is becoming a military city where a standing army is stationed, and it will be the central trade city of northern Norlia. That's what's happening now. Recently, the frequency of visits to the upper guilds had increased, and new goods kept flowing in. The city's population was growing. Jury says that when making marmalade, it's essential to make a lot at once. But if you don't sell it all, it's hard to store. Fortunately, as the number of people passing by increased, the jam sold well. That was the reason she had opened a marmalade shop. Where does commercial success come from? It's determined by population size and the number of people passing through. Kreis, who often babbled when he was bored, had come to learn such common knowledge. Then, how do people around here view Border Guard? They probably see it like well-cooked barbecue or ripe tomatoes. If they had knives in their hands, if they were ready to eat, it's just a matter of sliding the blade in. That's the position of Border Guard. In a place where, if they were to be skewered, they would look like a well-cooked golden brown barbecue. How would the hungry look at it? They'd probably want to tear off the flesh immediately. Things might improve when the pioneering town in Encrid helped found grows and trade routes widen. But for now, the center of northern trade. According to Cray, that's the location of Border Guard. That's why there's no shortage of packs of wolves around here. When did you start suspecting this? Well, I had a bad feeling since we pushed Aspen out. If Craze had known since then, did Marcus know too? After returning, he had pretended to be in love with the city, feigning indifference. But the battalion commander knew the city was in danger. Then he must also know how to get out of it. A meeting time was approaching. "I'm going. Let's protect the jerky and marmalade, Commander," Crace said from behind. It didn't sound like crazy talk. Those two foods were quite precious to Encrid, after all. The battalion commander's office had already turned into a meeting room. A large table was laid out with a map, and various chess pieces were scattered across it. "Do we know the number of enemies?" "We've been sending out scouts every hour. Based on what we can see, we estimate over 2 battalions of infantry. That's a lot," Marcus said with a half smile, his expression not showing fear. It was clear that he had something to rely on. But could they really say it here, with all the squad leaders gathered? Encrid quietly stood beside Marcus. "Do you have something to say? My squad has fewer than 10 people." "So what?" The eyes spoke. The battalion commander had no conscience. A squad leader should have enough people to lead a squad. "Can I add someone?" "It's the beastman we captured earlier. He used to be part of the Black Blade bandits. After slitting the throat of a suspected spy, he was suddenly suggesting to take in a bandit under his command. Now that he thought about it, he needed to mention the noble bandit whose head had rolled off. "Fine. Is that it? Is that really the end?" "Talk to the quartermaster about the organization and details." That was really the end. Without needing to say more, Encrid turned his head away, wondering if the other squad leaders would object. She looked around, but no one seemed to care. Well, except for the fairy squadron leader who made a mouth gesture. Did you charm another one? It was a fairy-style joke. She ignored it. She watched the meeting for a while, observing the enemy formation, where the battle would take place, their numbers, and the enemy's main structure. Martai may use cavalry, but we don't have any cavalry. If they combined all the horses in Border Guard's stables, there might be around 50, give or take. There were also a few horses prepared for urgent messengers. But cavalry was a different story. If they removed a few, the rest would all be pack horses. There was a saying, an untrained unit is like a blade that stabs its own chest. So it was possible that they might face soldiers mounted on horses without having cavalry of their own on the battlefield. The Border Defense Commander has just returned. During the military meeting, the Border Defense Commander came back. The following report was all as expected. He had ambushed the main force of the Black Blade bandits. However, there was one unexpected detail. The commander suddenly said, "Good job. I heard that some of the Black Blade bandits ambushed Baron Van Cento." The Baron suddenly fled, causing the guards to lose him. "It's not something you can be blamed for, but you did a good job eliminating some of the Black Blade guerrillas and survived." It sounded like theater. Hearing that, Marcus slammed the desk. With a clatter, several pins that were distinguishing friend from foe fell over. The pins rolled across the map. "Daring to kill a nobleman. Damn the Black Blade." Marcus was giving quite a performance. So we immediately retaliated. If we hadn't followed, who knows what would have happened? The Border Defense Commander seemed a bit awkward. Encrid watched without smiling. At the end of it, some of the members tried to escape, and we lost them. "Please give me a reprimand." "Oh, that's fine." We caught them. The real story followed the act, and Marcus pointed to the side. More precisely, at Encrid. "We ran into them on the way and caught them." That was the story. A gift package had come through. There was some idiot from the Black Blade bandits who had been running away. Really? The Border Defense Commander's eyes softened with unexpected favor. While he had claimed that losing the guards wasn't a fault, looking at the battalion commander and Border Defense Commander, it was clear. It's a definite accomplishment. It was an accomplishment acknowledged by the influential battalion commander in the center and the current power behind Border Guard. A few nobles turned pale. They were quick to catch on. "Let's all take a moment of silence for Baron Van Cento," the battalion commander said. He wanted the nobleman to die as one rather than a bandit's agent, and he would memorialize him as part of the kingdom. It was better for everyone that way. "So, let's do this properly." It was like speaking to the remaining noblemen through a moment of silence. The sharp-eyed nobles understood. "Now let's get back to the meeting." Covered in dust from his shoulder guards, the Border Defense Commander stood and became one of the people surrounding the table. The meeting resumed. Marcus's plan was full of holes. He had seemed to have some reliance on something, but it wasn't visible, and only flaws were overflowing. What exactly is he relying on? It was a question that suddenly came to mind. Chapter 202. What exactly is he relying on? 2. Let's kill them all. The one shouting like a crying tiger was the captain of the first company. Marcus had heard that a comrade who had been with him since they enlisted together died during the Martai resistance. The battalion commander ordered an extreme defensive formation. Their forces consisted of 6 infantry companies. Originally, it was 1 battalion, but they received 2 additional companies as reinforcements from a battalion stationed at Green Pearl Plains. Even that was a considerable strain. If all the troops were withdrawn from Green Pearl, they didn't know what the forces from Aspen would do. "If they come through the south gate, we can hold the line, but we can't avoid a battle on the plains," the second company commander said. "How many cavalry do they have?" 50 cavalry. 50 cavalry didn't sound like a small number to Encrid. War horses were creatures that consumed gold, both during their raising and upkeep. They needed iron armor, and the cavalrymen also had to be specially trained. With all the resources poured into them, cavalry on the plains were a formidable force. Just a lance charge with 50 cavalry could easily crush hundreds of infantry. The total strength of all 6 companies was about 1,200 men. 50 cavalry is a big variable. Encrid judged this way. Still, Marcus was calm. They managed to raise that many troops through the back door. He was more impressed than anything else. We also know they have a sizable number of archers. That was another concerning piece of news. Encrid interpreted it as a sign that the enemy was well prepared. Urgent report. The final touch came from a scout bursting into the room. The scout, bleeding from his left arm, rushed into the conference room. He had ventured deep into enemy territory and barely survived. Grimacing through the pain, he reported, "Soldiers with covered insignia have joined the enemy forces. Martai's forces hadn't originally been small either. An infantry battalion, a cavalry unit, and an archer unit, all equipped with full company strength. Compared to the border guard, their overall quality was a little lower, but the numerical difference was clear. Even so, in the past, the border guard had repeatedly defeated Martai's forces and achieved victory. This is not good. The one who spoke now was the leader of the elite unit, the border guard. Their combat strength was indeed extraordinary. However, Encrid couldn't help but wonder if they could win this time. News that seemed to shake their resolve kept pouring in even before the battle began. Independent company commander. It was Marcus who broke the silence. Encrid realized a moment too late that Marcus was referring to him. "What? Do you know about the authority of an independent company commander? Was there such a thing?" Marcus continued. "If the company commander desires, they can requisition soldiers from other companies, whether it be by squad or platoon. Is this normal?" On the outside, Encrid remained calm, but inwardly he questioned Marcus's mental state. What he meant was that an independent company could act like a higher-level unit from another company. Literally. Hey, give me your platoon. I'll use them, and if you're lucky, some might survive. How would anyone accept such an order? Moreover, who would follow a command like that? Encrid's gaze fell on the other company commanders. None of them had particularly gentle personalities. These were people who wore command badges while living on the front lines, facing death. Such positions weren't for those who could sit comfortably with an easy attitude. Thus, even though Marcus was the battalion commander, such opinions were unacceptable. I could give you even more than that. It was the ferry company commander who spoke first. Perhaps the ferry could allow it. If the border guard is needed, we're willing. Then, the border guard force commander also stepped in. Well, you could think of it as owing a debt if you're uncomfortable, otherwise the first company is one body. But even if we are divided, we will still play our part. The first company commander said. Why? Wasn't that person considered a candidate for the next battalion commander? While the border guard force commander was the one with real power, this person also had significant influence. Well, are we going to the crazy company's side? I could go in with the whole company. Was the second company commander always this indecisive? Encrid thought about it for a moment and concluded that he wasn't. He was the same person who would foam at the mouth every time people tried to take men from his unit, earning the nickname Foaming Palto. After the original third company commander, Rayon, died, the new third company... Even the Green Pearl Reinforcement Company commander, whom Encrid had never met before, nodded and looked at him with eyes filled with faith, hope, and trust. "Since when have I had such authority?" Encrid asked. He wasn't one to show his emotions, and his tone was calm. The company commander nodded enthusiastically and replied in a voice full of cheer. Of course, it's from now on. Has this guy been cursed or something? Or maybe he ate something bad. It was getting pretty hot at that time. Encrid hid his expression again. Although he wasn't skilled in acting, he was a master at hiding his emotions. I'm not particularly imaginative, Marcus continued speaking. When Encrid stared at him, wondering what he was talking about, Marcus locked eyes with him and continued. If you were allowed to act however you wanted, outside of strategy and tactics, how far could you go? Could you suppress the enemy's cavalry? Or take down every enemy that comes in? There was a growing heat in Marcus's voice. However, Encrid, having seen him act earlier, could tell that this time there was no acting in his words. It felt genuine. The sincerity that came through in his voice reminded him of Craze's speeches. Craze had a way of commanding attention with his speeches, his gestures, voice, and demeanor, creating an almost hypnotic power. Marcus, however, had something else, intensity, a passion, something a person possesses regardless of age. The voice of someone swept up in that intensity reached Encrid. On a small scale, you've done reconnaissance. On a larger scale, you've struck the enemy's bases, and most importantly, you've brought victory to our side through your actions on the battlefield. And that's not all. Bang! Marcus slammed his palm on the table, causing the pins to fall over again, but no one in the room took their eyes off Marcus. Everyone watched his mouth, heard his words, and were swept up in the atmosphere he exuded. Alone, you survived among 1,000 beasts, and proved yourself, solidifying your position as the commander of an uncontrollable force. Above all, we are in awe of the commander's outstanding skills and abilities. So I ask, what can you do if you're granted unlimited authority on this battlefield? What does Marcus believe? Why does the battalion commander not feel threatened? Why do people say nothing when he accepts the Beast Woman? Why are these commanders so calm when they're told he can take troops from other units at will? Why do they look at Encrid with eyes full of belief, hope, and trust? Merits. A knight is a being made through skill and achievement. Encrid felt like he was finally being acknowledged for everything he had done. Pride? It couldn't be described by such a word. It felt like a long-forgotten dream had suddenly become part of reality. At the same time, Encrid realized that he had found what he needed to do. Since he was asked a question, he should answer, right? Craze's speeches had ended after he displayed his own authority and absorbed those around him, but Marcus wanted Encrid to give an answer. An elite small force. In the current continent, the battlefield's outcome is often determined by whether knights or knight-level forces are present. When a knight enters the battlefield, if no matching knight appears on the other side, a massacre occurs. Though battles are usually fought with confrontation, sometimes the battlefield is manipulated strategically to create a fight between knights and armies. Sometimes, armies even use knights as bait, sacrificing their forces to eliminate them. The enemy doesn't know me. Even the Madmen Company isn't well known. Marcus set it up that way. An elite few. A force with unexpected power that the enemy could never predict. 5 people with strength equivalent to at least a knight's squire, if not stronger. Looking at how things had changed, Encrid spoke. I don't know. Let's try everything we can. In truth, it was also the first time for Encrid to have such authority, and it was the first time Marcus had come up with such an absurd strategy. He was creating an independent company of fewer than 10 people instead of a full knight order, then giving them command over the battlefield. It sounded as if Marcus was placing the fate of the battlefield entirely on Encrid. Encrid thought his answer was lacking, but Marcus seemed satisfied. If he's given authority, he'll use it. His heart raced, and it moved Encrid. It was time to head out. Whoa! As if on cue, the sound of a horn and distant drums reached his ears. The enemy was approaching. All units assemble. All units assemble. Shouting as he left the meeting room, Marcus began moving, and Encrid followed, almost running. The battlefield was ahead, and his core personnel, the key forces of his company, were ready to fight. But, as always, getting them into position was a struggle. That had always been the case, even when they were a trouble-making squad. As Encrid made his way toward the barracks, he saw members of his company already preparing. "We're going out, huh? Marcus must have decided to lend a hand to the commander and wants us to wipe out their cavalry," Hayes, wearing a crooked leather helmet, said. He predicted it. Encrid had suspected as much. "No. What, then? Do you want us to take the enemy commander's head? That's a bit much." "No." "Ah? Didn't he order something?" he asked. As Encrid naturally joined the front, Cray spoke with him, and Rem jumped in. "That big-eyed kid said we're going to fight, and now we really are." "That's right." But had Rem always been this quick to join the fight? Every time he stepped forward, he would mutter that he had to smash the heads of his fellow commanders first. Well, now he was the commander, whose head would be smashed. In fact, there was nothing surprising about Rem. He had always been someone who readily took action in battle. What surprised him, however, came after. "I heard that Martai and the troops without insignia are here," said Ragnar. This was someone who had been indifferent to matters around him, yet now he was providing information about the enemy forces. Encrid couldn't help but look up at the sky, wondering if it had torn apart. The sky was clear. There were hardly any clouds. "Right?" he answered as he lowered his head, and Audin, smiling behind him, said, "Brother, let's go. The ones we're sending to the Lord are waiting for us outside." Though it wasn't something one would expect to hear from a priest, those who served the war god were often like that. Jackson nodded silently. These guys weren't the type to move just because he called. Then, why did they move? Encrid realized once again that his relationship with them had changed in a strange way. He had been the scapegoat squad leader. The squad leader that was a bit of a spectacle. The squad leader that didn't cause trouble. And now, he was a squad leader who knew a bit more. A squad leader who had improved by teaching. And now, he was someone who had grown even more. If I lead them, he was becoming an individual who was recognized as a leader and commander. His heart was racing. It felt like when he was craving a dream. "So, what did they ask?" Kress asked again. "They asked to do what I could," Encrid replied. "Tch, those shameless bastards." Kress figured out the story behind the words quickly. They wanted him to show what he could do with his full potential. "So you said you'd do everything you could?" Kress asked. "Yeah," Encrid smiled faintly. "Are you serious about this?" Kress asked. Encrid wasn't sure. Was it time to be confident? Was it arrogance? Or something else? Was the boiling feeling inside him just a desire to fight? Or was it because he realized that standing with them in battle meant he had moved to a different position, that he had achieved something? He didn't know. He didn't want to know either. Right now he just wanted to swing his sword. He wanted to show the enemy what he was capable of, to make his presence known. The desire and thirst for action surged within him. Encrid, walking steadily, glanced back at Dunbakel, who had fallen behind, and asked, "Why are your eyes like that?" "It's fine. I can do my part too," she said, with blue bruises around her eyes. The golden pupils and the blue bruises seemed to shine. It was clearly a work of someone else's craft. Wasn't that Rem's specialty? "Stop hitting the kids," Encrid said. "It was just a simple sparring demonstration. She said she wanted to see what I could do," Rem replied. "Well, they'd get stronger by taking hits." Encrid didn't think much of it. If they were going to run away or plot something behind the scenes after taking a beating, they wouldn't have said things like they wanted to be under him in the first place. Bang! The bell rang from the bell tower. It was likely a signal that the enemy was in sight. Through the open city gates, Encrid saw some of the people working outside in the fields returning. They were civilians from the agricultural district. No matter how many enemies there were, they would attack the walls first. Siege weapons would be necessary. Get a few sets of clothes from the people coming in. Get ones that fit us. Right now, Encrid ordered. That's quite a plan, Cray said, not needing further explanation. Encrid was glad he didn't have to explain much. Cray responded quickly and moved his feet, while Encrid headed toward the city gates instead of the area where the commanding officers gathered. Soon, Cray returned with the clothes. Odin won't fit in this, Cray said. Encrid nodded, acknowledging that point. I don't need anything but a rag, Odin said, waving his hand and then pulling a cloth from a nearby street vendor's tent to fashion a cloak for himself. It suited him quite well. So, what do you plan to do? Rem asked. Encrid briefly considered whether he should explain in detail, but then he decided there was no need for that. Just follow me and see. And so, Encrid and the Madmen squad stepped out of the city gates. Chapter 203, Trick of the Summer God. After wearing the clothes of those who had entered through the city gates, Encrid immediately set off outside. Hey, where are you going? Shouted a soldier who had been helping guide the residents on the city wall. Encrid lifted the old wide-brimmed hat that covered his head. As he did, his eyes became visible, and he came face to face with the soldier who had called out. His blue, clear eyes, the nose and lips beneath them. Recognizing him wasn't difficult. Just a walk, Captain Encrid? It was rare for anyone in the city not to recognize Encrid's face recently. Shh. Encrid put a finger to his lips as a signal to be quiet, then stepped outside. He had left Cray behind. The guy was useless in a full-scale battle after all. Unlike the residents streaming in, Encrid stood out as he went in the opposite direction. It felt like swimming against the current, like a fish heading upstream. He didn't mind. What did it matter if his allies saw him? What mattered was that the enemy didn't spot him. It was still early enough that he wouldn't be within the enemy's reconnaissance range. That was why it was a perfect time to slip out and hide. Let's go, Encrid said and started running. An ambush? Asked Finn, who had stuck close to him. Yeah. Finn didn't ask anything further. She didn't question the meaning of an ambush with fewer than 10 people. She understood. She had learned a lot from hanging out with Odin. The Mad Squad was made up entirely of monsters, and that included Encrid. Watcher on the wall, Marcus, stroking his beard atop the city wall gallery, was asked by his adjutant, who had come with him from the kingdom. Do you think it will be okay? He didn't doubt Encrid's strength. He trusted him. But still, it was clear that it looked precarious on the surface. So, it made sense that they had prepared a backup plan. I don't know. Then why are you smiling? The adjutant could not read any worry or concern in Marcus's expression, which was strange to him. He had never seen Marcus this passionate, nor had he ever seen him smile like this. Well, maybe we'll see something great. Whenever Marcus discovered his favorite tea leaves and won them at an auction, he would show such a smile. It was the smile of someone who had found something precious and was now enjoying it. I don't know, but it'll probably be fun. He wasn't someone who found fun in battles. Yet his words suggested there was a reason behind them. The adjutant realized that Marcus's expectations for Captain Encrid weren't just high, they were unusually so. It almost seemed like he was enjoying it. The unmarked forces are probably from the Baron Bentra's domain. They could have sent people from Count Molson's side as well, the adjutant said. Molson was known as a collector of talented people. He had many skilled individuals under his command. This was also what Marcus had expected. The unmarked forces had likely concealed their insignia to avoid open support. It was just like Molson to want to slice off a piece of the border guard's territory. He wasn't the type to pass up such an opportunity. It was a troublesome matter. and a big wild dog had jumped into the fray. And Mosan was a sneaky character who could do anything. Marcus wasn't too concerned with matters outside his reach. He couldn't ask for help from the center anyway, and if this was a gamble, it made sense to put everything on the one card he trusted. He didn't even think of it as a gamble, to be honest. But why hasn't the independent squad leader come up? Marcus asked. At the point when all the commanders were supposed to gather on the gallery, only Encrid had yet to arrive. Over there. The adjutant, sharp-eyed, pointed to the outer city wall. Below the wall, residents who had been engaged in agriculture or other side jobs were entering the city, and among them, some were heading in the opposite direction. No matter how much they tried to hide, it was hard to conceal Auden's size. Of course, the ferry squad leader recognized Encrid. He's heading out. Marcus hadn't issued any commands yet. He had only granted authority. Marcus let out a small sigh of admiration. He could roughly guess what Encrid was planning. And if it worked, the enemy's heads would be in a mess from the start. A smile inevitably spread across his face. The commander of Martai's forces. Martai's commander was named Ulf. He preferred to be called General, and he had earned that title. He was skilled in personal combat, and had also built a solid reputation as a commander. Even his adjutants called him General. The overseer of the border guard had the nickname of Colonel, while Martai's overseer had the nickname of General. Well, it didn't matter what they called each other. General, we're ready. The mangonels? 8 in total. No issues with the doors. The mangonel was a type of siege weapon that could hurl stones, requiring 6 strong men to operate. It was mobile and didn't need to be set up. While less powerful than a trebuchet, it was much easier to operate. Since it had wheels, it could be classified as a mobile siege weapon. A trebuchet, on the other hand, needed to be set up. Ulf thought that 8 mangonels would be more than enough, and there were unmarked forces as support. The commander of these forces approached. I don't think we need to drag this out. He didn't know the name or face of the other commander. The man had messy brown eyes and a poorly groomed mustache. He looked to be in his early 30s. The enemy showed some courtesy, but it didn't seem like they respected Ulf. Well, someone with confidence would have come here. Ulf didn't mind. He was one of the commanders of the Bentra barony. Although he didn't seem particularly interested in commanding, that wasn't Ulf's concern. It was more beneficial to focus on the battlefield rather than worrying about such trivial matters. It was better to assess the enemy's strength than waste time on petty thoughts. Ulf had been paying attention to the individuals who had performed well in the previous battles. Thankfully, the Bentra barony had 2 commanders. At least one of them was someone he could talk to. In fact, the command of the troops was mostly handled by this commander. The second commander had spoken. Encrid? Oh, that guy? Half of his reputation is just hot air. He's always bragging about ridiculous accomplishments. When I meet him on the battlefield, I plan to put a hole through his throat. The pointed estrek hanging from his waist seemed to emphasize that statement. Ulf nodded in agreement. After all, they were fighting together. However, there was something peculiar about the situation. The first commander, who had a bored expression, simply trailed behind, and often muttered for them to hurry up. Whatever. Victory was already assured in this battle, and he was the main player. Once the border guard was swallowed up, this area would become the new foothold in the east. A grand dream soared through the sky. Just then, the light rain began to fall. It was rain from a clear sky, a prank of the summer god. Ulf, still on horseback behind the battlefield, looked ahead. He could see a few houses outside the border guard's city walls. There was no sign of life from the houses that the residents had abandoned. The mangonel siege weapons moved along the well-maintained road. Of course, it was a road that cut through the spaces between the houses. It felt reassuring to see the siege weapons moving in formation across the spaces between the houses. Pat, pat, dotty. The thin rain began to wet the ground, and it was time to hurry. Hurry up! Hurry! At Ulf's command, the soldiers quickened their pace. The trick of the summer god. The rain from a clear sky, this was a term for a type of rain. It was a superstition. There were no gods associated with specific seasons, although it was called something different in each region. In the West, it was said to be the result of a shaman's mistake. Encrid had once heard Rem mention this when they had witnessed such rain. Encrid wasn't overly tense. He simply thought it was something that had to be done. That didn't mean he was planning to take it easy, though. Is the summer god helping? Since it had started raining, his visibility had become a bit worse. It was an ideal condition for those hiding. It wasn't hard to predict the enemy's movements. It was all thanks to past experience. If there were siege weapons, it was obvious that they would take the well-maintained road passing between the houses. His prediction was correct. Anything with wheels would need a smooth road. Creak, creak. Soon, the sound of wheels rolling was heard. He opened the door of a house made of dirt and wood and hid behind it. Odin couldn't hide, so he was inside the house. On the other side of the house, Rem, Ragnar, and Dumbaquil were positioned. On this side were Encrid, Jackson, and Odin. Finn was farther back. Just destroy the mangonel and retreat. Encrid used his past experience. There was no need to burn everything in one battle. It was enough to gradually chip away at them. This wasn't about military tactics or strategies. It was simply applying what he had learned from the battle with gnolls. But it seemed like a sound approach. This is fine. Crace nodded in agreement. Well, then it was settled. Encrid hid behind the door and watched as the mangonel passed by. Damn it. The rain's a pain. An enemy soldier muttered in frustration as he pushed the mangonel, and when his eyes met Encrid's, Encrid calmly spoke. Odin, destroy it. The soldier's eyes widened. He looked stunned, his mouth open. Whoosh! Thud! A knife flew from Jackson's hand and embedded itself in the soldier's forehead. The soldier, struck in the forehead, fell backward, his body slamming into the mangonel. His limbs flailed as he crumpled to the ground, like an old wooden puppet collapsing. An ambush. There were more than 10 men pulling the mangonel. It was impossible to silence them all. Encrid leaped forward. He stomped the ground, drew his sword, and executed a sequence of 3 precise strikes. First, he stabbed diagonally to the left, slicing through the enemy before retracting. Then, he struck straight ahead, followed by a final thrust diagonally to the right. 3 strikes, and 3 warriors fell. Crack! Ah! Ah! 3 screams rang out simultaneously. The first victim had his mouth impaled. The second had his throat pierced, and the third was pierced straight through the heart, breaking through his leather armor with brute force. A technique that blended precision and power. In the midst of this, Odin charged forward, crashing through a wall and startling the enemy's soldiers even more. Ugh! What's going on? Crack! The sounds of surprise came from all directions. Odin stood beside the mangonel, grabbing it with his left hand, and pulled back his right fist to strike. Encrid recognized the technique, mixed with the Balaf martial art. He pushed his left foot forward, twisting his ankle, knee, and waist to add force. The punch that followed was as powerful as a cannonball. Boom! Amid the prank of the summer god, the sound of Odin's punch echoed loudly. Raindrops were flung in all directions. Crash! The mangonel wasn't a delicate machine. It was a crude weapon by design. However, that didn't mean its trigger or wheels weren't important. All weapons with a structure have their weaknesses. But Odin didn't care about that. With one punch, he smashed through the thick wooden frame that bore the force of the weapon, splintering it. Broken wood pieces scattered through the rain. It only took a few punches to destroy the mangonel. Such strength was beyond human. Only a monster or a giant could accomplish something like this. Even frogs would struggle to do this. Blessings upon the lowly race. Smashing siege weapons with bare fists and spouting such words. Encrid couldn't help but admire his devotion once more. Meanwhile, similar events were unfolding on the other side. Rem was playing Odin's role. His axe shattered the mangonel's basket, and he cut through the thick ropes that triggered the mechanism. Ragnar walked leisurely as he sliced, stabbed, and hacked at the approaching enemy soldiers. "Everyone, get in formation. Don't rush in recklessly," the commander between the mangonels shouted. Although they had lost the two front siege weapons, they couldn't afford to lose any more. They planned to retreat and regroup, preparing to counterattack. The commander thought this, and began to open his mouth. "Kurg?" However, contrary to his thoughts, the words he intended to speak never came out. Encrid saw a shadow rise behind the commander. It was Jackson. With a swift motion, he slit the commander's throat from behind, then threw his dead body aside and proceeded to stab a soldier near the rear siege weapon. Dodge and strike. With each simple action, more soldiers fell. While Odin focused on destroying the siege weapons, the rest took on the soldiers. Bang! Bang! The thunderous sound of destruction rang out. All eyes were naturally on Odin, and in that brief moment Jackson disappeared. Only the sounds of soldiers crying out remained. Crack! Fall back! Fall back! The soldiers' shouts were cut short as shadows with blades followed. In an instant, Jackson's speed and precision with his dagger brought death to those attempting to regain control. Encrid watched this familiar scene, swinging his sword. Before him, enemy soldiers stood in formation. Dunbakel only dealt with enemies that came directly at him, while Finn stayed further back, away from the front lines. Her role was to observe the entire situation from the rear, rather than directly participate in the fight. Naturally, this was Encrid's command. They pressed forward. Panio. Breaking the 8 siege weapons lined up ahead wasn't a difficult task. A soldier tried to approach Odin to block him, but Odin effortlessly grabbed the man, tossed him aside, and charged forward. Boom! With a shoulder charge, he knocked the siege weapon over. It seemed impossible, but seeing it unfold in front of his eyes, Encrid could only be stunned. It took barely a dozen minutes to destroy all 8 siege weapons. The summer god's prank was short-lived. During that brief time, the Martians lost all their siege weapons. Screech! Finn blew the prepared whistle. The main enemy forces were beginning to stir. Thanks to the keen-eyed rangers, Encrid began to retreat. Naturally, others followed. Dunbakel was the first to leap into action. As they saw the sprinting beast woman, everyone retreated. Before the battle had even truly begun, or even before the debate over surrendering at the city walls started, Marcia had lost all their siege weapons, and the border guard soldiers found some breathing room. Encrid turned and ran, retreating. With this, the plan was a success. But then suddenly, Encrid stopped mid-run. "What are you doing?" Rem noticed and spoke up. Encrid, instead of responding, fully turned his body. In the rear, the enemy troops who had stopped in place came into view. Some were still trying to assess the situation. Some stared blankly in our direction, others shouted to chase after them, and some had wide eyes, stunned by the chaos, while others were lying on the ground with panic in their eyes. What had caused them to act this way? What had stopped their feet? Something hot surged from his lower abdomen up to his throat. "Aren't you going?" Finn raised her voice. Everyone looked at their leader's back, wondering what he was doing. Encrid, in a way, just wanted to do this. He wanted to spit out that burning feeling inside him. "My name is Encrid." He stopped, revealing his name. "If you retreat now, you might live." He spoke calmly, his voice rising. It wasn't a roar or a shout. It was just the right amount of resonance. Even so, it spread wide deep and loud. The enemy soldiers on the front lines focused their gazes on Encrid. Dozens, maybe hundreds of eyes fixed on him. Encrid met those gazes head on. It was boldness, a sudden surge of confidence. That's why he said it. A declaration of war, a warning, all wrapped in his own name. All eyes were on him. His boldness, unprecedented in this moment, captivated them. Is he crazy? Rem muttered. But to the soldiers watching from behind, there was a thrill they hadn't felt before. Oh, ah! The cheers grew louder. To stop his steps in front of over 1,000 enemies, to shout boldly in the face of them. It felt like watching the protagonist of a story. Get a grip. Did you eat something bad? Rem continued, muttering from behind. Chapter 204. Thud, thud, bum. One? This bastard? Despite the cheers from the Nulrilia forces, some of the commanders in Marte's army felt their anger rising. He's asking for it. Kill that bastard. They knew he was a good fighter, but damn, how could he be so relaxed while retreating? It almost seemed like a deliberate provocation. It looked like he was imitating an epic hero's saga just to mock them. How could they not be enraged? Chase him. Don't let him leave. Destroy him. Stop. Stop right there, you bastard. Marte's infantry rushed forward. As soon as Encrid and his group quickly ran into the gates of the castle, it happened. Tu-dudung. The archers in the Nulrilia tower became very busy. Ah! It's arrows. Shields. Raise your shields. Marte's infantry, charging forward, retreated, using the arrows as an excuse. Fire! Fire! Give them hell! Vengeance's shout rang out high, as he had taken command of a portion of the archers. Marte's infantry had withdrawn, and then, waha! After the first battle, the border guards standing on the walls cheered. They had gained a kind of victory, though they hadn't fully fought yet. It felt like they had won before the real battle had even begun. Even though the enemy outnumbered them, the gap was clear, yet something about it made them feel like they weren't going to lose. Most of the soldiers could feel it. Of course, it was Encrid who created this atmosphere. So it was only natural that all eyes focused on Encrid as he casually entered the gate. The news of the destruction of the mangonels and the actions of a few enemy soldiers soon reached the commanders of the nameless forces. They had already seen the events unfold firsthand, so now it was just a matter of receiving the full report. The commander's eyes gleamed coldly through the slits of his helmet as he twisted his mustache. Interesting bastard. His tone was laced with a chilling coldness. His nickname was the Elite Cutting Blade. At first he had thought it was a boring, unimportant battle, but now he had seen a few individuals who made his heart race. At least 3 of them. These were people worthy of death. He already started thinking about how to kill them. It would be great if a skirmish broke out. What if they tried to hide and defend? Then, it would be better to surround them and apply pressure. It was a fascinating situation. Mangonel? An ambush? The damage caused by a surprise attack? He didn't care about any of that. The Elite Cutting Blade was all about efficiency. But the commander of the Nameless Forces was thinking differently. That bastard. The commander of Count Ventria's forces wasn't foolish. Narrow-minded, perhaps, but certainly capable of thinking. He stopped and suddenly revealed his name. That was no ordinary bravery. He had broken the 8 mangonels, making it seem like they were at a disadvantage right from the start, and then announced his name while retreating. He focused solely on the facts. Why? Why had he done that? The commander quickly reached a conclusion. It was the most rational decision based on his experience and theory. That bastard. It was a cheap move. A strategy. What kind of methods would those pushed to the edge choose? This was one of them. Puffing himself up. It was a dirty trick. A strategy to inflate his own abilities and cause the enemy to second-guess themselves. This was one of the tactics used by elite forces to change the course of battle. It was a warning. There were a few strong individuals, so be prepared when you engage. But was he really that capable? Destroying the mangonel was impressive, sure. But that's all. He probably overreached. No, it was definitely reckless. It was clear that it was a life-risking operation. They had probably been hiding in ambush for days, consuming a lot of resources for this one attack. It was likely a plan set up from the moment Marta began advancing. He's just fluffing his feathers, the commander of Count Ventria's forces said, finishing his thoughts. Marta's supreme commander fell into deep thought. After a moment he nodded. It was the same conclusion. Get more siege weapons. The general spoke. They were already building a few more in the city. Even makeshift weapons would be better than nothing. Fix what can be fixed. If they repaired them, they might salvage one or two. It was impossible to recover the main structure, but they could at least repair the broken ones. That monster bastard. The guy who destroyed the siege weapons with his bare fists was still on their minds, and it bothered them. He must have taken something. If someone had taken the special drugs that potion makers made to fight giants and frogs, something like that would be possible. A drug that temporarily enhances physical strength beyond its limits. Of course, the side effects were severe. If used incorrectly, the person could die the moment the effect wore off. Narrow-mindedness, prejudice, and assumptions. Once these thoughts take root in the mind, they are like demons that refuse to leave. And that was the case with them. The elite cutting blade had recognized the enemy's strength, but had assessed it at a level that was just right for him to kill. The delusions were each person's own to bear. I just need to encircle them and crush them to death. The commander of Count Ventria's forces clenched his fist. Having inflated their own strength, they would now focus on defense. But if they came out, he was also the commander of the cavalry. If the enemy, being harassed, opened the gates to charge out, the cavalry could sweep them aside. It was a simple but effective plan. Whether the enemy inflated their own abilities or not, it didn't matter. That's right. Marta's general shared the same thought. Marcus watched the enemy's movements from atop the walls. They're angry. There was commotion, shouting. Even though 8 mangonels had been destroyed and many had died, the enemy showed not fear, but anger. Their fervor and momentum were not lacking. They were furious, even after seeing Encrid and his group. How could they be like this? The battle was short. The actual fighting was very brief. Even though their combat power was impressive, only a few had actually witnessed it. The way the last commander spoke. What worked was the way Encrid, while retreating, had announced his name and told them to back off. If doing that would make them retreat, then they wouldn't have come this far. It was the perfect provocation, one that was designed to make the enemy overestimate themselves. It was the kind of provocation that made it easy for the enemy to misinterpret. If it were me, Marcus briefly imagined himself in the enemy commander's position. He muttered, "If it were me," repeatedly as he observed the movements of the enemy forces. He saw a group of enemies moving below. They were flustered, but there was no sign they intended to retreat. They were flustered, but there was no fear within them. Their ranks were reforming. The way they had pulled back at the end, orderly despite being chased, remained in his mind. These were well-trained soldiers. The enemy's morale had not diminished. "They're underestimating us." Their confidence came from their underestimation of their opponents. Why were they confident? Because they had many soldiers, were well-trained, and had more than enough reinforcements. On top of that, the story about Encrid's strength, which had spread even though Battalion Commander Marcus had tried to conceal it. Do they think it's all bluff? Do they think he's just puffing himself up out of fear like some coward? That was possible. He couldn't be sure, but that was what he believed. It would be nice if they knew the name and nature of the enemy commander, but no. If they knew that much, They'd have to be a fully fledged intelligence guild by now. Work is about to get much busier. This was the right time. The perfect level to gather Krona without getting too big. Kreis sorted out his thoughts. The enemy commander hadn't figured out their forces, and they had a sharp weapon on their side. I hope they're idiots. Not suspicion, but confirmation bias. Those who believe they're right and refuse to change their minds. If that were the case, they wouldn't need a brilliant strategy. All of this had been the result of Encrid's whim. He had casually come out, broken the mangonels, and then returned. He had fought further and shown his full power. Things might have been different. But did the commander plan all of this? That was something he could ask if necessary. "What are you doing, Kreis?" Vengeance, who was commanding the archers, asked. Kreis had been muttering to himself, and it seemed like he was possessed by some evil spirit. Vengeance didn't like ghosts or spirits. They were the kind of thing that ruined his sleep. "I was just sorting my thoughts." "Really?" Vengeance didn't think it would change anything, but in Kreis' mind, the future of the battlefield was already taking shape. A scenario for victory was unfolding in his head, but he didn't feel the need to speak it aloud. Kreis thought everyone else would figure it out on their own. "Are you all right?" Rem asked as they entered the border guard. Encrid checked himself. Was there any injury? No, there was nothing. It wasn't even something that would cause harm. It had been a light warm-up. Why wouldn't it be? Even though the plan was hastily put together, it felt like it would work, so he went along with it. Of course, on Marta's side, they probably thought this was an ambush that had been meticulously planned for days, but in reality, that wasn't the case at all. It had just seemed possible, so it was a half-hearted attempt. "It looks like your head is injured," Rem said with a serious face. There was no trace of a smile. Ragnar's gaze was also on Encrid, and so was Rem and Auden's. "Do you have a fever?" Finn asked last. Encrid felt a little sad seeing their lack of romance. He understood why they reacted this way. It was because he had revealed his name at the end. It was just a burst of impulse. There was nothing to hide, so he said it bluntly. Rem, instead of teasing him as usual, made an "oh" sound and pursed his lips in awe. "Whoa!" A cheer-like sound came from above the heads of Encrid's returning forces. Of course, this reaction was expected after they had gone out and destroyed the siege weapons. Through that cheer. Impulsive, huh? Ragnar muttered, looking thoughtful. Encrid had truly just acted on a whim. Ahead, he saw Kreis coming down from the gallery, provoking them and planting demons in their minds. Was that intentional? Oh no, that can't be it. But then, why did you say your name? Many had asked about the name he had revealed. Encrid repeated the same answer. Impulse. It just felt like it would work. That's, well, okay. I see. It's pretty cool. Passing Kreis, Encrid saw the group of commanders from their side. Destroyed all the siege weapons, huh? Marcus said with a grin that seemed to have a mischievous smile on it. Was that just a trick of the light? Encrid nodded indifferently. Good. That was the end of it. My name is Shinar. If you come close now, you can have me, the fairy captain whispered as she approached. Fairy-style jokes, wasn't that getting a bit tiresome? Did you hit your head? No, I'm healthy, except for being dead. By any chance are you into frail, sickly girls? Was there any point in exchanging more words? Encrid shook his head and stepped away. Don't slack off on the watch. Marcus urged the troops ahead. We're going to win. It was the perfect moment. The cheers were still echoing right after the hero, Encrid, had returned. The roar of the crowd filled the air. The war was only just beginning, but morale was at an all-time high. This was the first day of battle. The next day, right after it began, are we going out again today? Kreis asked as he approached. Encrid had just finished the morning training. Even under these circumstances, training continued. Some of those watching clicked their tongues. Those who knew Encrid weren't surprised, though. Where to? Outside. Why? Eyes blinked in confusion. We need to tease them again today. When Encrid looked at him, he wondered what this meant. Didn't the captain say anything? Grace turned the question back to him. Encrid nodded. He had just been told to rest and fight well again later. If they needed anything, they could ask at any time. But there was nothing said about Encrid going out on his own and setting up an ambush. The results of the hastily executed plan had been good, but after all, Marcus had given him this kind of authority, so there was nothing to be said about it. Act in the opposite way of what the enemy expects. Craze raised his voice and said with clarity. Encrid gazed at his loud subordinate with wide eyes. It's the basic of strategy and tactics. So, when he looked at Cray with that question in his eyes, Cray spoke again. The siege weapons had been destroyed. They were likely planning a long-term war. They would repair the weapons, resupply, and just threatening the border guard while surrounding it would work in Marta's favor. They had solidified the supply lines behind them. So, what was the task for today? Craze found it too obvious, but was surprised that no one had said it. We need to harass the supply. It was the basic of strategy and tactics. Starve them. Of course, they couldn't actually starve them, but they could certainly make them nervous about when and where their food would be disrupted. It was easy to say but hard to execute. The enemy wasn't stupid and would naturally be on alert. But here, there was a crazy squad, including Encrid. It's about playing outside the enemy's expectations with forces other. There were fewer than 10 of them. This meant they could push forward. Naya, Deutscheron, Esther, who had been absent all night, suddenly let out a sound and stared at Encrid. Having listened to Cray's words, Encrid nodded. It didn't seem like a bad idea. He had a good sense for these things, so he judged that it was worth a try. "Want to come along?" When Encrid casually asked Esther, she quickly stood up and moved beside him. Thus, the next plan was decided. On the first day, they would target the siege weapons, and on the second day, they would focus on the supply lines. Naturally, they would go at night. Craze, report to the higher-ups. We're going out for a little night patrol. It was just after sunset. Encrid began gathering his gear. Next to him, Rem, Lagna, Odin, and Finn were also preparing, but... Odin, you stay. Yes, brother. I'll stay behind. Odin's size was too noticeable. They left Finn behind as well. She could be a liability, and Ragnar might get lost. He couldn't let anyone become a lost soul on the battlefield. Jackson. Good. I don't need the stray cat, but sure. I'll carry the supplies if needed. Better to leave the foolish barbarians behind. Although they still grumbled, there was no one more reliable than them when it came to being on the battlefield together. I'll be back. Encrid set out as if going to buy some bread at the market, and when he returned, he actually brought back some bread. This is delicious. At Encrid's words, everyone admired the taste of the bread. It was truly delicious. Of course, it had come from the enemy's supply line. Chapter 205. Thud, thud, bum. 2. Bake the bread. General Ulf of Martai, when it came to supplies, had no intention of offering the pitiful black bread mixed with sour wine and foul-smelling jerky and fruits. Under his command were several capable battalion commanders, one of whom led a unit known for its special skills. They were called the Oven Battalion. Stack the stones and seal the gaps with mud. The Oven Battalion, as the name suggested, was tasked with building ovens at supply depots and baking bread there. In a way, it might seem like a crazy idea, but General Ulf knew that food was the most important thing, and this battlefield, with its long-term nature, was exactly the type where the Oven Battalion would prove invaluable. It couldn't be used in short-term or offensive battles, but once a siege and a long war began, the Oven Battalion would shine. Above all, the belief that well-fed soldiers fought better was undeniable. It was a piece of wisdom repeated by famous military strategists, and Ulf followed it diligently. Thus, the Oven Battalion began to make smoke rise as they started the ovens, burning wood and mixing the flour they had brought with water to make dough. Within a day, the savory smell spread everywhere. Now, this is what eating well means. Who needs a mangonel? That's not important. General Ulf moved among the soldiers, encouraging them. Who are we? The Lions of the East. The soldiers' response was loud and full of spirit. The morale of Martai's army remained high. Though Ulf's direct involvement played a part in lifting the morale, the real key was the bread. Some of the soldiers baking the bread were famous for their skills in Martai, and many of them would go on to run bakeries when they returned to the city. Martai in the east was known for its fertile wheat fields, and its wheat was considered of excellent quality. The rainfall was just right, and Martai's fields, which had once been called the Fields of Blood due to the many battles fought there, had become fertile ground due to the dead bodies of soldiers and animals over the years. Though it had been shaped by the hand of those who had a passion for agriculture, the land had a history that stretched back for generations. Thanks to its fertile land, Martai had been growing wheat for a long time, and their bread and other flour-based foods had become well known. There was a saying that what you ate determined your social status, and in the central continent, white bread was a symbol of wealth. But Martai was different. Their abundance of wheat made white bread a staple for everyday meals. This long history of baking had made Martai's bread famous, and some of the bakers had even opened bakeries in the capital. The bread was one of Martai's greatest prides. As General Ulf checked the plans after visiting the ovens, he received urgent news. It was bad news. The supply depot has been attacked. Attacked? For Martai, the most critical factor was supplies. What good would it be to lay siege only to starve themselves? Of course, the most trusted men were assigned to oversee the supply lines. 3 battalion commanders and the head of the guards, 4 men in total, were those General Ulf trusted the most. These were the men who, despite their physical limitations or disabilities, proved to be indispensable. Ulf trusted the 2nd Battalion commander, the one with the quickest mind and sharpest instincts, to oversee the supply lines. No task was too trivial for him. The messenger, sweating profusely, began to explain. Explain in detail. Ulf's voice was sharp, and the messenger gulped before continuing. A black leopard and 2 enemy soldiers came and stole the bread baked by the ovens, setting fire to several of the tents. These idiots! Ulf's fury boiled over as he heard the report, his anger not just directed at the fire, but also at the stolen bread. Why wouldn't he be angry? He knew how important the supply lines were, which was why he had diverted part of his forces to protect them. Furthermore, the enemy was trapped. How strong could these fools be, trying to break out and fight? The ones who broke the mangonel? If they had appeared, it would have been welcomed instead. As the commander's eyes blazed with fire due to the surprise attack last night, the messenger could no longer continue speaking. Zimmer, did that idiot get caught off guard and let them get away? Zimmer was the 2nd Battalion commander. He was smart, quick-witted and meticulous, rarely making mistakes. But why hadn't he reported this directly? Where's Zimmer? Upon hearing Zimmer's name, the messenger immediately replied. He said he was chasing after the attackers. Ulf exhaled several times, and then spoke. Strengthen the watch. If we get hit again, I won't forgive it. A commander who loses in battle can be forgiven, but a commander who is lax in guarding cannot be. Encrid easily raided the supply depot. It was truly easy. Shall we go? Let's do it. There was no difficulty. The smoke wafted up into the air, and tents lined the area. The guard troops were numerous and the defenses were tight, but that wasn't a problem. Grow. Darshine. Bitterly. Esther was the first to act. The leopard rushed forward, and Encrid and Rem followed behind. Esther's movement seemed lighter than usual. With one swipe of her front paw, she half-sliced an enemy soldier's shin, and then struck the enemy's head with her tail, her swift movements leaving the enemies dazed. There was no need to draw it out. Encrid rushed in and swiftly dispatched the two enemies, their throats cut. Between the stench of blood, a delicious scent wafted up. In fact, the savory scent had been teasing their senses from the start. While the enemy was still disoriented, Jackson set fire to several of the tents, and Encrid, along with Rem, grabbed a few loaves of bread and quickly made their exit. On the way back, they deliberately detoured through the forest. It would have been futile if the enemy pursued on horseback. As for those chasing on foot, it was no problem to outrun them. Their stamina made all the difference. After running for hours without rest, the pursuers were nowhere to be seen. We should have just taken them all down. Rem clicked his tongue in regret. Encrid shook his head at his words. This is enough. And so, they returned and shared the bread. Report can wait until tomorrow, said the scout who spoke first on the way back. Marcus, the battalion commander, had already taken care of it. Encrid, Rem, and Jackson slept soundly and rested well. It was the third day of the campaign, and the sunlight was hot and bright. The summer sun rose early, and after finishing his morning training under the sun, Encrid went to wash up. The bread tastes amazing, Cries exclaimed in admiration once again. Well, it was tasty. Don't eat too much. Encrid playfully tapped Cray on the back of the head and then went to find the battalion commander to report. Just below the city walls, he could see a pot simmering. The officers were gathered around the boiling stew. Since no battle had been fought yet, their armor was still clean. In contrast, Encrid's armor was stained with blood. He had cleaned it, but the stains remained. Marcus asked while sitting on a wooden chair without a backrest. I also set a few fires while I was at it. I see. Marcus nodded, and the ferry company commander muttered, Is that a hobby or a specialty? He was referring to setting fires. Encrid thought that setting fires was becoming almost a habit for him, but there was nothing better than it when it came to damaging the supply depot. Would you like a bowl? The first company commander offered with the stew ladle, and the smell was quite pleasant. Who made this? While Encrid was speaking, the Frontier Defense commander brought over a chair. It was the same kind of backless wooden chair as the battalion commander's. Sitting down, the aroma of the stew made him think that dipping the bread in it would make it twice as delicious. Just a moment. Encrid immediately went to grab the bread he had stolen earlier. It was a baguette, hard on the outside but soft on the inside, and freshly baked, crispy and nutty. This. He broke the baguette and dipped it into the stew. Excellent. The first company commander spoke with a rare look of excitement on his face. Had he once said that this guy had a thing for food? Crace had made a comment like that before. Encrid also took a bite. It was delicious. Crunch, RTL. The outside of the bread was hard, but once he chewed it, it broke apart easily, and the soft white interior mixed with his saliva as it melted in his mouth. The rich, oily stew swirled around in his mouth, combining perfectly with the bread. It was truly a wonderful taste. Well, looks like you were really planning for this, Marcus said. I thought about drying them out. They even made a furnace and baked the bread. Olaf, that bastard, must be enjoying his fame as a war maniac, Marcus said with a smirk. He looked completely confident. Their enemy still held the advantage. Cavalry and the luxury of setting up a furnace. Yet Marcus still didn't lose his composure. Encrid finally understood what Marcus believed in. It wasn't really about repaying his belief, but if they didn't act, even their jerky and marmalade would be lost. Food was important after all. So Everyone ate in silence, devouring their meals. As they ate, two nobles approached. Their clothes were surprisingly clean, as neat as the commander's armor. One of the nobles, with a noticeably wider forehead than the others, spoke first. "Have you considered peace?" The other, a younger noble, followed up, looking at the difference in power. "If we could solve this with words." Most of the nobles at Border Guard were either people who had bought their titles or those who had lost their family's rank and settled for a lower status. Why would high-ranking nobles come here to eat? But things had changed a lot now. Once the country stabilized, perhaps even a count or a baron might get involved here. Before that could happen, Baron Bentra or another noble was trying to stake their claim. Encrid didn't know much about politics and didn't care to, but thanks to Krez's endless chatter, he had picked up some basic knowledge. That guy's gossip was endless. In fact, he didn't think much of it. If they came at him, he would simply defeat them. Real battles, swords, fighting, and war, those things give Encrid an odd thrill. I must have a bad attitude. Why did his heart race at the thought of battle and combat? Actually, it was because he had always wanted and admired those things, which is why he wanted to be a knight. There was no grand meaning behind it, no deep dreams. It started with imagining himself charging through the battlefield. After a brief moment of reflection, Marcus looked at the two nobles and chuckled. "What is it? Now that the city seems to be growing, do you think you'll become something? You want to say that, instead of fighting Marta, you'd prefer to settle with peace and put yourselves at the center of it." Was that what they wanted? Encrid wasn't really listening, but if Krez had been there, he probably would have nodded along. Marcus at least had a great sense of politics. He had hit the nail on the head. "Shut up and go inside. If you don't want to die, at least thank the named hero here," Marcus said with a smirk. He was currently a company commander, but he was originally just a soldier. Moreover, his origins were from a small rural village, and he had joined the military to make a living. The nobles would never bow to Encrid. He was a hero among the soldiers. It was a suggestion. I suggested it because the enemy's power seems dangerous. The two nobles babbled nonsense, and Marcus waved them off. After they left, Marcus grabbed a wooden bowl, slurped up the stew, and then spoke. "Those bastards are the kind I just want to cut down right now. Am I wrong?" Marcus was speaking while looking at Encrid. "Murdering a noble is a serious crime." Encrid responded, and Marcus continued in a nonchalant tone. "Well, if you challenge them to a duel and accidentally kill them, I think that's fine. Who would accept a duel challenge from the battalion commander? You'd appoint a representative to fight in your place." That was the reply of the first company commander. "Just saying," Marcus added. Hearing that, Encrid brought up a question that had crossed his mind earlier. What does it mean by a named hero? It sounded cool. "An independent company commander," Marcus answered, giving a thumbs up instead of a direct response. "I plan to imitate that someday," the first company commander chimed in. The Frontier Defense Commander just nodded in acknowledgement. Encrid felt no shame about his actions. He was full of excitement. However, he couldn't help but think that these people were just a little bit annoying. "So, what's the next step?" Marcus asked as he was about to stand up, noticing that they were almost done eating. "I'm planning to go a few more times," Encrid answered. "A few more?" Marcus asked, raising an eyebrow. The first time had been an unexpected attack, but it wouldn't be the same the second time. They would prepare. No matter how skilled Encrid was, or how wild Rem became with his axe, if they were surrounded, they wouldn't survive. "There's something that's been bothering me," Encrid said. It wasn't an empty remark. When they attacked the supply base and set fire to a few tents on their way back, Encrid had sensed something strange. It was a feeling, an instinct. Their eyes felt like the eyes of a hidden gem, like Cray's when he sneaked some coins away. Encrid mused internally. It felt like the enemy was hiding something more. He wanted to confirm that. He had already come up with a plan for this. He named it the Thud-Bam operation. Thud. Strike once, and when an opportunity arises, bam. Hit with all they had. That was the core of the plan. Encrid had come up with the basic framework, and Crais filled in the details. After returning to the camp, they discussed when and where to strike next. "Let's go at dawn this time," Crais suggested. His tone was calm, but to anyone who knew strategy, it was a brilliant idea. But Encrid thought it made sense. They had attacked under the cover of night before, so this time they would do it in broad daylight. It seemed like a good plan. "This will be fun, brother," Auden replied, hearing the details of the plan. The focus of the mission was the bear. Chapter 206. Thud-Bum. 3. The beginning of tactics is understanding what weapons you have. In this regard, both Encrid and Cray were faithful to the basics of tactics. Auden, being large, was always noticeable on the battlefield. If Auden caused a ruckus on the battlefield, could the enemy just ignore him? He was the visible threat, the one who destroyed siege weapons. Surely they'd be desperate to capture and kill him. He was the perfect distraction, with the best possible size and timing. "Auden? Yes, brother, leave it to me." Encrid left the long explanation to Crais. The core of the plan was simple. If Auden went out in broad daylight, everyone would be too busy focusing on him. The idea was to make a commotion in the east and then strike from the west. "Ha! This will be fun, brother Crais." Auden, after hearing the full explanation, laughed heartily. He might be surrounded and beaten to death if things went wrong, but if he was afraid of that, he wouldn't be in a crazy unit like this. On the third day of the battle, Encrid wanted to show the BAM in the operation. Of course the knife he would strike with would likely make a thwack, not a thunk. Encrid explained his strategy to Crais, and Crais cocked his head and then spoke. "What nonsense is that?" His tone was extremely rude, so Encrid smacked him on the back of the head. Thwack. It seemed to have been a bit forceful because Crais's head shook violently. Like a weeble, Crais quickly straightened his head and spoke. "I get the gist. Thunk and bam. Yeah, thunk and bam." Dunbakel, who had been listening to their conversation, privately questioned their mental state. "What kind of nonsense is that?" But she wasn't in a position to intervene, so she kept quiet. After all, wasn't she an uninvited guest? She could only watch and wait, clueless. In reality, whenever something happened, they'd take the small leopard instead of her. It could have made her feel pathetic, but grrr. The leopard didn't even look at her. It seemed too busy grooming its claws. The disregard was oddly comforting. More than anything, is this like a flower garden? Despite their insane minds, they were all good-looking too. Starting with Encrid, then Rem, Ragnar, Auden, and Cress. They were like flowers gathered together, each with their own unique style. Dunbakel herself didn't exactly care for appearances, but isn't it true that food that looks good tastes better? And they did look good. She didn't want to leave the flower garden. She wanted to stay. If she wanted to survive here, though, she would have to work harder to prove her worth. "I'll go with you," Dunbakel said, making up her mind. She meant she would accompany Auden. "Want to?" "Go ahead," Encrid replied nonchalantly. He figured it wouldn't be a problem as long as she stuck close to Auden. And soon the operation began. Sneaking out of the city wasn't difficult. What do you think of the Gilpin Guild? They've secretly made at least 3 escape tunnels. The enemy had surrounded the city walls, making it hard to get out through the opposite gate. There were scouts patrolling that area too. And they were mounted scouts. It was hard to catch them since they were on horseback, but they were easy to spot. In that case, they just needed to sneak out. After removing a few stones from the south gate, a small hole, half a tunnel, appeared. The problem was, it's narrow, brother. Odin was as big as a bear. This hole was too small for him. The religious zealot soldier had to crouch sideways just to get out of the small gate. Well, this wasn't expected. Gilpin, who had been guiding them, responded, "Widen it." Encrid gave a simple answer. "If it's too narrow, just widen it." Well, this might not be an escape tunnel. It could also be an easy path for the enemy to get in, the bald-headed Gilpin muttered. Everything he said was true. We just need to make sure they don't come anywhere near the walls. Encrid replied. It wasn't a particularly grand plan, but Cress, who had been listening, couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's right. If done properly, the enemy wouldn't be able to get near the walls. This is how the flow of the battle is going. The border guard was a fortified city, but since it didn't have a moat, the defensive strength of the walls wasn't necessarily high. There were many watchtowers, so arrows could be fired in abundance. But that's not enough. What if they charge with shields raised? How would they stop them? Arrows alone wouldn't be sufficient. Pouring oil or hot water over them, or throwing stones, also had its limits. What if ladders started appearing everywhere? If the numbers are overwhelming, the walls will crumble in an instant. The advantage of the walls would be lost. It would be vulnerable to siege weapons like mangonels or trebuchets. Even if they brought siege towers, there would be no way to stop them. This is why moats were so important. It's not for nothing that they dig trenches and fill them with water in front of the gates. Even though the smell might be unpleasant from lack of proper maintenance, just having a moat makes defending the castle much easier. Then add some traps, and use strategies for breaking down the outer walls too. This was instinctive. Just as Encrid loses himself when he sees a sword, Craze had the habit of imagining the worst-case scenario and finding the best way to block it. Before long, Craze was thinking about the construction of the castle and its defensive structures, shaking his head as if to clear the thoughts. Anyway, this time, they would make sure the enemy couldn't even approach the walls. That was enough. Are you bringing back bread again? This was a question aimed at Encrid, who was leaving through the widened hole. Thanks to Odin, Encrid was leaving with his head bowed. He turned back, still in that posture. To his surprise, Cray, who had always been anxious, was looking at him with a bright expression. "We'll see." That was his greeting. After exiting, Encrid looked into the distance and saw smoke cutting through the sky. The enemy, for some reason, was still lighting the fires in their ovens. What was that about? Confidence, perhaps? As the Lord said, sometimes it gets lonely in his kingdom. Odin recited a prayer. It was a straightforward prayer. It meant he was willing to send a few souls to the Lord. In other words, he was planning to beat a few people senseless to knock on the gates of heaven. Take it easy. Being too conspicuous will cause problems. Encrid reminded him of their goal. Don't worry, brother. I was once recognized as a person who neither overdid nor lacked anything. Was that true? It didn't sound like something the person who always demanded excessive training would say. Your gaze is disrespectful, brother. Even someone of that size had some awareness. Encrid nodded and said, I'm going. Jackson followed Encrid, and Odin moved with Dunbakel. Today, Rem and Ragnar were absent. It was enough to move with a small group. Are you leaving me behind? Me? Hi. Just me? Leaving me here? Rem had a fit, but when it came to moving without drawing attention, wasn't Jackson the best? Esther didn't stop and followed as well. Grr. Hidden among the underbrush beneath the castle wall, they looked on as the leopard let out a small cry. The leopard, who hadn't been seen for several days, now seemed more lively than ever. Jackson. We'll sync up. I'll mute the sounds and eliminate our presence. We'll walk to the target location. What was Jackson's nickname among Rem and the surrounding team members? the sneaky wildcat. It wasn't for nothing they called him that. Even Rem, who usually didn't care about things, said Jackson's couldn't be read if he didn't want it to be. Jackson demonstrated his skills. He silenced his footsteps and used the terrain's bushes and contours to move. When rocks appeared along the way, he would sit behind them. As Jackson sat behind the rock, only about 20 steps away, Martai's scout group passed by. However, as planned, he went unnoticed and was able to make it to a point where he could observe the rear supply base. Having perfectly grasped the surrounding terrain and taken the scout's intentions into account, he moved silently, every step considered. "Move over, assassin," Encrid thought as he took his position in the tree. On either side of him, Esther and Jackson were watching the supply base. Now it was time to wait for the commotion. Greg, the captain of the 1st Battalion under Ulf, was a man who could certainly be called a fierce warrior. He was a shock trooper, leading his unit with sheer strength. What is a shock trooper? It's the unit that leads the charge, the front line. "The bare bastard who destroyed our siege weapons is here." The cry of a messenger reached Greg's ears. The massive figure who destroyed the mangonel. It was impressive. That kind of strength seemed almost inhuman. So, is strength everything? Does it determine the outcome of a battle? Nonsense. The outcome of a fight is never that easily decided. Now, how did it happen? Did the gates open? No, that wasn't it. The city was still surrounded. The scout parties had been moving without a pause. If something like that had happened, they would have known right away. Did they sneak out? Just because the city was surrounded didn't mean there was no way out. Being brave doesn't mean being foolish. Greg realized the enemy's intentions. They had snuck out and been caught. They're targeting the supply line again. Attacking the supply route repeatedly was their only way of survival. The 2nd Battalion commander, Zimmer, had said it himself. "If we just surround and hold, we'll win." The warmonger can only do what's obvious. We won't fall for it twice. Zimmer had gritted his teeth in frustration. They had sent out a small group of soldiers to try and deal with the big one. But there was a limit to what could be sent out. For a situation that required a small strike force, they couldn't afford to send someone that capable to the rear. Greg moved forward with certainty. It was, of course, a mistake. Odin had been moving in the front to draw attention. "Brothers, are you on your way to greet the Lord?" While talking nonsense, Odin swung his fists at the approaching enemy soldiers. The punch looked heavy and dull. The enemy soldiers probably thought they could just avoid it. It was that slow. In fact, the more threatening figure was the beast woman swinging a scimitar next to him. The white hair flying in the wind showed she was no ordinary warrior. So, without being a knight, isn't it nearly impossible to overcome a numerical disadvantage? Immediately, Greg's shock unit moved. The armed infantry charged with spears and shields. This was Martai's pride, its shock troops. Relatively light armor, large shields covering half of the body, and infantry armed with spears. Troops focused on the charge. "There's a lot of them," Dunbakel shouted. Odin sized them up. About 40 to 50 soldiers. It would be fine to clash with them. Only 50 soldiers after all. Just avoid the long spears and charge in. Gain distance first and land a powerful blow. No need for Balaf-style wrestling. Just a straightforward strike would break the formation of some of the enemy troops. After that, it would be easy to jump into the enemy ranks. The long spears would be more of a hindrance than anything. Naturally, the enemy would try to press him down with their shields, but that was futile. He would push them aside and break them one by one. But Odin didn't do that. He deflected the approaching spears with the back of his hand, dodged, and slowly swung his heavy fists. Occasionally, he picked up stones from the ground and threw them. Whoosh! Thud! A rock struck a shield, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. "Just a dumb brute with strength," one of the enemy infantry yelled. That was exactly what Odin wanted them to think. Exactly as planned. Drawing attention and creating a false sense of security. Before they left, Krays had emphasized this 16 times. Don't kill them all! You need to match the pace and come back. I'm no barbarian, brother. Odin followed Krays' instructions. The intent was obvious. The enemy was underestimating them, so they would use that to their advantage. Odin had years of combat experience before coming here. Reading the intentions of his brother was easy. Are you going to fight while hiding behind your shields, brothers? Odin deliberately spoke with an angry expression. You're just a lump relying on brute strength. One of Greg's company commanders shouted. He thought that if he kept tightening the pressure on the enemy, they would eventually break. A commotion broke out. The rocks Odin occasionally threw could have been fatal. Most importantly, if the enemy got caught by that monstrous strength, it wouldn't end well. The enemy soldiers didn't close the distance recklessly, only thrusting their spears. Odin was faithfully playing his role, creating chaos in the front and being a noticeable figure. Naturally, all eyes were on him. That was enough. Encrid once again raided the supply base. At the same time, he wanted to confirm something that was bothering him. Jackson. Toda maini word. I'll make a circle around the back of the supply base and check where the enemy soldiers are gathered. See what their formation is like. Jackson didn't answer but blinked his eyes. Me? Really? Do I have to do this? He had a talent for communicating so clearly with just his eyes. Just do it. Do it. Encrid pushed him. As he had realized long ago, these men listened to their orders more than he expected. Fine. Though he seemed indifferent, Jackson moved as instructed, and Encrid patted Esther's head as he spoke. Want some bread? It was just the two of them raiding the supply base. The enemy had prepared an ambush, but Encrid, with his sharp senses, detected it and broke through with sheer force. Instead of killing everyone, they lightly stepped around, set fire to a few tents, and stole some bread. Odin was causing a ruckus up front. The enemy's defenses were tougher than before, but that was all. Odin was creating a scene. The guards' attention was subtly drawn to the front. Thanks to that, the mission was much easier. Seeing that, Jackson began sneaking behind the enemy soldiers, since he was already moving. Esther, let's go. Encrid, while at it, destroyed a few of the furnaces. You bastard! An enemy soldier shouted, clearly the commander. Should I kill him? Encrid briefly considered it, but decided against it. If he fought properly, it would only make the enemy more alert. Instead, Encrid darted away again, hitting and running. He had done it several times when facing weaker opponents, but this time it was much easier. Odin had drawn attention for him. His skills had improved since then. Esther's condition was excellent as well. The leopard had proven quite useful. Grar! With a chilling roar, the leopard would break enemy soldiers' shins or claw at them, all while moving incredibly swiftly. Her skills have improved too, Encrid thought to himself. On the way back, Encrid naturally observed the movements of the soldiers he had just faced. He remembered, recalled, and reflected on it. There was something to learn from this. No. It was only natural to learn. The part that troubled him would be clarified by Jackson. So, we've got some room to breathe. Encrid returned to his original mindset. With the sword and training, and considering the path ahead, the road of discipline continued. Chapter 207. Unease and the Vanguard. What do the enemies in front of me possess? Some soldiers were deeply immersed in thrusting. Others were skilled at wielding their spears like clubs, gripping them by the middle. Another soldier's spear-wielding strength was lacking, but he was sharp enough to find openings. It was instinct, a matter of natural talent. But they seemed to lack proper training. Their endurance was insufficient, and their strength was even more so. Their reaction times weren't bad, but that was all. Each soldier had something they had learned and trained, something they carried, wielded, and used in combat. Even though they all underwent the same training, what they developed was different. They all wielded spears, but the way they used them was entirely different. Encrid observed it all with his eyes. The swaying spear tips, the wavering eyes, the habit of stepping forward with the left foot. Some had learned the Valen-style mercenary sword techniques, even feigning missteps to deceive their opponents. Among them, many showed the marks of constant training. It's a sudden realization, but if there's anything more frightening than overwhelming talent, crack! An enemy charging with clenched teeth, even as their fingers were severed. Their courage and resolve were different. The burning determination in their eyes was evident. Encrid never approached any moment half-heartedly. He never took his enemies lightly. Hiding his skills was one thing, but wielding his sword with full intent was another matter. As the spear came toward him, he adjusted his stance, and the enemy, abandoning their spear, rushed toward him, attempting to overpower him with raw strength. Encrid, remembering the battlefield where he had acquired the heart of the beast, bent his knees and met the attack with his back. He used his strength to toss the enemy soldier over his shoulder. With a thud, the soldier flew, landing on his shoulder and rolling across the ground. The heart of the beast. Those with unshakable hearts are fiercer than those with exceptional talent. Encrid reminded himself of how important the heart of a beast was. He had never forgotten. By repeating everything he had learned daily, how could he forget? Stuck in the today, he constantly reaffirmed everything he possessed. Afterward, he continued to watch the movements of the soldiers. A strike with the body twisted around the left foot. It resembled a one-handed thrust with a sword, but by extending the spear forward and releasing it, some soldiers threw their spears like a javelin. It was an unexpected strike and a creative attack, but it wasn't threatening. Their timing was simply different. The heart of a beast, focused concentration, the sense of evasion, and the technique of isolation formed his body. It was an amazing technique, but it was something he could evade. His body reacted the moment he saw it. The reflection was complete. Now it was a matter of incorporating their techniques and efforts into his own body. From here, time was needed. As he withdrew and looked back, no large black smoke rose above his head. Although he had set fire to things, it quickly had been suppressed. Thus, the supply base hadn't received a heavy blow. However, the sense of having been beaten while remaining on alert would linger. And even if there wasn't much damage, the fact that the supply base had caught fire in itself was a blow. Escaping wasn't difficult. Grar, dot Cri. Esther walked lightly beside him, as she had never done before. The leopard hadn't come to him for cuddles, except when sleeping. As he ran, he noticed Esther looking up. Her eyes were bright and large. No, her eyes seemed even larger than before. Meow. It seemed like the leopard was asking what he was staring at. If this leopard were a person, it would have a temper as bad as Rem's. Nothing. Encrid responded nonchalantly, just as he would with Rem. Over there! As they emerged from the bushes, a shout came from behind. It was a group of soldiers chasing him. Encrid listened to the soldiers' voices and roughly gauged the distance. It was a technique Jackson had taught him, how to judge distances by hearing. Using his sharp senses, he calculated the location and distance of those pursuing him and concluded that shaking them off wouldn't be hard. He was relaxed. At the same time, he had another thought. Observing the enemy's habits as Encrid observed the enemy, he noticed something interesting. One of the squad leaders, despite the chaotic situation, used his head. "Bring the net," he shouted, trying to trap both Esther and himself at the same time. He said it while retreating, keeping a distance. If he truly intended to kill them, it might not have been impossible, but Encrid felt no need to engage and simply watched. Fire! In an unexpected move, the squad leader did something remarkable. While preparing the net, arrows suddenly flew. The moment the command was given, the enemy soldiers surrounding them immediately retreated. It was a prearranged maneuver. Most notably, the trust in their squad leader was clear from the soldiers' swift response to his orders. The net was a decoy, and the real plan was to fire arrows, which of course didn't catch Encrid off guard. Instead, having avoided the trap, he now had room to think. It reminded him of a day when it was snowing, back when he was still leading a troublesome squad, the time when they were about to deal with the Gilpin Guild. "Order us, and those who can will do it." Ragnar had said that. Encrid observed the squad leader's actions, his tactical thinking, and his squad's combat style, and realized that this wasn't his area of expertise. But he knew something was missing. The current battle was the same. Defending alone wasn't going to cut it. Striking at the supply lines with just this was out of the question. This was like trying to piss in the snow, useless. So, what should be done? If I push craze? An answer would come. Wasn't it something he learned that winter day? If he couldn't do it, he should put someone capable in charge. Leading a squad wasn't an easy task. I can't be a battalion commander. It was a fleeting thought. At any rate, all that mattered now was getting back. He didn't have time to learn strategies or tactics. He couldn't keep fighting like this while holding the title of company commander. Step by step, I'll learn. To issue orders, you need to understand what they mean. When someone speaks, you need to grasp their intent. Only then can you be a true commander. A knight is someone who walks ahead, but sometimes they are also the commander responsible for the soldiers. And even if that's not the case, if I let all my men die under my command, especially if it happens because I was lazy in my learning, Encrid couldn't possibly stand by and watch such a thing again. Ulf didn't get angry blindly. His eyes were still sharp. He wasn't a dull man, no matter what anyone said. This feels off. It wasn't a significant blow. It wasn't even one of the main supply lines, just the one near the furnace supply base that was disturbed. It was literally just a disruption. It wasn't a fatal strike. This wouldn't shake the entire battlefield, but the fact that they kept being hit like this was starting to irritate him. "What about him?" Ulf asked. At the commander's question, Greg wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead as he answered. "We missed him." Greg, the assault commander. Beyond his individual strength, his unit specialized in chasing down retreating enemies. Even if a battle broke out, he wasn't someone who would easily be overpowered. Before Encrid's reputation spread widely, he was already a warrior with the fame of wiping out 2 colonies by himself. When it came to fame, anyone who could handle towns, cities, or continents was considered someone of great renown. If someone in Greg's command was better, they would probably only number 1 or 2. Missed him? Even more shocking was that Greg, known for charging, running, and striking as his specialties, had failed to catch the enemy. "Marcus, you crazy bastard. What kind of scheme are you pulling?" Ulf wondered to himself. He didn't know the enemy's intentions, but there was definitely something going on. The unease was building in his chest. Still, it wasn't the time to get angry. It's just a sloppy trick. Moreover, the troops I brought haven't even shown their full strength. If we just tighten the pressure and keep pushing, they won't be able to do anything. The de facto commander of the Bentra Baronate's forces spoke up. Ulf could tell from the way the man reacted to the name Encrid that he had a deep disdain for him. The relatively young face was a mix of confidence and arrogance. The expression said it all. He thought he was better, that he could handle it. Insecurity? It didn't seem like it. After all, he was a noble commander. There were even rumors that he was an illegitimate child of a noble. In contrast, the enemy was a soldier who had risen from the streets. Whatever the case, the unease lingered. Ulf hadn't just blindly brought troops along. Of course, he had prepared a few secret weapons as well. For instance, some of the soldiers who had joined after erasing their family crests were hiding something. Something meant for show. There were things hidden, so maintaining the status quo on the battlefield wouldn't be a bad idea. Keeping things as they were could benefit their side. Let's observe for a few more days. We'll watch their reactions over the next 2 days and then make another push at the walls. Time was on his side, Ulfr judged. This was a moment that called for calm, not anger. After spending the night, the morning of the 4th battlefield dawned. Ulf had a hearty breakfast of well-baked bread, fresh cabbage, jerky, and dried fruits, followed by a sip of water mixed with wine. The battle had been minimal, with just small units making light contact. Had their forces suffered any significant losses? No. With a calm judgment, Ulf cleared the unease from his mind, wiped his face, and donned his armor. "Commander!" A messenger rushed into the command tent. All the commanders who had gathered for breakfast turned their attention to the messenger. "What is it?" Greg, still on edge from the previous day's failure, spoke roughly without thinking. "The enemy is coming out." Everyone blinked in confusion. "Where are they coming from?" Zimmer, the 2nd Battalion commander, asked. "They've come out of the city." Why? It was so absurd that the words, which had been forming in his chest, slipped out without control. What? How would the messenger know? Zimmer was no different. He surely had the same question. What are they doing out there? Even Greg, who had been gruff, now blinked in confusion and spoke in a much softer tone. "They are forming up their ranks." The messenger reported exactly what he had seen and heard. A river of silence swept through the command post. It felt as though a silent uproar was shaking the tent. Why are they coming out? Is everyone crazy? Forming up their ranks? Are they asking for a full-scale fight? For what reason? They're leaving the walls behind. Even with the walls, the advantage is ours. It was the one who had been standing there like a scarecrow. The hollow commander of the troops without a crest spoke his thoughts. It seems they'd rather fight than stay trapped. The commander of the Bentra baronet's forces also spoke. There didn't seem to be any other reason for the enemy's actions. Still, Ulf could feel the uneasy discomfort he had pushed aside earlier slowly spreading, like a wine stain spilled onto a carpet. But retreating now, he'd be the subject of ridicule for the rest of his life. If there were a bard around, they might give him the nickname Cowardly General. Sometimes, on the battlefield, even if the odds seem impossible, there are times when you must still act. Right now, anyone could see that they held the upper hand. But retreat? It wasn't the time to back out just because of discomfort. I'll use the cavalry. Set them in a defensive line. If they want a full battle, we'll give it to them. Ulf spoke with authority. The enemy had left the advantages of the walls behind, so if they could break their forces, that would settle things. That would erase the discomfort too. Did they request reinforcements? No, that was unlikely. As soon as they advanced, the city was surrounded, and even if they secretly sent someone to request reinforcements, who would send troops? Count Molson? That man had already sent in forces that had erased their family crests, tearing apart the border guards. From the center? That was even more impossible. The chances of the central army of Norillia intervening were lower than the odds of a passing crow eating the eyes of a knight. Let's go. At the general's command, all the commanders stood up. Let me take the lead. Greg stepped forward. Of course. Assault Commander Greg, a warrior who wouldn't easily be bested by anyone. I've made the supply lines more secure. We won't be caught off guard by any feints. 2nd Battalion Commander Zimmer added. He was a meticulous and mistake-free commander. Ulf nodded in satisfaction. Finally, there was the 3rd Battalion Commander, Reckley, who led the cavalry and scouts. His individual strength might not match Greg's, but when it came to exploiting gaps in the enemy's formation, he was more skilled than Ulf. Reckley? Yes, ready. But that wasn't the end of it. We're ready too. In fact, we were ready a while ago. I'll take care of that loudmouthed fool and end this pathetic rumor. The Bentra baronet's forces had secretly prepared their cavalry as well, and the number was over 50. Now, who had the advantage in this fight? Ulf silently asked the enemy commander, Marcus, who wasn't even visible in the distance. Chapter 208. The walls are bullshit cavalry and a separate detachment, along with a group dressed in shabby cloaks. Jackson faithfully followed Encrid's orders. Upon observing the positions of the forces in the back, he pinpointed exactly where they were located on the military map. It was neatly and clearly marked, almost like the work of an artist. In other words, it was both visually pleasing and easy to understand. Encrid had just muttered his thoughts based on Jackson's observations. The cavalry in the rear, a fairly large detachment, and lastly, the 5 cloaked figures. The fact that Jackson only spotted 5 people among the detachment meant they weren't ordinary individuals. His gut feeling and intuition told him as much. Purely a hunch, but Jackson was confident, and Encrid didn't dismiss it. "What do you think?" Encrid asked, folding his arms, waiting for Jackson's response. Jackson was brushing the dust off his armor. He casually knocked the dust off, watching it scatter into the air before settling on the ground. It was still hot. The season for cool weather was far off, but Jackson wasn't sweating profusely. Was he just taking it easy? Or was this truly an easy situation? Encrid wondered as he waited for the reply. "I think they are sorcerers." 5 sorcerers. Martai had prepared quite a force. What would be the best move here? Encrid didn't know. He pressed on Jackson. "Then, what do you think we should do next?" he asked out of genuine uncertainty, though his tone showed confidence. When in doubt, just push your subordinates, as he had learned. "Do you think we'll lose if we fight them?" the ever-optimistic Big Eyes asked instead. Encrid analyzed the enemy's strength, what he had learned from them, and the strength of his own troops. He didn't think they would lose. After all, they hadn't even shown their full power to the enemy, and there had been no need for theatrics. Odin hadn't really fought yet, and Encrid hadn't tried to change minor details either. It's a plan designed from the start for a full-scale battle. Fighting in the city with the walls would cause irreparable damage. Cryas's eyes gleamed as he said this. Encrid understood it too, and moved accordingly. The decision was the battalion commander's, and calling for an all-out battle was just their opinion. Externally, it would seem like they were forced to open the city gates and face the enemy directly. "I'm going to report," Encrid said quickly as he walked toward the command tent to speak with Marcus. "This should be fun, my dear fiancé." The fairy commander, who had overheard, carelessly addressed him with a nickname. Strangely, no one corrected her. Everyone was so used to it by now, they either didn't notice or simply ignored it. Even the first company commander and other leaders were used to it, and even the brigade commander's aide didn't mind. The fact that the scribe had written it down seemed less important with all that was going on. "Let's control the separate detachment in the rear," said the commander of the border defense. He was the first to take initiative. Marcus, of course, was already smiling and issued his orders. "Open the gates." As Encrid watched Marcus give the order, an automatic question came to mind. From Encrid's perspective, it was a question that was far too obvious. No matter how much faith he had in his forces, wasn't this a bit too much? Normally this would be considered a suicide mission, wouldn't it? The power gap was clear. Charging into battle against such an enemy in a chaotic fight was madness. In strategic and tactical terms, any commander who chose this path would be called a fool. Marcus simply stared at Encrid without responding. Then he asked, "Is that what you think?" Instead of answering, Encrid shook his head. "That's not the case." "Why wouldn't it be?" Ram, Ragnar, Odin, and Jackson. Even though the enemy had more numbers, Encrid wasn't afraid. Fighting on a battlefield where the numbers are clear is actually more comfortable than being dragged into urban combat. Well, urban warfare wouldn't necessarily be inconvenient either. Most importantly, I don't think we'll lose. That thought was the first to cross his mind. Encrid knew how to compare forces and read the flow of battle. It was only natural. If he hadn't been able to do that, he wouldn't have survived this long. I've revealed my name and told them to leave, yet they remain. Now I think it's time to show them what we're capable of, Marcus said with a gentle smile. Encrid was well aware that Marcus frequently mentioned the time he had revealed his name, and it seemed to have left quite an impression. Encrid nodded in acknowledgement. I'll lead the charge. It was the place he had always dreamed of, at the front of the battlefield. Now, he could stand there. No one would stop Encrid. With sword in hand, Encrid stepped forward at the front of the open city gates. Though his troops might have felt uneasy, the madmen are going out first, huh? Then it'll be fine. No one showed any signs of anxiety. They hadn't seen it properly, which is why they acted so boldly. If the enemy had encountered them on the battlefield, simply having a madmen unit would have made them change their strategy. However, Martai's forces remained calm. Their reaction was one of disbelief, almost like mocking them with their own antics. This was all due to Marcus's clever deception. At least Cray saw it as a political victory. Or rather, a victory through trickery. Spreading exaggerated or minimized stories about their forces, especially the crazed unit, had been effective. Ultimately, the result mattered, whether it was through politics or trickery. Why wasn't this a full-scale battle from the start? I almost died from waiting. Brown, stepping forward, asked. Craze mentally retraced his reasoning. Destroying Seeger weapons had been unexpected, but the reason for targeting the supply lines and disrupting the enemy was clear. Why? Because we need to end it all in one blow. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the smaller side. Moreover, the enemy had the support of nearby nobles, while they had set the Black Blade ablaze. Who knows what kind of trick the Black Blade might try next? Recently, they had also dealt with the cultists' holy sect, after all. They had systematically struck at the faces of their enemies. Thus, there was no benefit in prolonging the battle. The longer the fight, the more weaknesses would appear. Craze had always planned for this. One fight to end everything. For that to work, the enemy's focus had to be entirely on them. They needed to be provoked, angry, and willing to face them head-on. A strategy that was almost like psychological warfare. Just because, Craze didn't bother explaining further to Rem. Encrid would understand with just a few words, but explaining it to Rem would make it too long. Sometimes it was better to keep some things unsaid. That's me, Craze muttered to himself. More than anything, Rem knowing wouldn't change anything. Damn it. Rem chuckled and stepped forward. Even though he'd figured out why Cray was keeping quiet, he wasn't annoyed. What mattered now was the time to swing the axe. Christ trusted his troops. He believed their overwhelming strength would make a significant impact. Right? Still, a trace of anxiety crept in. It couldn't be helped. It was just his nature. Marcus felt the same way. He too was armed and stepping forward as part of the infantry. As a commander, he had his guards and stayed in the rear, but he was still out there with the soldiers. Marcus looked at the battlefield through the eyes of a commander. Encrid's response at the front would determine a lot in this fight. It was a fact that hit both his mind and his instincts. It's a bit dizzying, but what else could he do? This was the best option. I'm nervous. Marcus was taken aback, thinking his adjutant had somehow read his thoughts. But he didn't show it on the outside. Instead, he answered with nonchalance, trying to appear at ease. Is that so? Do you think we'll be okay? Of course. He replied confidently, as a commander should, maintaining the appearance of certainty. In Marcus's line of sight, the enemy's main force was approaching, assembling in formation. "Move forward!" At the leader's shout, the frontline troops began to move, stepping forward in perfect sync. Ha! 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 Their battle cry rang out, and the air reverberated with it. Dust was kicked up as if to push towards them. The military discipline was palpable. The anxiety of the soldiers was cutting through the air, stirred by the battle-ready intensity of the disciplined troops. That wasn't to say their own guards were incompetent. Their soldiers had fought in the mountains, in the water, against beasts and aspen, surviving as battle-hardened veterans. Marcus didn't need to step in. Charge! It was the 3rd Company commander. Was it his loud voice that earned him the position? Perhaps not, but his booming command seemed to reach every soldier. Forward! With that sharp command, the main force of their army took a step forward. Thud! Die! Ha! Yo, don't sing. The same method was used to raise their battle spirit in sync. Meanwhile, Encrid's madmen unit was pushing forward as well. The two armies were about to meet in a clash. At that moment, a disturbance arose in the enemy's front lines. More accurately, something was charging toward the space between the two armies where they had been facing off. It was a surprising move, almost like a work of art in military tactics. While both sides were eyeing each other, an unexpected strike was made. Of course, Encrid and his group were also using this moment of standoff to push forward. Thud! 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 The ground began to shake. The vibrations were so strong it seemed like the earth itself was trembling. From the source of the sound, riders could be seen charging forward. It was the cavalry, their horses clad in metal plating, the sound of hooves pounding the earth. The enemy's lances were the first to be seen. Thud! 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 The sound of galloping horses reached the ears of the Allies. Marcus heard it, and so did Encrid and his men. If the cavalry charged straight into the main force, the damage would be devastating, and they would be at a disadvantage from the start. At the head of the cavalry was the commander, a figure without a banner, leading the charge. Marcus had been aware of the enemy's cavalry and had been sending scouts to monitor them. But then, cavalry appeared from the opposite side. That's right. Those were the same forces Encrid's madman unit had reported on in the strategy map. The enemies had been hiding one of their ace cards. That hidden dagger was now charging directly at the main force, with the madman unit standing in the way. "They're going to get crushed," the adjutant shouted. Marcus thought to himself that this young officer always spoke out of turn. Of course, Marcus had been thinking the same thing. As a commander, he knew not to let any sense of doubt spread among his troops. Thud! 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 The speed of the cavalry was terrifying. Against these charging riders, infantry would be like dry twigs, breakable and easily crushed if they collided. Marcus trusted Encrid. He believed in the power of his unit. But against cavalry, was it really okay to face an opponent charging with full intent? It was an unexpected blow. The Martai bastards, pulling out their secret weapon from the very start. It had caught them off guard. The commander of the Bentria Baron's forces had decided to lead the charge himself. Greg had objected, but there was no room for such defiance. Breaking the enemy's morale and shattering their formation from the outset is the foundation of warfare. This wasn't a strategy for city militias. It was the strategy of a noble leading a cavalry unit. It was different from the strategy of a provincial infantry commander. Greg had to admit it. What that commander said was more efficient, more effective, and more deadly. And so the Bentria Baron's commander unleashed his cavalry. 50 elite riders. They weren't specialized for direct charge tactics like heavy cavalry, but they were still cavalry. Usually, they employed strategies to flank the enemy's sides, but today, their opponent was infantry. Charging straight at them would give the cavalry the advantage. It was always that way. Cavalry versus infantry. The cavalry would counter the pikes with their own lances and infantry, making the fight turn in their favor. "We're going to wipe out those arrogant border guard peasants. Anyone have any objections?" At the commander's order, the 50 cavalrymen shouted in unison. "No objections. Let's go." With a swift motion, they prepared for the charge. Was it difficult? No. Tom. The horses were ready, and as the cavalry dashed forward, the commander thought to himself, "Bastard. When had it been? When he was deployed to a frontier village? Encrid's walls? What a joke." That was when he made up his mind. If he ever met that arrogant fool, he'd crush him. That was his resolve. Originally, he had planned only to silence the fool with a sharp reprimand. But now, it seemed like he might just end the fool's life altogether. The cavalry wore light armor, and the riders avoided heavy weapons. They favored glaives, a unit known for their expertise with long spears. They would wield their weapons with precision. Their tactic was to hook the spear handle to the side of the saddle, sweeping past enemy formations while charging. The speed of the cavalry combined with their sharp weapons made them deadly. That was their strength. Charging forward, cutting down anything in their path. The 10 or so infantrymen in the middle of the line were just an appetizer. Their true goal was the enemy's main force. They were planning to cut through the front lines swiftly and decisively. The commander was caught up in excitement. The exhilaration surged within him. His side had the advantage. They were mounted, and their enemies were mere foot soldiers. How could he not be thrilled when victory was practically guaranteed? His blood boiled, his heart raced, and the commander shouted, "The walls? What a joke!" It was a cry from deep within his soul. Chapter 209, Victory by Trickery. Encrid placed his hand on the grip of his sword and steadied his breath. He was at the forefront, at the tip of the spear, the cutting edge, whatever you called it. He was at the very front. A vast battlefield had unfolded before them. The terrain was so flat it could be called a plain. The charge of the cavalry had been anticipated. No, it was something anyone could have predicted. And yet, for this to unfold like this, it was madness. To the enemy, they must have been wondering if there was anyone sane among them. Even so, no one had expected the cavalry to charge right from the start. Thud, thud, thud. Though the cavalry was still distant, the ground trembled under their galloping hooves. The sound of the earth shaking aside, there was still quite a distance before it would turn into a clash of swords. Still, they were fast, and the gap was closing rapidly. The fierceness of the horses, the dust rising from their hooves, and the unified armor of the cavalry, everything about them could easily become an object of fear. "Well, are you enjoying this?" Ever sharp-eyed, observed the approaching cavalry commander. The commander wore a helmet that obscured his face. But was it possible to discern his expression? "Can you see that?" "Yeah, I can feel it." Rem snorted in response. Was his instinct as terrifying as a Jackson's? Or perhaps it was just that whenever someone looked down on him, his reflexive instincts kicked in. Whatever the reason, Encrid felt something similar. He measured the number of approaching cavalry. Over 50. Those present at the front were himself, Rem, Ragnar, Saxon, and Auden. Finn, Dunbakel, and Esther were positioned further back. "I can fight too," Dunbakel had protested just before coming out, but her claim was meaningless. After all, this was the same person who followed Auden and got her skull nearly cracked open. Now she had a bandage wrapped from her left ear to her forehead. "Sister, you nearly died. If you want to go to heaven, just say the word. I'll send you there right now." Auden's polite death threat silenced Dunbakel. She had followed Auden and talked big, but even if she hadn't gotten injured, Auden still wouldn't have taken her. "She's too weak," Rem muttered under his breath, before adding a chilling "we'll see in parting." Just because Rem's usual demeanor seemed light-hearted didn't mean his words carried no weight. For those who heard him, the "we'll see" was downright terrifying. Dunbakel had no idea. Encrid cast aside his fleeting thoughts. The cavalry was now right on top of them. Thud! 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 The ground rumbled as the charging cavalry drew their weapons. Their long, wide spears, angled downward toward the ground, glinted in the sunlight. It was a glaive, more suited for sweeping attacks than thrusting. It was an unusually clear day. Encrid couldn't help but think the sunlight and his sword's blade went well together. Well, that was the least of his worries. Cling. He drew his sword, gripped it with both hands, and twisted it slightly. Walls? What a joke! At the same time, the cavalry commander at the front of the charge shouted. Encrid performed a technique from the Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship. Valen-style mercenary sword attack. Blinding flash. The razor-sharp blade, gleaming like a mirror, reflected the sunlight directly into the enemy's eyes, blinding them with the glare. Ah! As the charging cavalryman's eyes were hit with the sunlight, he raised a hand in an attempt to shield his eyes. But that did little to slow the horse's charge. It kept coming at full speed. Despite the incoming glaive's deadly momentum, it seemed that the energy had diminished somewhat. Whether the sunlight shone down or not, the approaching glaive's blade was cutting through the air, aiming to slice through Encrid's neck. The wide spearhead was angled to cleave through the air. Reflected sunlight, the sharp blade of his own sword, the enemy, the foe, the sun, the earth, the horse, the dust, the battlefield, the vanguard. In a single moment, Encrid recalled everything around him, then let it all go to fully immerse himself in the task at hand. He forgot himself, forgot the world, leaving only the enemy and the sword. As the glaive came charging toward him, his beast heart thrummed with power. The courage gained from the heart of the beast made him unaffected by the incoming spear, while his sharpened senses allowed him to read the perfect timing. Encrid swung his sword vertically, striking the glaive's blade with full force. Clang! Cut! The sharp, crisp sound rang through the air, marking the beginning of everything. The combined strength of his youthful muscles and the rare, fine blade harmonized. Thwang! Against the line of spears raised in unison, Encrid shattered the first glaive. There was no time to observe the shattered glaive flying through the air. In this world where only the enemy, his sword, and himself existed, his only task was to wield the sword. He parried, slashed, and deflected every spear that came at him, looking for openings to strike. Whack! The blade cut between the gaps in the horse's armor, severing its right front leg. A hot, steaming spray of blood erupted, and the shrill cry of the injured cavalryman echoed through the air. The scream soon faded as the battle pressed on, and the spears continued their relentless assault. This was the nature of a cavalry charge. Once it began, it couldn't be stopped. Amidst Encrid's focus on the battle, a thought from Ragnar's words resurfaced in his mind. When you apply the longsword techniques, there are two types of cuts you learn. Typically, when teaching techniques, one would explain their effectiveness first, but with Ragnar, that was not something to expect. The lion cut and the steel cut, Ragnar had said. Though the explanation was poor, Encrid understood it well. The lion cut wasn't about slaying an actual lion, but rather about slicing through dynamic, charging targets in a single decisive strike. The steel cut, on the other hand, was about cutting through hard, solid materials, even when still. Initially, they were two separate styles, dynamism and resilience. But later, the goal was to combine them in a single strike. If you wish to obtain willpower, you must master both. Ragnar's last words had stuck in Encrid's mind, as well as the realization of the technique Ragnar had shown. His cleaving skill had started with these two cuts. As the cavalry charged, Encrid recalled the lion cut. In his mind, the image of the swordsmanship remained. Reacting with his instincts, his body, hands, feet, and sword moved as one, striking down the charging cavalry. Thwang! Whack! Assists. Three chaotic sounds collided as they rushed past his ears. The horse and rider, cleaved from head to front leg, collapsed to the ground behind them. Ugh! A cavalryman who had fallen from his horse screamed, unlucky enough to be the one to face the final blow. He died in his fall, his head striking the ground and causing his limbs to twitch uncontrollably. And with that, the first wave of the charge had passed. As expected, no one on Encrid's side had fallen. Cavalry was a weapon in itself. To directly face the charge of a galloping horse head-on, that was something only giants or frogs would attempt. But was that truly a wise decision? If you could stop one, what about the rest charging right behind it? If you liked being crushed by the weight of a horse and its armor, then maybe it was a good strategy. Yes, generally speaking, facing a cavalry charge head-on was madness. Even if you were confident in your abilities, that was the case. So what were these opponents thinking? Marcus had witnessed the reaction of those facing the enemy cavalry's charge. From the moment Encrid parried the first glaive to the sight of the largest soldier in their ranks, he noticed him first, perhaps due to his size. Wasn't his name Auden? A devout soldier who began his day with prayer. Yet, despite that, he was also someone who could kill anything, be it man, beast, or monster. He met the charge of the cavalry head-on. He knocked aside the spear aimed at him with a short club about the length of his forearm, then blocked the horse's head with his palm before redirecting it. Did the blade truly bounce off like that? Could one truly change the direction of a horse's charge with just their arm strength? That wasn't the end of it. With a single blow, the horse crumpled sideways, losing its momentum and collapsing in a heap. To watch him absorb the cavalry charge like that left Marcus beyond astonished. He was flabbergasted. This doesn't make sense. It was an astounding feat. To Marcus's eyes, it was hard to tell, but Auden hadn't actually struck the glaive's blade directly. Instead, he had struck the shaft of the spear at the junction where the blade met. The enemy cavalry had connected the spear to the back of the saddle, holding the midsection to steady it. That was the core tactic, the method of striking in time with the charge's speed. Auden, however, didn't budge, fully countering the charge. After taking down one cavalryman, the devout bear of a man then ducked to avoid the next glaive, and, on the third strike, brought his club down on the horse's head. Bang! This time there was no scream as the horse perished. Its helmeted head burst open, spraying blood. Through that chaos, Auden wore a gentle smile, though Marcus couldn't even see that much. It wasn't just Auden who caught Marcus's attention. If Auden was first, the next was the madman wielding an axe. Wah! With a yell, Rem swung his axe to deflect the glaive. Strangely, the axe blade and the spearhead locked together, refusing to part. Then, as though entangled in vines, the two seemed to move backward, along with the mounted knight. Rem then pulled off an astonishing maneuver. Without breaking form, he snatched the middle of the spear's shaft, used his foot to stomp on the horse's head, and then climbed over the rider. Marcus could hardly comprehend what he was witnessing. It was something only possible with lightning-fast legs, reflexes, and brute strength beyond reason. Crack! From atop the horse, Ram delivered an axe strike to the cavalryman's skull. Then, like a leap, he moved sideways to evade the next mounted knight, who had drawn an esterk, a specialized three-pronged sword meant for stabbing. Before the cavalryman could even unsheath it, the blade of Rem's axe had already cut through his shoulder. The dazzling, flashing axe blade was like magic in its swiftness. Rem killed two cavalrymen in quick succession and rolled across the ground, narrowly avoiding being trampled by the horse's hooves as he swiftly dodged. For Marcus, it was a series of bewildering, impossible feats. It was akin to watching an acrobat troupe perform in a central city, completely incomprehensible. Encrid had also made his mark, smashing through the first spear with pure strength before continuing to strike and cleave through more. His movements were raw, almost brutal, but with each swing, his sword effortlessly cut through the mounted soldiers, leaving a trail of cleaved foes. His strikes were reckless, but they were also satisfying to watch, each blow struck with such force that it left a sense of triumph in the air. Nearby, Ragnar also exhibited a similar fighting style. The difference, however, was that instead of wild swings, he employed more subtle thrusts and strategic positioning with his blade, rendering the cavalry's charge useless. That, too, was an impressive skill. Encrid's weighty, powerful strikes that broke the charge of the cavalry were exhilarating to watch, each one as refreshing as a breath of air. Yet, one of them was barely even visible, but what did that matter? No one cared about him. What truly mattered was this. The cavalry charged, yet on the charging side, dozens of knights had disappeared. Meanwhile, the intended targets remained unharmed. The blood of the cavalry and their horses spilled across the ground in streaks. The blood was the result of the cavalry's continued charge, now stained with death. Those whose heads had burst open, or been cleaved in half, left a fountain of blood behind them. Dust kicked up by the hooves mixed with the blood, turning the ground a red hue. Seeing all this, Marcus's mouth opened. "Lieutenant." "Yes, sir?" "Who gathered them all in one place?" The lieutenant, already aware from his investigation, recited the facts. It was the former battalion commander. Even that idiot did something useful for once. It was unlikely that the former battalion commander had intentionally set up this situation. From assaults on superiors to causing various issues, he had gathered troublemakers into one unit, likely with plans to use them as expendable pawns for meat shields or sacrificial tactics. He probably thought that if these men died in battle, the glory would be his, as he had a history of taking credit for the achievements of his subordinates. He didn't have the stomach to dismiss them, but he probably saw them as nothing more than disposable tools. The idiot had surely intended to throw them away as pawns. And then, that Encrid guy came in and became the centerpiece of it all. Marcus, the political strategist, immediately realized the origin of the squad's formation. The former commander might have been a fool, but in this case he had inadvertently made a smart decision. Well, something good came out of it. I'd almost want to pin a medal on him. Gathering them all together and placing Encrid as the squad leader was indeed a stroke of genius. Look at this, truly marvelous. While Marcus marveled at the outcome, the enemy commander, who had ordered the charge, was in utter disbelief. The commander of the Bentra Baron's army, leader of the cavalry with the spears, was forced to halt. After completing the charge, he had to wheel his forces around. The formation needed adjustment, and 12 out of 50 men had already been killed. It was only luck that he himself had survived. Had he been caught in the same range as his men, he would have been dead too. The commander saw the flashing blades passing by. He saw the one wielding the sword. It was Encrid, the same name he had first heard when it was written on the walls of a castle, a name that seemed to belong to the subject of ridiculous rumors. That was all just a bluff. The rumors had been completely unfounded. The tactic had only seemed like an attempt to intimidate, to make the other army retreat by puffing out their chest. So they were supposed to be slaughtered in this charge, and become nothing more than meat. But what was this? Was this a dream? What the hell is going? The commander muttered, momentarily losing his will to fight. But he couldn't afford to give up just yet. The battle had only just begun. As he repositioned his troops and prepared the formation, 4 survivors emerged from the carnage. Among them was a man with black hair and a helmet that didn't quite fit, his piercing blue eyes visible. He looked deep in thought, muttering something to the side, though it wasn't clear what he said. Just as the commander regained his resolve, it happened. Thud! Ugh! Suddenly, a blade pierced into his neck as if a torch had been shoved into him. The searing pain spread throughout his body. His muscles froze for a moment. "Commander!" He heard his subordinate shout from behind. He tried to speak, but no words came out. When your vocal cords are severed and your throat pierced, it's impossible to say anything. Grrrg. Blood and foam bubbled from the commander's mouth as his head jerked to the side. The cause of his death was a slash to the back of the neck, and the man who gave him that final gift was Jackson, a red-haired soldier of the enemy. The noise vanished. The murmurs stopped. In the silence, Jackson moved purposefully as all eyes turned to him. Chapter 210. Marcus hid those madmen. Jackson had anticipated that the cavalry would not go too far before halting. After a charge where so many of his men fell, it was only natural for the commander to give that order. Instead of directly engaging the charge, Jackson lowered his posture and moved with a different plan. While everyone else focused on the charging cavalry, observing those who had repelled it, Jackson positioned himself at a place where he predicted the cavalry would stop, moving into position before they did. He moved before the cavalry, confident that, given the short distance, he could match their speed. The result of his maneuver was clear. He struck the calf of the enemy commander, who had his neck pierced and was leaning to the side, kicking the man's leg out of the stirrup and pushing him aside. The commander fell with a thud. Jackson, unfazed, casually climbed onto the saddle, gently tapping the horse's neck as if petting it. The restless steed, which had been thrashing, soon calmed down. Without looking back, Jackson urged the horse forward and returned to Encrid's side. The sound of hooves echoed in the otherwise quiet air. The cavalry that had been watching, stunned by Jackson's calm demeanor, missed their opportunity to strike. "You damn cat, living it up on your own." Jackson's return was met with a teasing remark from M. "Let the crazy barbarian do his stupid fighting," Rem added. Jackson greeted him in return, dismounted, and gave his horse a playful slap on the rear. The horse whinnied and galloped off, kicking up a cloud of dust as it ran. In the middle of the battlefield, where chaos reigned, the two of them exchanged greetings without a care. Yet, amid their banter, there was a sharp, almost deadly exchange of glares between them. Encrid, lost in thought, suddenly spoke up, reflecting on what had just happened. Wouldn't it have been better if the spear had just been swung without being hung from the back? He thought it over, realizing the flaw in the tactic. By attaching the spear to the side and securing it with a loop, it had delayed his response. His initial strike had been weak because of it. That's why the first blow was so ineffective. Ram sighed, exasperated by Encrid's constant rambling. The brief tension between Jackson and Ram was now over, with Jackson shaking his head in disbelief at Encrid's thoughts. "Don't you realize that if you brace yourself around the waist, you'll have to withstand the impact from the horse's charge? That would break your back, wouldn't it?" Encrid didn't think so, but Ram pointed out that for less trained individuals that could be a real risk. Encrid understood, nodding in acknowledgement. The point was clear. The attack had been far too simple and direct. The way the enemy had positioned their spear was ineffective against someone like him. The strategy might work on weaker opponents, but against someone with experience, it was doomed to fail. Encrid had unknowingly identified the flaw in the enemy cavalry's core strategy. In truth, cavalry charges using glaives were designed for cutting down weaker opponents without worrying about counterattacks. They should have focused on strengthening their muscles instead of positioning the spear at the back. Having faced the enemy, Encrid saw where improvements could be made. It was a realization that spoke to his own growth, an understanding of his ability to detect weaknesses in his foes. It was a sign of progress. Good. Despite having successfully repelled the cavalry charge, Encrid's eyes glinted with something different, an intensity that didn't go unnoticed by the remaining cavalrymen. They hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to proceed, but eventually issued another charge. "Charge! Kill them all!" In a way, the enemy chivalry commander displayed remarkable courage, willing to charge once again despite the disastrous outcome of the previous attempt. Encrid, however, calmly drew his sword, ready to face the charging cavalry once more. His previous success wasn't due to luck, but to skill, something he knew he could replicate. Is this some sort of insane trap? Marcus muttered, watching the scene unfold. Across the battlefield, the enemy's chivalry commander, Ulf, cursed the foolishness of his men charging again, but made a quick decision. Retreating now would be far more foolish. Charge! The infantry under Marta's command began their advance, but the cavalry, having just lost so many, was quick to retreat. The retreat wasn't solely the result of Encrid's actions. It was clear that the morale of the advancing infantry was already shattered. Before the battle reached its full chaos, Encrid, as a commander, had already devised a formation. Though it wasn't an elaborate one, it was well thought out. His goal wasn't to create a defensive strategy, which would lead to heavy casualties in a battle with a smaller force. Instead, he focused on inflicting more damage to the enemy quickly, thus reducing his own losses. He quickly assigned positions. Ragnar, you're at the front. I'll take the right. Rem, take the left. Jackson, cover the left flank, and Auden, you take the rear. The formation was simple, designed to keep everyone in close proximity so they could help each other in case of need. Encrid didn't expect much resistance from Ragnar, Saxon, or Auden. But Encrid was curious if he would actually listen to orders. If Rem didn't, Encrid had already mentally prepared to switch positions. Ragnar would take the front, and Encrid would cover the right. He knew it was possible that Jackson and Auden might not follow orders either, but there was no time to argue or attempt persuasion. Fighting would begin as soon as the battle was joined. As Encrid issued the formation, he had already made up his mind on how to handle things. Ready, Rem said, as he moved to the right side. The spacing between them was about 3 paces, close enough that their swords wouldn't cross, but they could still support each other if needed. Got it, 3 paces, Jackson confirmed, taking his place on the left. Ragnar moved forward a couple of steps, and Auden took the rear. Not gonna run off on your own? Encrid asked, half surprised by how easily Rem had followed his orders. What do you think I am, an idiot? Rem replied, irritated at the suggestion, clearly focused on the enemy infantry charging toward them. There is no more time to ask questions. The infantry were already charging at full force. Move forward, Encrid called out, his voice firm. Despite the chaos of the battlefield, his words were clear and confident. Ragnar fell in step with Encrid. No one questioned the center of their formation. Encrid was the leader. Could it be? Did Rem actually listen this time? It seemed so, though Encrid wasn't sure if it was because of his leadership or because Rem had his own reasons for staying in line. A cacophony of cries and shouts rose from the enemy infantry as they charged forward. Kill them all! Die, you idiots! Fucking bastards! Some soldiers displayed fear, others madness, and some even remained calm as they charged. The mix of emotions was evident in the army's morale. Encrid didn't rush forward. He increased his pace slightly, but it was a controlled, steady pace. His troops matched his step, and their morale was significantly higher than that of the enemy. The rhythm of the battlefield was different now, as Encrid's forces stood firm, ready for the oncoming clash. The discipline and focus of his army contrasted sharply with the disarray and panic in the ranks of their enemies. Encrid felt the tension in the air as the battle intensified. Die, you bastards! The shout from his own soldiers echoed in the background, and Encrid faced the first of the incoming enemies. The shock wave from the cavalry charge was still lingering, but the second wave came with an even greater force. The first clash had left them momentarily stunned, but the second was different. It was even more deadly than the first. The cavalry was pushed back again, retreating after suffering devastating losses. If they had charged again, they would have earned the reputation of being the dumbest army on the continent. The soldiers who had once shown madness and fervor now had nothing but fear in their eyes. The sound of clashing metal filled the air, and a hot breeze of battle swept through the ranks. Encrid swung his sword downward, striking with precision, a vertical blow aimed directly at the head of the first soldier. The blade cleaved through the skull, splattering blood and brain matter in every direction. Even Encrid's leather helmet was splashed with gore. Without hesitation, Encrid's sword sliced horizontally, cutting through the chest and left arm of another soldier. Focus, Encrid thought, making use of the full potential of his weapon. His sword's exceptional cutting power allowed him to tear through the soldier's defenses with ease, carving a path through the advancing wave of enemies. He wasn't concerned about his formation at this moment. The only thing he cared about was fighting effectively and quickly. His intent was clear: to break through the enemy ranks. As he surged forward, the others, including Rem, followed his lead. The charge was relentless, like a knife cutting into a soft apple. Soon, they were deep within the enemy's formation, surrounded on all sides. Was this a bad tactic? Not necessarily. "Brothers, to heaven!" Odin, covering the rear, shouted. His fists and mace moved faster than the wind, smashing through enemies in his path. Boom! Crash! The sounds of blows landing and enemies falling filled the air. On the right, Rem cackled, swinging his axe in all directions. The axe cleaved through enemy swords, shattered helmets, and split armor apart. "Come on, more of you!" Rem yelled, his face and helmet drenched in blood, his gray eyes gleaming with excitement. As fear swept through the enemy ranks, their front lines hesitated. "These bastards!" A voice yelled from the left. A new figure appeared. An enemy captain by the name of Grek, who had earned General Ulf's trust. Encrid didn't recognize him, but Grek wasn't the type to underestimate his opponents. Grek wielded a heavy, six-sided mace with great skill. It was a powerful weapon, designed for wide, sweeping strikes, aimed at breaking the enemy's defense. The blow he aimed for Jackson was deadly, aiming to strike his collarbone at an awkward angle. If Jackson dodged, the formation would collapse. If he tried to block it, the force would be too much to handle. The disparity in strength was clear. Encrid observed with a sidelong glance, but wasn't concerned. Not a chance, Encrid thought confidently. It seemed Grek was targeting Jackson. Despite the chaos, Grek deliberately avoided Ram, maneuvered around to the left to challenge Jackson instead. The enemy soldier, with reddish-brown hair, swung his sword at Jackson's mace. If you couldn't avoid it, you could simply deflect it. With a sharp clang, Jackson deflected the heavy mace with his slender blade, sending sparks flying from the impact. His face remained emotionless as he effortlessly diverted the blow. He was still calm, executing his technique with precision. For such a high-level deflection, Jackson's skill in swordplay was undeniable. His mastery of the basics of swordsmanship was evident, and the way he controlled his blade made the maneuver appear effortless. "Ha! Ha!" Jackson grunted, preparing for the next move. Grek, despite his intentions, attempted to overpower the direction of his mace with sheer strength. "Idiot!" Jackson muttered under his breath. And Greek, clearly hearing it, shot a glare at him. The soldier's insult seemed to only fuel Grek's resolve, and he slammed his foot down hard, intending to force the mace down onto Jackson with overwhelming power. If Jackson tried to deflect again, Grek planned to rush in, disarm him, and crush his neck with his own hands. He was confident in his hand-to-hand combat skills. In Grek's mind, the battle's outcome had already been decided. He saw himself swiftly breaking his opponent's neck in his mind's eye, and he repeated the image over and over. He swung the mace down, only to suddenly find himself spinning as the world tilted. Looking down, he saw Jackson, the same soldier who had insulted him earlier, already thrusting his sword toward another target. Before Grek could react, a soldier's sword pierced through the visor of his helmet, skewering his eyes and skull. Blood exploded from his head as he let out a death scream. "Why can I see this?" Grek wondered, his vision clouding as the blood splattered. His body, now powerless, collapsed to the ground with a sickening thud, spreading blood in all directions. The red splatter painted the ground, as though a bucket of paint had been overturned. Greg's armor was similar to his own, but that was the last thing he saw before darkness claimed him completely. At the same time, Ragnar, seeing that the soldier who had targeted Jackson was being pushed away, swiftly took his opportunity to strike. No need for precision cuts, just a solid, powerful swing. Ragnar unleashed his steel cut. The soldier's neck was protected by tough armor, but it was no match for Ragnar's blade. The sound of the sword cutting through armor and bone was distinct, and the soldier's head flew from his body, almost seeming to blink in the air before it fell to the ground. Ragnar, caught up in the thrill of battle, barely gave the fallen soldier a second thought. He reveled in the chaos and enjoyment of the moment. These are some fun enemies, he thought. The others, including Encrid, all contributed to this wild chaos in their own way. How had they all ended up here, together? It seemed like an accumulation of coincidences, a series of events, one after another, led to this moment. Perhaps the goddess of fortune had a hand in it all. But Ragnar doubted that. Life wasn't just about chance. It was about fate. Whatever the cause, if it weren't for Encrid, he would not be here now. That was fate. But what about Rem and the others? Their presence mattered too. Even if they had started out in a life of monotony, they had sharpened their skills, bringing them to this point. Luck and fate aside, the thoughts faded into the background. What mattered now was the rush, the thrill of the fight. Joy. Excitement. Ragnar was engulfed in the feeling, and it surged through him, making his sword strikes more intense and rapid. As he became more and more immersed in the battle, Encrid too had to adjust, syncing with Ragnar's pace. Together, they were like harbingers of death. To the enemy, the two of them were something beyond just men. They were a force of nature, something incomprehensible that struck terror into their hearts. Ah, please, no, monsters! The screams were no longer just battle cries, but cries of despair and fear. As the battlefield turned into a symphony of death, the once strong enemy forces began to falter, their spirits broken. A former squad leader, who once tried to outsmart Encrid on the supply route, had now joined the front lines. As he observed the carnage, a deep sigh escaped his lips as he survived. He could have been a great commander and an exceptional soldier. However, he too met his end. The axe, which had approached so swiftly, struck his chest and passed through him. Crack. Dot. Down. His chest caved in as his heart ruptured. A terrifying pain surged through his entire body. With bloodshot eyes, he fell, his life slipping away. By the time the number of dead exceeded 100, the tide of battle had irrevocably turned. Shh! Ulf instinctively knew they had lost. No, it was more than an instinct. It was a brutal reality. 5 nights in training? Damn it! How well had they hidden them? Ulf was not just discouraged. He felt a chilling dread. 5 nights in training. There was no full night order here, and they had still managed to pull this off. No, even without being junior knights, the power of those 5 individuals was unparalleled. How had they hidden such a force? Ulf could not accept this. He had not lost in battle. This was a political defeat, a victory for those who knew how to hide their cards. It was Marcus, through Encrid, who had concealed this power so well, leading to this outcome. Keep the chaos going. Amidst this, a faceless officer ran forward giving orders. There was no point in trying to maintain control anymore. The flow of battle was no longer his to command. From this point on, his life, his fate, and his every move were in Marcus's hands. Beyond morale and the chance of victory, everything on the battlefield was now under the influence of a politician. How could anyone understand Olaf's disillusionment, having been struck down by a force he thought he could easily handle, relying too much on his subordinate's strength? Was this really strategy and tactics at play? All this over the clever concealment of 5 soldiers' worth of power? If someone were to name this battle, The only fitting title would be Marcus Hid Those Madmen. Chapter 211. My name is Encrid Graham, the captain of the Turtle Heavy Infantry in the 1st Platoon. Did his job. Who are we? At the captain's call, "Ooh-ha!" the soldiers responded in unison. We are the Wall, the moving fortress of the border guard. At the captain's shout again, we are the fortress. The heavy infantry soldiers of the Turtle unit strained their throats, producing a roar that was almost grotesque. But somehow, the message got across. The more they strained their voices, the higher their morale soared. Regardless of Encrid's group's feats, Graham sought to be the fortress. It was the thing his unit excelled at most, and the operation that had been planned from the beginning. Graham expected to face his old rival, Greg's assault platoon. The assault platoon of Martai and the Border Guard's heavy infantry had been longtime rivals. However, Graham never had the chance to face Greg. Encrid and his 5 companions had already disrupted Greg's assault platoon. After witnessing that, Graham's battle felt almost leisurely, considering the chaos around him. Shields up! The typical strategy of heavy infantry was simple: raise the shields and hold the line. 2 steps. They closed the gap. Clang! Clang! 2 steps meant they moved 2 paces forward, and though it was slow due to their training to maintain a unified step, it was reliable and stable. The turtles crawled forward. Strike! The third order was to close the distance and swing their heavy maces. Each soldier was armed with a mace, weighted with a round head. Wham! This was violence that even ordinary armor and leather helmets couldn't block. Bam! A mace slammed into the shield of a Markai infantryman. The wooden shield split vertically. The incoming mace was too much to block with a head. Crack! The skull shattered, and the soldier collapsed in a bloody heap. Even if a spear or blade narrowly missed, what could they do against a mace? Dead bodies piled up in front of the heavy infantry. Some soldiers managed to evade, skillfully stabbing with swords, but the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The Border Guard's heavy infantry were clad in plate armor and chainmail, bolstered by layers of cloth and leather padding to defend against such attacks. Even if the enemy's blade pierced through the chainmail, it couldn't breach the heavy inner armor. Die! A Border Guard soldier, wounded in the side, shouted as he swung his mace. From above, the heavy mace crashed down on a soldier's shoulder who had been pierced by a spear. Gah! If one arm was immobilized in a single strike, what would happen next? The soldier would be shoved onto the shield and trampled to death. Though the turtle-like movements were slow, once engaged, Graham's heavy infantry were terrifying in their strength. Their slow violence crashed into the battlefield with force. However, even so, Graham's unit would never be the center of attention. On one side, Encrid and his companions were relentlessly raising the body count. What 5 people could accomplish, 50 heavy infantrymen couldn't. Such individuals were called irregular forces, and those at the top of this group were called knights. Though they could not yet be called knights, at least junior knights. Graham had the vision to see it. Shields up. After that, the simple tactics of the heavy infantry continued, but no one could stop them. The enemies who should have been blocking them were already being torn apart, shattered, beaten, cut, stabbed, and killed by someone else's hand. The commander of the border defense quietly asked while looking to the side, "May I ask your name?" He noticed a small, specialized unit moving ahead. They were all nimble in their movements. Perhaps this could be called the second dagger prepared by Martai. That seemed correct. The border defense commander immediately understood that this unit was clearly assembled with the intent of targeting them. The nickname of the border defense was Frontier Slaughterers, the Butchers of the Border. It was a name earned by their skill in cutting, slicing, and fighting well, and their small elite force made them similar to their enemies in that sense. However, now that name felt like a misfit. These days, just being the border defense is probably enough. Why not? There's a class that dominates the battlefield through a few skilled warriors, with strategies and tactics emerging based on them. That class is the knight. So what happens when there are no knights? Would they return to fighting as they did in the past? No. The elite force representing the tactics of knights becomes the small, specialized unit, the special forces. Until now, the border defense had maintained their reputation. But now that reputation was cleanly overshadowed by Encrid and the Mad Platoon's notoriety. But the commander wasn't upset by this. Just looking at them you can tell. They're dangerous. The border defense commander recognized Encrid's skill. In fact, who in the border guard's standing army wouldn't? Everyone would recognize it. Encrid was the kind of person who made others feel good just by watching him. He stirred something up in people. A person you couldn't hate because he had that effect on you. No. At the end of the commander's thoughts, he heard the fairy platoon leader's refusal. Was she not going to even share her name? The commander was already 36 years old. He was getting on in age. His pupils shifted, though no one saw it. He subtly lowered his head, ensuring it wasn't visible to the fairy either. Although officially their ranks were equal, the border defense commander held a special position, much like a first platoon commander. Even if the border guard battalion commander held lower authority, sometimes the border defense commander's word carried more weight. But the fairy platoon leader didn't seem to care about that at all. Not even a name. Soon nearing middle age, the border defense commander let go of his fleeting excitement, focusing on preparing for battle. However, a lingering doubt prompted one more question. Are you really that close to Encrid? The fairy leader fixed her gaze on the border defense commander and replied, wishing and achieving are different things. Her expression was colorless, her tone devoid of emotion. The border defense commander closed his mouth but soon spoke again. Danak. Dadaus. The second lingering thought had made him utter his name. She didn't even nod. At that moment, Torres, who had been following behind, jabbed the commander in the side. I told you not to. The commander didn't respond. Torres had tried stopping him before he could even act. But what could he do? If his passion burned and he didn't speak now, who would be responsible if he died before he had a chance? Today, I'm going to fight fiercely, the commander said, and Torres nodded. Following this, the core forces of the border defense all seemed to light up with resolve. For their broken-hearted commander, their eyes spoke their rallying cry. Soon, the dagger prepared by Martai's unit reached the designated point. Shinar, the fairy platoon leader, had come to offer support, but none of her subordinates had come along. There were no soldiers under her command capable of matching the strength of the border defense. The commander of Martai's special forces looked desperate. Their discipline was faltering, and their formation had collapsed. When the commander's heart races, it affects the soldiers as well. They had prioritized speed over checking their surroundings. And with that, the border defense charged in. For the heartache! One of the border defense soldiers shouted. Who the hell are they? The commander yelled. One of Martai's special forces soldiers, wielding twin swords, turned toward them with a fierce glare. His sharp eyes gave him an intimidating look. Leading the charge, they all began to turn. The border guard's main force was targeted by the special forces, while the border defense attacked from their flank. The twin sword-wielding soldier had lightning-fast reflexes. He brought his swords in close to the fairy platoon leader, aiming for her neck. His movements were fast. His reactions were flawless, and there was no hesitation in his attacks. He was elite. Just as he closed in, Sheena, who had been standing still with her hand on her waist, made her move. She stepped back, drew her sword, and swung it up towards the point where the twin blades crossed. Her leaf-shaped blade cleaved through the air and the swords alike. Zing! Where are you aiming? Sheena, with a bored tone, swung her blade, dancing through the air. Every time her blade swept through, a mist of blood erupted. The bodies of the wounded and slain fell to the ground. Torres, too, was in the thick of it, closing in on an enemy armed with a sword and shield. He drew a hidden dagger from his wrist and slashed across the enemy's throat. A clean strike between the helmet and armor, and the man's neck split open. Blood gushed from the wound as Torres shoved the dying soldier aside. With one enemy down, Torres returned to the commander's side, and the commander noticed Shinar was dancing with her sword as fiercely as Encrid. "How can anyone not be impressed by that?" the commander muttered. "Are you really impressed by that?" Torres replied, shaking his head inwardly. To him it seemed more like slaughter than anything impressive. Of course, this was a battlefield, and Shinar was on their side, so it was more like a brilliant performance rather than senseless killing. What was certain, however, was that the fairy leader was no subordinate of Encrid or the Mad Platoon. So, was there any real chance of them losing this fight? "Crazy woman!" A group of soldiers with tattoos on their faces from the enemy side shouted as their apparent leader let out a wild scream. Some of the commander's subordinates moved with him. "Rip that mouth open!" the Allied commander yelled, driven by his infatuation. His subordinates rushed to obey, charging forward into a one-sided battle. The momentum of the main forces had swung the fight in their favor. Martai's special forces had made the first move, and even with a surprise attack from their side, Shinar's performance was undeniable. Now they were no longer worried about losing. Their focus had shifted to minimizing the casualties. "I'm the blade-ending elites." When had it come to represent his name? The memory was hazy. He had hidden his presence, silencing his steps. Moving through the fallen allies, he observed a particularly fierce-looking enemy archer rallying his troops while continuously firing arrows. Killing that one might be useful, but... He licked his lips and dismissed the thought. Had he really come this far just to deal with someone like that? He lowered his stance and hid his breath. Regardless of skill, he squeezed through the gap between enemies and allies, silently moving. Sometimes, when an unsuspecting enemy charged at him, he quietly pulled them in and twisted their necks, choking them to death. Killing without a sound, one of his specialties. He continued walking like that. Are you really going to give up being a squire? A memory from the past pricked at his mind. Fragments of his former instructor's words. What had he said in response? Without hesitation, he nodded. Yes. Are you really going to waste your talent? Becoming a squire for a knight meant handling errands and tasks for knights and junior knights. At least, that's how it started. After proving one's skill, you could become a junior knight, and if you didn't continue up, you became just a regular swordsman or warrior. The path to becoming a full knight was called the flow, the continuous, unbroken progression. That was unimportant, though. Knights were few, and their paths varied. Still, even with the possibility of rising, he had given up. Fool. Die. His instructor had been angry, but the man himself was not. There was no reason to get angry. Killing was easier than fighting, so he had chosen that path, but it was not out of any particular reason. He gave up being a squire and left the Knight Order. He wandered for a while until Count Mulsan approached him. The Count, known as the King of the Border. It had seemed like an arrogant title, but the proposal was not bad. Would you consider working under me? He nodded. Do you regret not becoming a junior knight? The Count asked. The man smiled and responded. I may not become a junior knight, but I can kill one. That was his answer. The man had mastered the art of silent movement and held a blade sharper than willpower itself. One day, he had seen a fairy's signature weapon, the needle, and searched for a sword like it. He eventually found a weapon resembling it, which now hung at his waist, chest, and forearms. A blade resembling a stiletto, sharp and pointed like an awl. It had been made by an unknown craftsman from the Common Collection, famous for their mastery of assassination blades. Whether it was plate armor or chainmail, the weapon could pierce through anything, leaving holes in the opponent's body. It was a blade made from solid Valerian steel. It had also been a gift from Count Mulsan, and with his skill and this weapon, he soon gained the title, the Blade-Ending Elites. If a few could dominate the battlefield, surely there would be a blade designed to hunt them down. His goal was clear. One day he would pierce the neck of a knight. In fact, he had once come close to taking the life of a junior knight. Instead of a neck, he had taken a few fingers as trophies. That talent is wasted, he remembered the junior knight who had lost his fingers saying. So what? It wasn't as if the one he had taken them from had any right to complain. His memory faded, and his attention returned to the current battlefield. The man's goal was clear. The guy with black hair. The one who tore through the battlefield as if he were one with the chaos. The one at the forefront, the one who introduced himself, the one who stood out from the beginning. That bastard was Encrid. He appeared to be at the level of a junior knight, and that only made him more excited. He could kill someone like that. One down, then hide, and take them one by one. It was rare to find someone with both skill and keen perception. Thus his opponent wouldn't even recognize him. Like most junior knights, the guy was bound to be arrogant. Having donned the common soldier's armor and helmet to obscure his identity, he crawled through the mud and blood, his body covered in the dirt and blood of others, approaching carefully. He calculated the distance to the blond man, and, ignoring the wild axe-wielding lunatic on the other side, closed in on Encrid. Excitement filled him. I may not become one, but I can kill one. That was what drove him. He gripped the specially crafted assassination dagger tightly. Holding his breath, he aimed for a gap and struck with precision, closing the distance in a split second. It was a deadly strike. The forceful step as he lunged forward was something he had learned during his squire days. Having snuck in so close, the fight was already over in his mind. This was the moment he would strike. Thud! Blocked? He saw his dagger being stopped, the blackened blade of his weapon visible. What are you? Came a voice laced with disappointment, frustration, maybe both. Before he could react, a devastating strike came from behind. Instinctively, he rolled forward. In front of him, a point appeared. No, it wasn't a point. It was the tip of a sword. He ducked, narrowly avoiding it. Twice dodging an attack like that was impressive enough. But there was no avoiding the final strike. A massive object, like a log, swept through the air toward him. Crack! Ah! It was Auden's lower kick. In one blow, both of his legs were shattered. A fearsome display of brute strength and technique. The man wasn't sent flying, but his legs were snapped cleanly, and his upper body collapsed, his head hitting the ground before bouncing back up and then slumping down once more. It was an involuntary display of skill produced by the immense force of the kick. Before the man could even regain his bearings, a sword fell above him. He saw blue eyes staring down at him. Thud-dud. That was the end. Turning his head to the side saved him from the sword plunging directly into his neck, but it still grazed his shoulder. He fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. It was clear his death was imminent. The man twitched as he lay there, his body fighting for its final breath. The one with the blue eyes stared at him for a moment, then turned away. The dying man's memories flickered back to his last instructor. Why are you throwing away your talent? The question echoed in his mind. At the time, he should have answered, I didn't throw it away. It never existed to begin with, you fool. If he could have risen higher, he would have. But he was surrounded by monsters, only monsters. He realized the limitations of his own talent soon enough. That was when his goal changed. He didn't want to become a knight anymore. His goal was to become the one who killed knights. That was the end of the man's dream. He had forgotten his name, and had lived by the blade given to him by Count Malsan, the blade that hunted elites. Encrid would never understand this. However, is he crazy? Rem's words summed it all up. Did he really intend to run into the middle of this? It was like charging straight through 5 junior knights. Each one of them was formidable in their own right. Encrid was the type of person who, at any moment, could draw the best move and wield his sword with total commitment. Whether it was the killing blow or even just a single step, he put everything into it. That was just who he was. In many ways, that was what made him a monster. Of course, there was also the cunning of Jackson, who was always ready to wait for the perfect moment to strike in the heart of the chaos. It was an easy hunt. I wouldn't really call this a hunt, Rem thought to himself as he clashed axes with Jackson. Fud! Come at me more. Rem might have shouted those words, but by now, the surrounding soldiers had backed off. The area around them had cleared, a ring of space forming in the center. The ground was littered with corpses, blood, severed limbs, and entrails. In the midst of this gruesome scene, Encrid felt his muscles twitch with the after-effects of his immense strength and the intense combat. So what if he felt a bit sore? It didn't matter. It wasn't enough to hinder him. He glanced around. The sky was clear. It wasn't the kind of weather for rain, though the air reeked of blood. Still, the morale of his victorious troops pushed him forward. He had come into the midst of the enemy forces, isolated, yet now he heard the distant voice of vengeance. Something like that. Having taken in all the details of the battlefield, Encrid felt a surge of adrenaline. My name is Encrid. It was just a single phrase. But when it reached the ears of the enemy, there was no reaction like before. In the center of the battlefield, surrounded by the carnage Encrid had created, a chilling silence spread. If you come at me again, I'll kill you. Encrid spoke. Chapter 212. A delightful dish the moment the tide of the battlefield shifted. Marcus didn't focus on tightening the encirclement, but instead chose to retreat. With the flag signaling the retreat and the trumpets blowing according to the set signals, the border guard troops who had been wildly charging forward came to a halt. Enough, this is it. As the turtle-like heavy infantry unit pulled back, Rum grumbled. We were just getting started. Blood dripped from the edge of Rem's axe. Seeing him speak with a smile in such a situation, a few of the allied soldiers, who had been ready to cheer, glanced away. Even though Encrid's presence was formidable, no one expected him to be crazy enough to swing his axe at his own troops. He might swing his fists, though. Just a passing thought. Even knights, called knights for their prowess, built up fatigue during long battles. Rem was no different. His axe swings had begun to lose their sharpness, becoming slightly duller. He had hacked down not just 5, but dozens, no more than 100 enemies. And it hadn't taken long at all. Anyone who had witnessed this battle would never forget the names of the 5 standing in the middle of the battlefield. After Encrid spoke his name, the enemy hesitated. They were struck by fear. They were intimidated. The morale shattered. Marcus had created an opening for the retreat. Marcus noticed Encrid and his group in the distance and turned his gaze elsewhere. He saw a blue flag rising high. It was the signal from the Eastern Flank Defense Unit. We've caught the Special Forces too. Looking at the damage inflicted on the front lines, it almost seemed ridiculous to call it a great victory. The enemy had been defeated by just 5 men. Politics had won the day. Strategy had won the day. It was the victory of the commander who had kept Encrid hidden. Are we not pursuing them? Asked the commander of the 2nd unit, panting as he approached. Marcus shook his head. Let them go. Even a rat, when cornered, will bite a cat, and even a ghoul, when trapped, will use its brain. Craze, who had quietly positioned himself at what he thought was the safest spot in the command area, overheard the captain's words and thought about them. So they're letting them go. It was a life-and-death battle, But were they really all that concerned about being within the same kingdom? It's disappointing, though. It was the commander's decision. Crais had no reason to argue. Even without the madman of a unit, the heavy infantry or the eastern flank could have easily captured the enemy commander. But they let him go. It seemed like they never intended to capture the enemy commander in the first place. Perhaps they intended to showcase the strength of the border guard instead. Still, it was disappointing. If we had captured the enemy commander, we could have gotten a lot in return later. By capturing and releasing the enemy commander, they could secure many things from Martai. Control of the trade routes. The border guard was ready to be officially recognized as one of the key trade cities. Securing trade routes, especially through Martai, would become a significant matter. Capturing the enemy commander and leveraging him could have been the easiest way to gain this advantage. But was that all? No. The bounty, the general, or whatever he called himself, probably had considerable wealth. When a noble was captured, it was normal for them to be ransomed, often in exchange for a considerable sum, like krona. This was a common practice, even when fighting a hostile nation. And Martai's market master, or the general, wasn't just anyone. Externally, he was an ally. Martai had earned the nickname Mercenary City, and Crais knew how it worked with its accumulation of krona. So yes, it was disappointing. He must have earned a fortune in krona. At this point, Marcus seemed either foolish or uninterested in wealth. I don't think he's stupid. Crais scratched his chin. Looking at what had been done so far, hiding Encrid and deliberately drawing the enemy in with a well-executed strategy, this wasn't something a fool could pull off. To entrust the entire battlefield's glory and defeat to just one person was no small risk. Has his ambition grown too large for his own good? It was a bold strategy, almost to the point of madness, but it worked. And now the roar of victory echoed into the clear sky. Yuwa! Encrid! Come at us! With a spear raised high, they shouted. You'll die! The spear slammed into the ground as it was thrust forward. The morale of the surviving allies was higher than ever. And that was what made it even more frustrating. Had they pursued the retreating enemy, it would have been the most efficient battle they could have fought. After all, it's usually when enemies are on the run that they suffer the most. The pursuers are always in the most advantageous position. Are there even any cavalry left? Marcus's voice sounded again. Crais perked up his ears. Yes, we've captured them all. Some of the cavalry had already been pulled back from the start, his aide replied. If we hadn't opened the retreat, those bastards would have dashed in and taken Ulf away, Marcus muttered. That was possible. Crais nodded inwardly. It was unexpected, but still it might have been worth trying. For a while after that, Marcus remained silent as the enemy retreated, kicking up clouds of dust. The battlefield full of humans didn't have any lurking monsters or beasts prowling about. In a battle of this scale, even brainless ghouls would have fled. As the silence stretched on, the aide, seemingly frustrated, spoke up first. Shall we retreat? After regrouping and celebrating the victory, it would be time to call it an end. Opening a bottle of wine to wet their lips and enjoying some food would also be a pleasant way to finish. But Crais found that idea inefficient. What did we gain from this battle? For Crais, who viewed everything through the lens of krona, there was nothing to gain from this battlefield. The joy of surviving, the satisfaction of smashing the attacking enemy? What use was that if it didn't turn into krona? Well, perhaps it would become krona later, but there was no immediate reward. That was what bothered him. Just as Crais thought the battle was over, and it was time to head back, Marcus finally spoke, after a long silence following the aide's question. Advance the entire army. Advance? Crais tilted his head. He couldn't hide his surprise this time. Fortunately, only Finn, who was standing nearby as a guard, noticed his reaction. "What?" Finn asked. He said, "To advance?" Chryse whispered. But where were they advancing to? The aide, standing near Marcus, was equally surprised. "Where are we advancing to? Where do you think?" At that moment, Chryse could see Marcus's face. It wasn't the face of a commander drunk on victory. It was the expression of a politician or merchant pleased that things had gone according to plan. In other words, it meant the battle wasn't over yet. "Let's go." Marcus showed his teeth as he spoke, his smile gleaming in the clear sunlight. Chryse understood his intent in that moment. His teeth reflected the light. Shine. Ah. It dawned on Chryse. Marcus had never planned to end the battle without gaining something. A brief realization struck Chryse's mind like a thunderbolt. "I see star. A wild old willow. Gah. A thunderbolt." It wasn't quite like a lightning strike, but it was a similar jolt of clarity. Chryse had learned something new. Let them go and pursue. The enemy would return to their homes. A rat cornered might bite a cat, but if it is freed, it will return to its lair filled with treasures. It was an opportunity to gain wealth. Chryse's mind advanced another step. He understood Marcus's intention. Was this just pressure? A threat to stop attacking the border guard from now on? No way. It couldn't be. If Martai cooperated, they could secure trade routes and various benefits. But what if they took the city? Then the story would change. The game would shift. The trade routes wouldn't matter anymore. The border guard, as a trade city, would be elevated to another level. Martai had a reputation as a mercenary city in the east. Its military strength, position, and everything about it were useful. If they could eat it, if they could digest it, it's truly a delicacy. Chryse muttered to himself. Whether Marcus heard him or not, he once again showed his teeth and spoke. His teeth still gleamed in the light. Shine. "We are going to take Martai," Marcus ordered, and the command spread through the ranks via his aide. The same command reached Encrid at the front. "Advance here?" For a brief moment, Encrid ran through several scenarios in his mind. What Chryse had said, the current state, the morale and strength of their forces, and the issues with advancing. There were no issues. Well, one nagging thought remained. The 5 hidden enemy mages were nowhere to be seen. Was that their trump card? Or had they simply withdrawn when they saw the tide of battle turning? Encrid didn't ponder it long. He understood Marcus's intent purely on instinct. Take the city. What would happen if the growing border guard consumed Martai? It would be great. The aftermath wasn't for him to worry about. Encrid did what he was supposed to do in the situation he was given. If you're tired, you can fall back. His gentle words addressed the other 4. Are you crazy? My name is Ragna. I can still fight. Commander, let's go. Rem, Ragna, and Auden all spoke in turn, while Jackson silently waved his sword through the air before discarding it. Then, he swept the ground and picked up a somewhat intact, arming sword. Staring at it, Jackson muttered, "The blade's been dulled." Though it was called in advance, there was no rush. Marcus, or rather the commander's intent, was clear. They would maintain morale and move at a steady pace. Encrid, of course, was in the lead. Ragna, were you teasing me earlier? Encrid asked as he walked, and Ragna tilted his head before replying. I spoke with sincerity. My name is Ragna. The man who doesn't back down. That's who I am. Hearing that, Rem added his own. My name is Rem, and began to chuckle. They were always abnormal, but now they were certainly starting to seem like madmen. Encrid thought as much and continued walking. As he walked forward, the sunlight poured down on his back. They were heading east, while the sun was setting in the west. For a moment, the soldiers of the border guard who were watching his back thought Encrid appeared to be glowing. Of course, It was an illusion. It was like a mirage. But the fact that he had earned enough merit to shine in that way was true. A soldier, demonstrating his skill in composing lyrics on the spot, began to chant a song. The lyrics were crude and the melody was nothing special. It was a combination of familiar tunes, but when it came to the last verse, everyone joined in to shout together. Who is the flower of battle? Infantry. Who are the strongest in the border guard? Madmen. It was a troublesome song. Encrid, walking ahead, couldn't help but smile at it. Only now, it truly hit him. His group had become the most powerful faction in the unit. Cheers and applause followed, and the song continued with lines like "My name is Encrid," and other such trivial lyrics. Not bad, huh? Rem asked from beside him. His grinning face was a bit annoying, but Encrid didn't bother pointing it out and replied instead, "It's not bad." Marcus didn't hurry. There was no need to reveal themselves to the enemy. General Ulf had entered the city, and half a day had passed. Quietly, without a sound, like a cougar, they began to set up camp just outside the city. Ulf didn't have the resources to send out scouts. It was obvious. It was a defeat. A crushing defeat. The enemy had given them an opening, and they were lucky to have come back alive. There was no time to look back. He returned with his shoulders slumped. Damn bastard. Ulf swore, vowing that the next chance he got he would strangle Marcus with his own hands. Bang! In a fit of frustration, self-loathing, anger, and humiliation, he slammed his fist into the wall. Some of the wood caved in. The bathwater's been heated. The words of the Chamberlain. I understand. He disarmed himself, took a bath, and let go of the various emotions, fatigue, frustration, everything that had built up inside him. It was time to rest. Ulf didn't even want to see his wife and daughter, so he headed straight for his office. I'll just sleep on the cot today. That would be better. That was his thought as he entered the office, but sleep wouldn't come. It wasn't long after. General. The office door flew open. The aides seemed to have run in with the messenger in tow, both in great haste. Ulf, in casual clothes, his silk shirt still on, propped himself up in bed. What is it? As soon as he asked, a chill ran down his spine. The tension gripped his heart painfully. We're surrounded, the aide said. Who? Had the border guard, after watching their defeat, decided to attack? Where from? Could it have been a plot orchestrated by Count Molson? The border guard's standing army! The soldier's eyes were shaking uncontrollably. The man was clearly in a panic, but Ulf, in his state of shock, couldn't confirm anything. What? Ulf asked in disbelief. Why would they come here? They had fought just a day ago and let them go. Why were they back now? He silently asked the aide with his eyes, and the aide opened his mouth. What should we do? A pause. Unconsciously, Ulf let a drop of saliva fall from the corner of his mouth. Things had truly taken a turn for the worse. Defeat lowered morale, fewer soldiers, having used up the noble's troops he knew personally, and even breaking the sword that Count Molson had given him. It was also his fault for misjudging the strength of the border guard. Another drop of saliva fell from Ulf's lips. Neither the aide nor the messenger thought it was disgusting. They, too, were in a state of panic. Chapter 213. After the dust settled, Marcus was, without a doubt, a cunning politician. Ulf only realized Marcus was closing in after he had retreated into the city. Upon hearing the reports, he felt like throwing up. His head was spinning. Had the retreat been perilous? No. Bang. There had been no danger. A small cavalry unit had trailed them, serving as both escort and rear guard. He herded me into the city. And then a siege? Was that lunatic out of his mind? Once the initial shock wore off, fury followed naturally. Yet even in his anger, Ulf's mind worked frantically. If he lost focus here, it was all over. Could they regroup within the city and repel the border guards' forces? Not a chance. They had just been routed in battle. Morale was at rock bottom, and proper reorganization would require time. Marcus had robbed Ulf of that time. Time to gather his thoughts. Time to prepare. Time to summon reinforcements. Still, Ulf clung to his composure and called for a military meeting. "Get everyone in here." His voice, raised in urgency, managed not to waver, a small relief. Soon, everyone involved in their military operations gathered. "I'll go out and drive them off. Just give me 100 infantry and a cavalry detachment." One of the lieutenants shouted in anger. "Is this idiot even sane? If the enemy could be chased off so easily, would they have taken such a beating in the previous battle?" This lieutenant was Greg's replacement. "Shut up." Ulf dismissed him coldly, turning his attention elsewhere. No matter how carefully you selected people, there were always morons. That this fool had made it to lieutenant was the real miracle. "It was all a political move, hidden well," said another lieutenant, one skilled at sycophancy, trying to ease Ulf's anger. But such words were meaningless to Ulf now. The chair beneath him felt unbearably heavy. His chest felt heavier still. His hands and feet refused to move as he wanted. Who did those unmarked troops belong to? They were under Count Mulson's command. Specifically, they had been led by Baron Bantra's forces, supplemented by skilled swordsmen directly sent by the Count himself. Most of Bantra's surviving troops had deserted upon hearing news of their defeat. Their retreating figures looked every bit the part of beaten stragglers, much like Ulf's own troops from Martai. Ulf's eyes twitched. Are we just supposed to let ourselves be devoured like this? Outside the city, Marcus was steadily building his siege lines. How long had he been preparing for this? Had this entire campaign been orchestrated from the start? Marcus's men erected tents, and 5 figures reportedly stood before them, watching Martai's walls. The pins scattered across Ulf's strategy map were in disarray. One had toppled over to the side, and Ulf couldn't help but feel it symbolized his current state. Those mad bastards! The thought of the 5 maniacs who had rampaged across the battlefield resurfaced in his mind, filling him with irritation. They had been the ones to wreck his forces. Ulf ground his teeth, suppressing the nausea rising within him. When do you lose a fight? When you lose your grit and your nerve. The mercenary spirit of the East reminded him of that truth. A blade to break even if victory in battle was out of reach. Ulf had to shatter Marcus's dagger somehow. Everyone out. Ulf's command was sharp. It was time to deploy his trump card, one he had prepared just in case, but had hoped never to use. What? That tactless lieutenant again, his cluelessness grating on Ulf's nerves. This idiot will die once this battle is over, Ulf thought grimly. He missed Greg. Of course, Greg was dead. His shock unit had been the first to be annihilated, and Greg had led the brigade. The only one left intact was Zimmer, commander of the 2nd Battalion. Zimmer, noticing the tension, spoke up. The general has spoken. Everyone out. At his words, the other officers began filing out. As Zimmer, the last to leave, turned to look back, he asked, "General, I need to think." "Wait outside," Ulf replied. Zimmer, though unarmed, placed a hand on his waist and bowed. Ulf gave him a small nod. Once the room was empty, Ulf spoke to the void. "Come out." From behind him, where the light didn't reach, something emerged from the shadows. It was indistinct at first, like a part of the darkness itself, or soot spreading through the air. The black mass rose from the ground, forming a 3-dimensional figure. In moments it became a man cloaked in a black robe. Though his face was obscured, his exposed hands were pale and flawless. "Have you decided?" the robed man asked, his voice as clear and smooth as a clarinet. Dealing with a wizard was often likened to bargaining with the devil. At least that was Ulf's understanding. Nothing comes without a price. I have, Ulf replied. The cost of the contract would not be light, but neither was the idea of enduring defeat and losing the city. Encrid, the name of the man who had announced himself on the battlefield, stuck in Ulf's mind. Black hair spilled out beneath his helmet, and wherever he went, Martai's soldiers fell like grass under a scythe. Ulf knew the reason for his defeat. If he could break the blade responsible, the outcome of this siege might still change. This siege alone isn't going to solve anything, Encrid said, studying Martai's high walls. Should we climb over? The border guard had no mangonels, siege towers, or trebuchets. Just ladders, if that. Even then, no one seemed to have brought any ladders. They're not planning to climb, Encrid concluded. So, brute force. The gate loomed before him. There was no moat or other significant barrier. If Odin gets serious and swings his hammer, we could probably break through at least one spot. The gate was thick and dark brown, made of sturdy timber. But Odin's arms seemed even sturdier. Perhaps more so. If we sneak over at night, ladders might not even be necessary. The weathered walls were pitted and uneven, providing ample handholds. Climbing was feasible if they put their minds to it. Encrid envisioned what might happen after nightfall. If I can climb it, then so could Rem, Ragnar, Jackson, and Odin. With just the 5 of them over the wall, they could end it. Odin could open the gate while the others held the line. What if archers are waiting? Dodging arrows wouldn't be enough. Perhaps they'd need shields. Though simple, the strategy had worked in the past. Encrid had used similar formations before, both as part of a unit and while leading one. But this time was different. The sheer destructive power, the control he exerted as the focal point, and the sense of commanding from start to finish, it was all new. Experience fosters growth, and Encrid was growing again. He was coming to understand the potential of the strength he and the others possessed, and what they could accomplish together. A handful of warriors shaping the tide of battle. That was why knights had once been pivotal in warfare. Encrid was learning this firsthand. Why are you even worrying about that? Ram said from beside him, casually cleaning his ear. Just playing at being a commander, Encrid joked. Ram snorted with laughter. Commander of a unit with less than 10 men. How about we fill our bellies first? Bodies littered the battlefield. Blood in trails, severed limbs, shattered bones, and mangled eyes scattered everywhere. They had wreaked havoc, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Eating was the last thing on their minds, yet they couldn't march into battle on empty stomachs. To fight well, one had to eat. Let's wash up first, someone suggested. Near the gate, there was a well once used by farmers tending to their fields. If the water's poisoned, that would be a problem. But would anyone here even think to do that? They drew water and began scrubbing away the grime. Soon, Riem, Ragnar, Jackson, and Odin joined in, discarding their armor and dousing themselves. Water splashed everywhere as they poured it over their heads, washing away the blood and sweat. The ground was covered with stones, preventing them from stepping in mud. Encrid appreciated the detail. Now that's a sight, remarked Finn, appearing suddenly and giving a thumbs up. Everyone was in various states of undress, clad in nothing but their undergarments. Indeed, quite the sight, chimed in the ferry company commander, standing beside Finn. Behind them, Dunbakel observed silently. Kyr, Esther purred, her blue eyes blinking as she sat, seemingly scrutinizing the group. Where have you been? Encrid asked, ignoring the murmurs around him. The Black Panther raised a paw, scratching her neck, her indifference palpable. Does it even matter? It's not like her absence would get me killed. Nearby, some soldiers waited for their turn at the well, exchanging idle chatter. Commander, if there's a vacancy in your unit, let me in, one of them quipped. Their downtime allowed for some relaxation. though vigilance wasn't forgotten. The border guard maintained a high standard. Each soldier knew their role and fulfilled it well. "Are you serious?" someone asked, laughing. The soldier only smiled, a sly grin. Encrid smirked faintly as he passed. Even if they were serious, there wasn't room for more, nor would adding a few random soldiers improve their unit. If anything, Rem would probably use them as playthings. After washing, Encrid tended to his gear. The leather, soaked with blood, retained its stains and odor, though he applied a bit of polish to keep it conditioned. It would suffice. Next, he examined his gauntlets and boots before finally gripping his sword. A neglected blade rusts quickly, especially one stained with blood. He began cleaning it meticulously. "Here, use this," offered a soldier from the first company, handing over a small clay jar. "What's this?" "Flaxseed oil. It's valuable, and you're giving it to me." "I insist," the soldier replied, leaving quickly after. Nearby, Crace observed. "Looks like they admire you. Guess it's respect for what you pulled off in that last battle." Encrid shrugged. It wasn't a big deal. He used the oil to wipe down his sword. As he worked, Rem approached, holding out his axe. "Take a look at this." "The edge is chipped," he said. The fact that the axe was still mostly intact after such heavy use was more surprising. "This axe here, it's begging for some oil. It's saying, 'Oil me now,'" Rem joked in a mock, pleading voice. Having encountered cursed blades before, Encrid doubted even the most malevolent weapon would sound that ridiculous. "Use it," Encrid said, offering the jar. There was enough to share. Once his blade was clean, he drew another sword he picked up on the battlefield. SS Arc Gath. It was nothing remarkable. He had taken it on a whim, feeling odd carrying only one sword. Its former owner, a commander, had died with it sheathed, his throat pierced by Jackson. This blade, precision and poise, was it the no-kill thrust? The technique erased bloodlust and sound, leaving only action behind. Sometimes, the obvious is overlooked, dismissed as a mistake or an illusion. Jackson's thrust had that uncanny effect. It seemed slow, predictable, even avoidable at first glance. A feint to be dodged with ease. But by the time realization struck, his blade would already have pierced your throat. How was this possible? Encrid, observing closely, began to understand. His heightened perception revealed what had previously been invisible. Momentary acceleration. Just before the thrust, Jackson's blade moved at blinding speed, disappearing for an instant. It rivaled, or perhaps even surpassed, Rem's ray axe in velocity. Could I apply this? It felt within reach, though imperfectly so. Beyond Jackson, there were lessons everywhere. From Ragnar, from Ram, from Odin, and from countless adversaries. Even from those he'd slain. After each battle, fragments of insight crystallized, ready to be refined. Practicing swordsmanship already? The ferry company commander approached silently, her expression as unreadable as ever. Anyone who knew Encrid would recognize his movements, deliberate swipes of his hand through empty air, replaying combat scenarios. "It's enjoyable," Encrid replied simply. "Fair enough. There won't be any fighting for now. Rest is the order of the day, fiancé." "Yes, confirmed." The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the camp. Border guard tents filled the horizon, though the work wasn't truly done. No supply lines secured yet. Their rations might last 4 days, if that. Encrid wondered about Marcus's plan, but found no answers forthcoming. Strategy discussions were on hold. For now, most soldiers were settling into exhaustion, leaving the watch to designated patrols. Quiet moments allowed for indulgences. Encrid uncorked a hidden flask of apple wine. "I thought you finished that?" Rem grumbled, accepting a smaller bottle Encrid tossed his way. "You've earned it. You too, Captain, fighting like that while trembling all over, Rem said with a sly grin. He noticed. The overuse of Heart of the Beast had left Encrid's muscles quivering. But it was necessary to hold his own among these comrades, each of them extraordinary. That was behind him now. Recovery came faster these days. Encrid flexed his hands, checking his condition. Perfect. You've grown, Captain, Rem muttered, his tone half teasing. Sometimes trivial remarks surfaced without much thought. Encrid's response was just as offhand. I've always been taller. Was that supposed to be a joke? Rem shook his head. Jackson ignored the exchange, while Ragnar, ever stoic, interjected. Jokes can be honed like swords. What nonsense is that? Encrid scoffed internally. When it came to wit, competing with this group was an insult in itself. Pray, Odin said suddenly, beginning a quiet invocation. Encrid kept silent. He owed them all for their unwavering loyalty during the day's battle. Asking why they followed him would serve no purpose. Instead, he glanced at each of them in turn. I can fight too, Dunbakel declared suddenly. I know, Encrid replied. But sending him out now would be a death sentence. If Encrid had wanted a mere meat shield, Dunbakel wouldn't have been accepted at all. Having taken him in, it was only right to use him properly. Resting his chin on his hand, Encrid surveyed the group one last time before reclining onto a thick cloth spread across the ground. It wasn't luxurious, but it sufficed. The uneven texture of rocks beneath the cloth was a minor annoyance. Sleep came anyway. As night deepened and the camp fell silent, Encrid stirred only slightly when he felt Esther snuggle into his arms. He held the Black Panther gently as sleep reclaimed him. Hours passed, and in the stillness before dawn, Esther slipped out of his embrace. A peculiar energy descended over the tent, one that felt foreign yet familiar. It was the presence of magic, a phenomenon tied intimately to Esther's enigmatic world. Mysticism, sorcery, and ancient power converged, signaling an event yet to unfold. Chapter 214. Wizards look down on swordsmen. Wizards typically underestimate swordsmen. When a wizard first steps into the realm of magic, they awaken to a new sense, something beyond their five senses. It's like a new hand, a new tool, or a mysterious sixth sense. Through it they shape their mental world, which they call the inner world, or the realm of magic. Accessing this realm requires no keys, doors, or paths. It's simply within them. By gazing at the heavens, flames, or glaciers, they refine their world. This process defines a wizard's training and discipline. The perception that wizards are mad often comes from the extreme methods they use to cultivate their inner worlds. In the 48th year of the Empire, one wizard, who built his entire inner world around fire, burned an entire city to reach a new plane of existence. That event, known as the Flame Flood Incident, claimed thousands of lives. The wizard responsible, later branded the Demon of Fire, did not burn the city for mass murder. After countless killings, watching people burn no longer inspired him. So, he escalated, burning the entire city in his quest for new insights. Many knights and wizards perished trying to stop him, but he eventually met his end. Such obsessive pursuit of knowledge defines wizards. They are driven to seek truth and revel in the euphoria of enlightenment, even at the cost of their sanity. It is no surprise, then, that wizards look down on swordsmen. Wizards walk a world unseen by swordsmen. A wizard skilled in magic, especially one specialized in certain areas, could easily dispatch even the most talented swordsman. This leads to missions like this one. Complete the task, claim the reward, and leave. Among the few groups accepting mercenary contracts, the Shadow Nest is the most prominent. Known for their expertise in covert operations, members of Shadow Nest cloak themselves in black soot and blend into the night. One wizard casts a spell, thickened shroud, enveloping an enemy tent in shadows that obscure perception. Another spreads a sleep-inducing scent, while a third employs a spell called Dream of the Abyss to plunge all inside into unconsciousness. It might seem excessive, but after facing 5 monstrous berserkers earlier, they couldn't take risks. Even though wizards disdain swordsmen, will-bearers, those who have awakened a measure of will or inner strength, present a challenge. Will, or as some call it, resolve, is a trait of knight candidates and higher. Spotting a will-bearer is tricky without combat, but one stood out earlier. The golden-haired warrior. He had tossed aside his helmet mid-battle, revealing sharp eyes, crimson irises, and a terrifyingly precise swordsmanship that left an impression even on these haughty wizards. The leader had encountered knights of near knight-level strength numerous times before. His instincts as a seasoned mage told him one thing: that golden-haired man was the most dangerous. "It's done," one of the subordinates informed him, prompting the leader to push aside the tent flap and step inside. Even if there were individuals of knight-level power within, the preparations they had made should render them incapacitated. At most, one might remain standing, but that wouldn't qualify as a true challenge. Inside the tent, thanks to their cloaking spell, no one should have noticed anything strange. Yet there were 2 piercing blue flames glowing in the darkness. For a brief moment, it resembled a malevolent spirit made entirely of fire, an evil flame. But it was not a magical beast. A leopard? It was a black leopard with flames flickering from its eyes. The leader immediately realized the truth. Those fiery eyes contained magic, mystery, or perhaps something even more potent. Both he and the accompanying mage, previously cloaked in black soot, felt their disguises burn away. The spells concealing them unraveled, revealing their forms fully to the creature that stood before them. No words were exchanged. The atmosphere inside the tent grew unbearably heavy. And then, Kachoo! The leopard sneezed. The leader's thoughts stuttered. Did it just sneeze? Seriously? That completely ruined the tension. Esther was reminiscing about the past. One phrase summarized the turning point of her life. Damn curse. The curse had upended everything, tangling her life into knots. It was maddening, but in a way, she'd come to terms with it. Unraveling the curse was like loosening a bundle of thread, time-consuming and painstaking. But once the process began, the rest felt inevitable. That loosened thread allowed Esther to reclaim a small part of her former power. Grrr. The leopard bared its sharp fangs. Nee. A familiar? The enemy mage speculated. Familiars, summoned entities serving as extensions of a mage's will, were often animals or spiritual constructs. The assumption was incorrect but understandable. Esther, however, ignored the intruders. Her magic coursed through her body, her gaze piercing beyond physical sight to detect the tricks and enchantments they had employed. 5 spells. A perception-shrouding spell, a wind-born sleeping mist, and a slumber-inducing enchantment. These 3 had been layered to obscure senses, weaken awareness, and lull their targets into unconsciousness. Clearly they weren't here for a casual visit. Encrid, it seemed, had already succumbed to the magical lullaby, likely because of prior exhaustion. The others had probably fallen asleep too. That left Esther as the only one who could act. Kill it. The mage gave the command. Esther felt the shift in the magical plane as a spell took shape. It had been a long time since she'd witnessed a proper magical invocation. Above her, the blade of the wind formed, a vertical guillotine composed of sharp, slicing air, descending swiftly. With a sharp jump, Esther evaded. The blade struck the ground where she had stood, dissipating into nothingness. The curse she bore made using magic a dangerous gamble. Casting spells triggered severe backlash. Another mage began muttering incantations, his fingers weaving intricate gestures to channel his power. His words were almost unintelligible, likely a customized runic dialect designed to prevent countermeasures. Esther didn't need to understand the words. She could read the flow of the magic itself. Pathetic. From the ground beneath the male mage, shadows stretched and surged, aiming to ensnare the leopard. Esther slammed her paw against the ground. The moment she did, a transformation began. Not a mystical, internal shift, but a physical, external one. The threads of her curse, once tightly bound, had begun to loosen. A significant part of this unraveling was thanks to a peculiar force entwined with Encrid's aura. This meant Esther no longer needed to endure the curse's full backlash through her current form. For a brief moment, she could return to her true self. The incoming shadow spell was designed for restraint, but Esther's response was simple. "Bask in my scent," she commanded, her voice deep and commanding as a hand. Not a paw emerged to intercept the attack. As the claws retracted, they revealed a pristine white hand, the skin so flawless it almost seemed to glow. The encroaching shadows of the enemy's spell transformed seamlessly into a black robe that enveloped Esther's body. The leopard's fur vanished as her form grew larger, taking on a distinctly human shape. Naturally, this transformation left no trace of her previous beastly figure. Even her modesty remained intact, thanks to her deft manipulation of the enemy's magic into her own garment. The pale skin was now draped in the dark robe, adding an air of mystique. A tense silence filled the tent, heavy and oppressive. The two mages who had entered with the leader were wide-eyed, their muscles tensing with dread as they beheld the transformation. The woman who had emerged from the leopard's form spoke, her voice calm but resonating with power. "It's been a while." Esther, now fully human, felt a surge of emotion. The curse had kept her bound for so long, though her return to humanity was temporary, more like stepping out for fresh air than a permanent reprieve. It was more than she had dared to hope for. For the first time in what felt like ages, she could savor the fresh, crisp air beyond her prison of fur and claws. Even with the enemy's magic interwoven into the atmosphere, it didn't bother her. Her long jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders and back, and her outstretched fingers, tipped with sharp nails, glinted faintly. "Hello?" she said, her tone almost playful. The leader and his mages were too stunned to respond. A leopard turning into a human? What in the world is this? "It's not a familiar," one of the mages muttered nervously. "Get a grip," the leader snapped, though his voice betrayed his own unease. He had seen many things in his time, but this was beyond belief. She had taken their magic, a spell meant to bind her, and reshaped it into clothing. Was that even possible? His doubts mounted. Was this an illusion? A deception? As the black robe she had conjured shifted with her movements, it revealed glimpses of her pale skin beneath. But there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. This was no mere display of power. It was a statement. The leader swallowed hard. This woman was no ordinary mage. She was high level, possibly beyond anything he had faced before. Esther's red lips curved into a satisfied smile. Let's begin then. For her, this was a moment of profound joy. How long had it been since she could freely wield magic, drawing from her own world? Her delight materialized in the form of her next spell, Domuller's Scythe. At her incantation, a massive black scythe materialized in the air. Unlike the earlier wind blade, this spell was far more advanced. A high-tier magical attack. "Companion of life, darker than the abyss," the leader shouted. The defensive spell, etched onto his body, activated instantly. Esther's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It was a type of magic she hadn't encountered before, a tattoo-like defensive spell engraved directly onto the skin. It was remarkably fast to activate. Magical tattoos? She mused, analyzing the flow of power. It was an efficient method, using inscriptions to channel spells instantly. Interesting, but limited. High-level magic couldn't be cast this way. It required a deeper connection to the magical realm. The scythe collided with the barrier created by the leader's defensive magic. The clash filled the air with a cacophony of sound as the scythe's edge splintered and shards of darkness scattered like broken glass. Esther snapped her fingers, dismissing the fragmented weapon with a faint click. Ha! 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 The leader panted heavily. One exchange was enough for him to realize she was far out of his league. "Call them all in," he shouted, summoning the remaining 4 subordinates outside. It was time to fight as a group. But Esther was no stranger to magical combat. Before the curse, she had faced countless mages in duels that left her jaded with the experience. Born from a spark, become an inferno that consumes all, she intoned smoothly, continuing her chant without pause. Flames erupted from the ground at the feet of the reinforcements as they rushed in. "Block it!" one of the mages yelled, their combined effort raising a protective barrier just in time. "Wrong answer," Esther said with a smirk, her crimson lips curling into a predatory grin. In the blink of an eye, she was upon one of the mages, her body leaving behind a ghostly afterimage as she darted forward. Her spell-burning hand ignited in her palm. She grabbed the closest mage by the throat, and the heat from her touch seared through flesh and bone. "Ah!" the mage screamed, though his voice faltered as his vocal cords melted away. All that remained was a sickening hiss of escaping air. "Next," Esther said, baring her sharp teeth in a feral grin. She took down 2 more mages with effortless efficiency. Her physical prowess matched her magical dominance, and the final 2 fell to the Demula's scythe with swift, clean strikes. Decapitating them was almost anticlimactic. High-level spells weren't necessary, nor, in her current state, entirely possible. But what she had was more than enough. Heads rolled, hitting the ground with dull thuds. "Who knew you weren't a damsel?" The lazy voice of Rem echoed through the tent. He had been feigning sleep, lying on his side with his head propped up on a fist, watching the chaos unfold with a relaxed smirk. Chapter 215. A good night of sleep, a brief lightning strike. Esther understood exactly what the 5 enemy mages were up to, what their intentions were. She understood everything. This was because she herself was a wanderer, indulging in the world of magic. Above all, the enemy group consisted of mages who were all lower ranked than her. Illusion, magic, and mental magic. It was a combination of 2. Even though she didn't know the exact names of the spells, she understood their operational mechanism. It was the magic of the dream of the abyss. It conjured an atmosphere of comfort as an illusion, followed by a gift of tranquility. The concept was clever. It was hard to drive someone insane, but offering tranquility to those already under mental pressure was incredibly easy. They were probably longing for peace and comfort, as that's what mental spells were generally meant to provide. The more someone wanted and yearned for something, the easier it was to accept. Breaking the spell was simpler. All she had to do was scatter the magic. But Esther chose not to do that. She decided to let the ones who were sleeping stay asleep. She had no intention of revealing that she could transform into a human. Of course, it wasn't like she wanted to kill anyone just to silence them. "I'm still human, so nothing changes." She was a devotee of the magic world. She had resolved to walk a different path from ordinary humans. Therefore, even if others discovered that a leopard was actually a human, they would still end up in Encrid's embrace. She wouldn't stop that from happening. "It's funny that I'm worried about this at a time like this." There was no reason to give up the power that blurred the curse. She couldn't help but worry about the women flocking around him. Ordinary humans tend to feel jealousy and envy, so if women appeared around him, he might feel distant from her. In that case, she would have to force her way into his embrace. The right move was to block it before it happened. "If it doesn't work, I'll subdue them by force." She even considered knocking out Encrid, and taking his place. Various thoughts flashed through Esther's mind in an instant, and she rationalized everything. In the end, she concluded that it didn't matter who knew. Her blue, deep eyes, similar to a leopard's but distinct, turned toward the voice's owner. "I thought I'd be your gorgeous savior." Rem, with a sly grin, appeared. He was a handsome man with gray hair, not tall, but an influential figure whose abilities couldn't be ignored. "Oh? Oh?" Esther responded casually. At the same time, she quickly figured out why the opponent had resisted the spell. He's learned the mystic arts. It wasn't magic, but a different discipline. She didn't feel the need to act like she knew about it. She wasn't the only one awake. Looks like some fun brothers came here to play. Odin, a humanoid monster with a physique that rivaled even the bear, was awake. He had pale yellow eyes, and his appearance was also outstanding. Looking at his balanced body, she thought that if she had a golem like him, it would be quite useful. I didn't even have time to bring out the bonehead. The flash golem she had gotten from the previous Encrid was still resting inside her world. Of course, it was still a work in progress, so it wasn't ready to be used yet. Either way, she roughly understood why Odin was awake. Divine power. It was a reluctant power, something that came from the gods. Later, Jackson and Ragnar also woke up, seemingly unaffected by the previous fainting. "I'll go back to sleep." Ragnar seemed to have awakened a bit of his willpower. Jackson? He was a mystery. It felt like he had surpassed his limits, having trained to the extreme. As they all briefly woke up, Encrid moaned in his sleep. "You sleep well. How dull. It must be the lack of training. There's no need to disturb someone who's sleeping. It's better to fight well when you're awake." Looks like our company commander brother is tired. It's because his physical strength hasn't fully manifested yet. Starting with Rem, then Jackson, Ragnar, and Odin. All of them made comments as they looked at the sleeping company commander. Amid this, Rem added a comment while looking at the sleeping beast woman. "If we leave her like this, it'll be a nuisance." But how could she sleep like this in such a situation? Even though beast folk are naturally resistant to magic, it was, in fact, inevitable. Dunbakel had a very low sense of self-esteem, and the spells of comfort and peace were like a fatal weakness to her. Of course, Rem wasn't concerned about that. He just thought that something had to be done about it. Esther didn't intend to show off her magic, but neither did she have any intention of leaving the corpse behind. She waved her hand in the air. Using an invisible force, a basic telekinetic spell commonly employed by mages, she rolled 5 corpses toward the entrance of the tent. The perception disruption spell will break soon. Then she addressed the others. While Erin said something in response, the remaining 3 didn't even seem to register her presence. Did they notice in advance? That might be part of it. I'm going to sleep. After all, there were types like Ragnar. Whether she turned into a human, a leopard, or a fur-covered giant, people like him wouldn't care. How odd. Esther felt genuinely strange. She had expected at least some surprise, even if not outright shock, at seeing her. Or perhaps she secretly hoped for it. These people were all bound together within the same circle, with the black-haired man at its center, who even in such a situation was sound asleep. When the time limit expired, Esther transformed back into a leopard and nestled into Encrid's embrace. The black robe covering her dissipated like smoke, disappearing as if absorbed into the ground. It was only after she had resumed her leopard form and the perception disruption spell had vanished. What is this? Vengeance, perhaps part of a patrol unit, entered the tent and exclaimed in surprise. The stench of blood and the sight of corpses rendered him speechless. "Well, since you're here, help clean this up, will you? A commander who loses a battle might be forgiven, but one who fails at vigilance cannot." Vengeance couldn't fathom how these people had infiltrated the area. He had no way of knowing that mages had been involved. Oh? Okay. He simply assumed assassins had targeted them. Yet, upon inspecting the dead, they didn't seem particularly well trained. It was simply a bewildering night. Reporting this would likely infuriate Battalion Commander Marcus, but not reporting it wasn't an option either. So Vengeance delivered the message through the captain's guard during the night. And the next morning when Marcus woke up, leave it. Any assassin who comes here will just fall into the Antlion's pit. He dismissed it nonchalantly. In truth, Marcus had intentionally placed Encrid's unit on the perimeter. He suspected Martai's forces might send assassins in a last-ditch effort. At the same time, he thought it was a futile endeavor. We even captured that half-blood elf assassin before. That assassin had been fairly renowned, hadn't he? Marcus was meticulous about gathering intelligence, believing such details led to victory on the battlefield. Let them send more. Some people only learn by burning their hands on the hot pan. Marcus chuckled. Though he didn't know a mage had been involved, he now harbored an inexplicable absolute trust. He believed Encrid would survive and overcome any challenge. Yet he had another thought. A night, huh? A night, huh? That dream Encrid had mentioned. Back then, Marcus had dismissed it as fanciful nonsense. But now it seemed entirely plausible. If so, what was Marcus's role? If Encrid became a knight, joined the knighthood, under Cyprus, it didn't seem to fit the picture. Who knows? It was a matter for the future, and they'd figure it out when the time came. Until then, Marcus would do what he needed to do. After all, he might not even live to see Encrid become a knight. He was on the brink of stepping into something equally dangerous. So, everyone better take care of their own necks. Marcus was doing the same. Pitch-black darkness, a canvas painted in shadows. No starlight or moonlight, no light of any kind. Just the rippling river, the boat, and the ferryman sitting atop it. The only change from before. I can see eyes now. Encrid noticed something resembling an eye on part of the ferryman's face. Just one side. If asked whether it resembled a human eye, he would likely answer he didn't know. All he knew was that, upon seeing it, he recognized it as an eye. It was a dream. The ferryman gazed intently at him, and through that gaze, Encrid felt the presence of the eye. To sense such an intense stare, eyes had to exist. "You're truly a strange one," the ferryman remarked. Encrid found it as if his lips had been sewn shut with thread. He struggled to open his mouth. So he mustered his strength, forcing his lips apart, as if tearing through the imagined stitches. "So, when does the wall show up again?" he asked abruptly. "The wall is a curse, meant to cause suffering to humans, to push them into a corner and torment them. That is the curse, the wall." The ferryman knew this all too well. But the opponent before him actually asked for a wall. What a madman. The ferryman muttered this to himself, and then spoke to Encrid with his eyes. "You're insane." With that familiar title, Encrid opened his eyes. The dream blurred. The river, the ferryman, and the pitch-black darkness. All of it disappeared. Grumble. As soon as his eyes opened, warmth was felt in his arms. It was Esther. As soon as he opened his eyes, the leopard also opened its eyes. Somehow, it seemed that its eyes had become even more human than yesterday. "Did you sleep well?" He greeted and got up, starting the morning training. Just because the enemy city was surrounded, there was no reason to rest the training. "Did you sleep well?" Rarely, Rem asked about his own sleep. He had laid down, fallen asleep, and woke up properly. That meant he had slept well. Dreams were irrelevant. Even if it was a nightmare, he would simply shake it off when he woke up. "Is there any reason I wouldn't sleep well?" You're surprisingly irritated. What was he talking about now? Your sensory training is lacking. This was also a rare occurrence. Jackson, who had been grumbling since morning, and Audin, who was more enthusiastic than usual, were both giving their comments. One more! You can do it, brother! Had he forgotten that this was a battlefield? Did Audin want to overstrain him like this? It was a repetition of sitting while carrying a large stone on his back, and then standing up. His thigh muscles felt like they were about to tear, but as Audin said, he could do it. Did you feel anything last night? Rem came closer and asked again. It was a good night. It wasn't too hot or too cold, so it was a good night's sleep. When he woke up, there was a slight smell of blood in the barracks, but he thought it was just the traces of the battlefield. Encrid heard about the assassin after lunch. It was thanks to Vengeance that he got the news. You mean I didn't wake up? He was a mage. A mage? It was only then that Rem started talking and teased Encrid for not waking up, even when the assassin came, wondering what was wrong with his nerve endings. Encrid couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. Why didn't I wake up? A spell? Some kind of sleep-inducing scent? Then what about his own team? Why had they woken up? There was something lacking in him. Something that was different from the others. He already knew what it was. Will. What people called willpower. He wasn't in a hurry, but he still wanted it. He knew what he had to do to get it. Every day he practiced with a sword, training and hardening his body in the middle of the battlefield. No one frowned at this. Knowing your shortcomings meant you wanted to improve. The enthusiasm and passion flared up once again. A heat that pounded his heart surged inside Encrid. When do we fight? It was this heat that caused him to suddenly ask the ferry company commander who had come. We'll advance this afternoon. Will we use ladders? What about the gate? Just deliver the message like that. Will you be leading the charge? Encrid nodded. Inside Martai, he wasn't sure what Ulf was doing. But now that they were in this position, why not go with a strategy of breaking down the gate? Contrary to his expectations, the battle was rather dull. Raise your shields. Encrid, Rayem, Audin, and the others raised their shields and moved forward. They were large, square shields. They were hastily made, but enough to block a few arrows. Then they advanced. The battle was dull for one reason. Thud, 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 grumble. As they approached, with the sound of a pulley turning, the gate opened. The arrows shot from the watchtowers and the walls lost their meaning as they stayed close to the gate and the walls. By staying close to the walls, they were out of the range of the arrows. Why is it open? Rem muttered. Encrid was also puzzled. The troops on both sides of the gate had split. The first company commander, who had followed them, spoke to Encrid. It's the brigade commander's magic. It really did seem like magic. Encrid could roughly guess the reason. He planted a seed. It wasn't just any seed, but one powerful enough to open the gate. The skill was impressive. No, it didn't stop there. As Encrid entered through the gate, he had a brief realization. He had learned from both his allies' swords and the enemy's swords, but there was something he also learned from Marcus's strategy. A short but electrifying realization struck him. Chapter 2, 116. Preparation patterns. Experience, damn it. Ulf was startled by the news of a rebellion breaking out. In this situation? At this moment? Who is it? He also heard that the one who led the rebellion had seized the castle gates. The rebel forces couldn't do much on the watchtowers or the walls, but the castle gates were the real problem right now. Guard unit. In a rush, Ulf called for the guard unit. They ran ahead. Go! Block them! Who the hell is it? Ulf quickly took off, forgetting the weight of his armor. He ran, breath tight in his chest. A metallic taste rose in his throat. It smelled like dried blood. Where he ran to... I'm sorry, He saw 3 of the guards, now as spiny as bolts, lying there. He also noticed a squad of soldiers, at least platoon level, blocking the guard's path. They aimed crossbows at him. The one who had spoken earlier grinned cunningly. It was a sly grin, just as it seemed. A twisted mouth, narrowed eyes, a face and demeanor that he'd never seen before. It was the ignorant adjutant who had been shouting to charge with the cavalry and break the enemy. A fool who only knew how to fight. That's what he had been until just a moment ago. That bastard! He couldn't believe it, considering how recklessly he fought. He never thought it would come to this. Or was this his plan all along? Had he been pretending to be the ignorant adjutant, the one who knew nothing but fighting? If so, he was a natural actor. Ulf realized he'd been deceived. Enemy forces are coming. Whoa! A large horn blared. It was a signal of danger and threats. Fire! Fire! The archers in the gallery and on the watchtower pulled their bows frantically and shot arrows, while the ignorant adjutant continued to hack at the castle gate pulley with an axe. Thud! Crack! Thud! To Ulf, the sound felt like a death sentence aimed at him. Ha! It was a situation that could only bring out a sigh, but his mind froze. Even the words to stop it couldn't come out. It was already too late. Even if he ran in and tried to stop it, there was nothing he could do about the gates opening. Once those gates open, the monsters from the battlefield would pour in, wouldn't they? It was a nightmare, a terror. The 5 monsters, just as he had expected. Fine. He knew that the sorcerer's attack from last night had failed. If not, why hadn't those who were demanding something in exchange even shown their faces? Damned shadow bastards. Ulf emotionally gave up. Would he continue to fight to the death here, risking everything, even his own life? Would he sacrifice the lives of these soldiers? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn! He couldn't do that. What would be left if he killed them all and survived? Ulf didn't want to end his life in a foolish manner. Even if he was a defeated commander, he wouldn't disgrace his name. He would die alone, in the end. You must surrender. Even though he had made up his mind when the head of the guard spoke, Ulf wanted to slap him. This bastard? A look of fury flickered in Ulf's eyes, but you must face reality. The head of the guard spoke again. It was clear that he was so desperate to save his own life. His eyes were wild. But this bastard wasn't even stepping up to fight, so why was he talking so much? Thud, 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 thud. The castle gates opened soon. A man with black hair, who seemed to be staring into the distance alone, appeared. He wasn't even wearing a helmet. His blue eyes weren't looking at anyone but seemed to be gazing into empty space. As Ulf watched him approach, the head of the guard quietly unsheathed his sword and lowered it. He was preparing to surrender. That damn bastard! Ulf mentally cursed him, wishing he could rip him apart and give up on everything. However, there's no rule that we must surrender the city without fighting. From behind, Zimur took a step forward. What? Please allow me to take the final duel. I will show you the spirit of the Eastern Lion. Zimur's eyes were ablaze. He called to Ulf again. General Dot. Zimur had always been the most skilled swordsman among the battalion commanders, including Grek. He had properly trained in swordsmanship. While the usually pompous head of the guard stood there, either contemplating whether to raise his hand to his head or kneel down, Zimur, who often handled the dirty work, stepped forward with his word. I failed in judgment. Ulf acknowledged it. He had failed in his choices. He had been deceived by the ignorant adjutant, and in comparison to his support for the head of the guard, he hadn't shown enough regard for Zimur. He felt a strong urge to gouge out his own eyes. Do it. Ulf nodded. He didn't believe he had the right to stop anyone who was willing to burn something of themselves, even in a lost cause. especially when they fought as a warrior. Thus, Zimur moved toward Encrid. When did he start planning this? As the castle gates opened, Encrid recognized that this was someone's plot, specifically Marcus's scheme. Was this planned? It might not have been exactly planned this way. Maybe it was just something prepared in advance, not necessarily meant for this moment, but perhaps it was planted just in case. His thoughts continued. The more he thought, the more his mind came to a conclusion that led to the martial style he had learned. An unnamed swordsmanship taught by the cursed spirit of the magic sword. The basic idea of swordsmanship is to force the opponent into a single direction. That's what the preparations were about. It was the basis of the sword style, and everything else stemmed from that. If heavy swordsmanship crushed the opponent with power and swift swordsmanship won through speed, then the standard style of swordsmanship was about creating patterns that forced the opponent to follow a set path. And creating a pattern required preparation. A pattern was the readiness and methods to push the opponent. If the opponent moved as you wished, that was ideal. But if not, how should you react? Prepare broadly and extensively. By anticipating every possible move, one could adapt and act accordingly. That's why standard swordsmanship excelled in tactical battles. The key was preparation. To diversify and maximize your preparations. The traps Marcus had set up were one such preparation. There were probably more hidden schemes he had set, and even if the gates hadn't opened, he wouldn't have given up. He would have used other tricks. Standard swordsmanship was similar. That's how it could be applied, not confined to one pattern. By preparing in many ways, you could adapt to the opponent's reactions with a variety of tactics. Just like Marcus had done. As experience accumulated, the swordsmanship became stronger, particularly the standard and advanced styles. The reason why they were different from others was the multitude of patterns that would become second nature through constant battles. Marcus's magic, which had triggered this line of thought, led him toward a new direction in swordsmanship, battling the cursed spirit of the magic sword. Then, facing Ragnar. And the lessons learned from Lagan, the frog. All these experiences blended and interwove. Encrid took 3 steps and crossed the gates. As he walked, he realized how advantageous his position was. The repetition of today. Experiences of fighting with life on the line. Experiences of fighting while willing to sacrifice life. Endless defeats and battles, followed by reflection. All of that was just patterns and experience, wasn't it? Yes, patterns and experience. That old teacher, I bet his specialty was standard swordsmanship. He also realized the specialty of his swordsmanship teacher from the coastal village, who had taught him the importance of reflection. With this realization, he took 2 more steps. As he walked the 5 steps, Encrid felt the need to internalize and remember all the experiences he had accumulated. Would a genius, or someone exceptionally talented, have figured it all out and acted immediately? It would be a lie if he said he wasn't regretful of the talent he had during his life. However, now, he no longer craved talent as he once did. 1 step at a time. Forward, he moves forward. This is the path that leads to will and to becoming a knight. A forgotten dream struck his heart once again. Only then did Encrid become aware of his surroundings. The castle gates had opened, and one of the key players in the battlefield had stepped inside. Even though arrows should have been raining down, maybe 100 or more. Or at least there should have been spears or maces in front of him. There was only silence. Ah! A brief gasp echoed, and Encrid lowered his shield. It was a wooden shield with an arrow stuck in it. He set it aside and looked around. In an instant, the situation became clear. There's no will to fight. All he saw were soldiers who had lost the will to fight. These were the men who had returned battered from the previous battlefield and now found themselves in a defensive position. Their last stronghold was the castle gates and the walls. He had just witnessed the enemy foolishly pressing up against the walls. Isn't it going to break? Damn it, is our castle gate made of mud? Tense words were exchanged in anxiety, and an unsettling air spread among the soldiers. Even knowing this, there was nothing they could do at that moment. The gates opened, and 5 evil spirits from the battlefield entered. Damned, was it bravery or foolishness to run toward death? The soldiers of Martai did not need to know the difference between bravery and foolishness. They did not stop to think about it. They simply stopped. The eyes of the soldiers who had given up were now fixed on Encrid. Silence. The wind blew. The breeze swept over the flags raised above the city. Swish. The sound of flags fluttering mixed with the curses of soldiers who had been caught. Curses filled with resignation and self-mockery. Seeing and feeling all of this, Encrid spoke. Do I have to say my name again here? My name is Encrid. At first it had sounded arrogant, foolish, and like a madman's utterance. But those words now weighed heavily within the walls of Martai. Even so, even if everyone else had given up, there were always those who made a final desperate effort. A heavy silence, and the frozen soldiers. A slender man stepped forward, threading through soldiers who were still drawing their bows, cautious and uncertain. Encrid didn't know the man's size, but he could tell the man had solid muscle. His balanced stance caught Encrid's eye, and it was also impressive that there was no fear in his gaze. My name is Zimor. The man introduced himself. Encrid didn't know who the man was. He hadn't moved with such a thing in mind. I am the commander of the 2nd Battalion of Martai. Since the man had introduced himself politely, Encrid also spoke. I am the commander of an independent company, part of the Border Guard's regular forces. I see. Encrid met Zimor's eyes. These weren't the eyes of someone who had given up. This was someone determined to act. This is a bit of a nuisance, Rem muttered from behind, and Auden chuckled as he added, Duels are sacred things. Brothers, on behalf of the Lord's eyes, I will relay his will. It sounded like something a full priest would say, but no one bothered to challenge it. Instead, I can't back down without properly swinging my sword. Zimor showed his resolve. Behind him stood General Ulf, but he appeared half out of his mind. He was someone who had returned after a frenzy of anger and reason. Of course, Encrid didn't care about him. Crace was just looking around. A fight that was over. But for some, it couldn't just end with surrender. Why risk their lives like that? Crace couldn't understand it. Others seemed to accept the situation. Ragnar stepped to the right. If any enemy archers or others tried to intervene, he would unsheath his sword without hesitation. The usual unassuming presence of Ragnar was replaced by an overwhelming aura, making his figure appear several times larger to the enemy. And indeed, there was a warrior of that size among them. If you interfere, your head will be split, and you'll be on your way to heaven, brothers and sisters. Auden took the role of the judge, and Rem stepped back. Rem also respected his opponent's spirit. In such a situation, to face an opponent head-on with swords drawn was truly the behavior of a warrior. Zimor, was it? Even if he came from another tribe, he would still be worthy of the title of a warrior. Jackson had already disappeared, likely planning to cut down any of the commanders if things went wrong. Encrid was also impressed by Zimor, stepping forward. Even if Zimor lost, the likelihood of survival in such a duel was slim. And yet, he wasn't backing down. He was a warrior, a man who knew how to fight. Clink. Bye. Encrid drew his sword. Once a cursed sword, it was now a finely sharpened and sturdy blade. My sword is not ordinary. He acknowledged his opponent's courage with respect. Zimor nodded. Soon, he also drew his sword. Tained. It was a short, straight sword, an estrek. As soon as Encrid saw his stance, he could guess the man's specialty. No, it was more of a near certainty. A fast sword. Light on his feet. Light feet meant swift movements. Zimor lowered his knee. As he pointed his blade forward, his foot struck the ground. Chapter 217. An unexpected proposal the moment Zimmer's foot struck the ground, and he charged forward, his body blurred like an afterimage. The speed was terrifying. It was reminiscent of a knight's charge. However, he wasn't at the level of a knight. That much was certain. He raised his sword at an angle, bracing with his wrists and forearms, holding steady like a solid wall. His stance was a hybrid between a long sword and a greatsword defensive posture. Clang! Zimor's Estrex sword clashed with the blade that Encrid had twisted into position. Sparks flew as Zimor's sword was deflected to the side. He immediately pulled back his sword. As expected, Encrid didn't budge under the force. He didn't move an inch. Zimor, having lost his ground, stepped back. A naturally light frame, a body honed to extremes, and the thrust he was about to deliver. He had no armor on for this single strike. The sword was thin and narrow. His gear appeared to be lightly modified, and even his boots looked light. Encrid had already understood all this from a single exchange of blows. He could see Zimor's tactics, and realized that this wouldn't be a prolonged battle. Having witnessed what Zimor did, Encrid knew he could do something similar, even without such gear or tricks. That being the case, he simply had to act. He pushed his left foot back and leaned forward, preparing to execute a thrust that, while different from his opponent's, would look quite similar. He focused all his strength into the thrust, his core power from the tip of his foot through his ankle and thigh, and then he executed the thrust he had learned on the first battlefield. Boom! The ground cracked as he surged forward. The air split, and all that Encrid could see was his sword and the hand that wielded it. Zimor also aimed to thrust his sword, but everything in Encrid's eyes seemed to slow down. The way Zimor extended his blade and shifted his weight forward all appeared sluggish. Encrid knew his sword would reach the opponent first. But even so, Zimor wouldn't stop his attack. Encrid knew that, so he thrust his right-hand sword into his opponent's shoulder, while simultaneously drawing his second sword with his left hand and striking Zimor, specifically aiming at the middle of Zimor's sword. It was a defensive move at the perfect timing. To Encrid, the successive exchanges were a smooth flow of actions, but to the watching soldiers, it was almost like an exhibition of skill. Thud! Crash! Zimor, after charging forward, quickly retreated as Encrid pressed the attack. The sounds of stabbing and striking rang out one after another. And that was the end. To the soldiers, the exchange between them was hard to follow. All they saw was a hole in Zimor's shoulder, and then he collapsed to the ground. Ah! Zimor swallowed his groan. He was a man who could endure pain. The broken half of Zimor's sword spun in the air before falling to the ground with a thud. It was a thin, straight sword designed for thrusting. Naturally, it was vulnerable to lateral strikes. This was a technique from the greatsword style, weapon shatter. Encrid had used his left hand for that move. Encrid didn't celebrate his victory in the duel. He simply asked, "More?" He raised his gaze and inquired. General Ulf quickly spoke. "Surrender." It was as good as the surrender of all of Martai. Moreover, this was the battle where the name Encrid was bound to be known far and wide. Wah! A cheer erupted late. The soldiers of Martai, pale-faced, could only look on. The surrender of the commander. Some of them wouldn't avoid losing their heads. The cleanup would be Marcus's responsibility. Everyone, lay down your weapons. The commander shouted to all directions, signaling the end of the war. Thud, thud. Rain began to fall amid the late summer heat. Even though the sky was clear, the rain came down. It was a playful trick by the summer god. Through the rain, sunlight pierced the sky, and in the midst of it all stood Encrid, holding his sword. Not just the soldiers of Martai, but even those of the border guard's regular forces, All eyes were on the man standing there, between the raindrops and sunlight. He was the one who had led this battlefield, torn it apart, and brought it to an end. His name was Encrid. "Are you going to die? Or will you be imprisoned?" Marcus left the decision to Ulf. The Eastern man, Ulf, chose life. "I'll be imprisoned." Killing would be a burden in many ways for Marcus, especially since there was still much to be gained from Ulf. Well, it feels like a free meal, though. Marcus proceeded with the aftermath decisively. "I was the captain of the guards." He stepped forward, looking at the one who had surrendered right away. "Kill him." "Eh? I surrender. I surrender." "The captain of the guards is going to bow his head without any resistance." Marcus's tone was cold. There was no trace of a smile. His words were aimed at his opponent, but not quite at him directly. Only then did he give the death sentence calmly. "This law." Thud. Crack. The first company commander struck with a mace, breaking the man's neck with a single blow. It was a swift execution. The head of the man who had been struck hit the ground with a thud. Due to the unnatural angle and stretched neck muscles, his head hung to one side, creating a lifeless corpse. Too much talk. By the time that unnerved the enemy soldiers, Zimor, was it? Marcus called out to Zimor, who was bleeding from a shoulder wound. The commander of the regiment, who glanced at Encrid, whispered, a tone audible only to Encrid and Zimor. Of course, soldiers with sensitive ears, like the Jackson or the Fairy regimental commanders, could probably hear it. What do you think? What do you think? A man worth sparing, perhaps? The question was aimed at Encrid, not Zimor. Encrid understood Marcus's intention. I don't think killing him is necessary. Marcus nodded vigorously at the response, and then raised his voice, loud and clear. Indeed, he knows how to recognize a worthy foe. His heart is big. To beg for the life of someone who crossed swords with him. Truly, a noble gesture. Beg? When did I? Encrid was stunned by this claim. Marcus spoke loudly for all to hear, continuing his speech. I accept that request. Not only did he lead us to victory on the battlefield, but now he shows mercy to the enemy commander. Truly, you are the finest soldier I've ever seen. Don't you all agree? His final question was directed to his own soldiers, praising Encrid. Even though they had won, the overwhelming power and the heavy rain falling in thin lines, the blurry sunlight filtering through the breaks in the clouds, all combined to make the moment feel monumental. Some of the soldiers, having missed the perfect moment to cheer, now finally raised their voices. We've won! That brief, courageous shout quickly turned into an uproar of triumph from the entire army. The flower of the battlefield is infantry. The flower of the border guard is madmen. Encrid couldn't help but chuckle. That absurd chant seems to be getting stranger and stranger. It almost seemed consistent, though. We lost, Zimor muttered from below, signaling with his hand as the enemy soldiers gathered on one side. Don't resist. Don't die meaninglessly. Normally, in city conflicts, the goal was to capture the enemy commander and either receive a ransom or some other form of compensation. But this time was different. It was a crushing defeat. The city had fallen, and this would be recorded as a historic war. My name is Encrid. Wah! Ha! As the cheers of the soldiers rose, the citizens, fraught with anxiety, watched from behind closed doors. They hurriedly turned their eyes toward the cracks in the windows and doors. Those less courageous didn't even dare look outside. It was common for soldiers to turn into thieves after a city's fall. Who could stop them from plundering the whole city? If true looting started, it wouldn't just be possessions that were taken. Rape and theft would spread throughout. The sense of unease seemed to envelop the entire city. Some citizens wondered if they should grab anything to defend themselves, but doing so would surely cost them their lives. Zimora, I'll entrust the honor of this city to you. From now on it will belong to the border guard. If you think leaving a small force behind would cause problems, speak now. Marcus was a political tactician, even among the high-ranking nobles. He knew how to win people over. If you just promise that, we will retreat today. Zimor blinked, confused. What was he trusting? If only a small force remained, wouldn't the Martai army still outnumber them? Honor? He was being asked to trust his honor? However, if you have any other thoughts, look there. Marcus leaned in to whisper. After a few steps back, the man with jet black hair appeared before them. His name was Encrid, the one who had a habit of revealing his name on the battlefield. He didn't like the look of him. Not that he was handsome, but he was too strikingly handsome for his liking. That madman a commander. If the soldiers take out their frustrations on our side, this time they will turn their rage onto the civilians. Trust was supposed to be built on faith, but when there was none, it was something that could be manufactured. When pushed into a corner, people's trust and faith would naturally form. Yes, I swear on my honor. Zimor promised. We will retreat. Marcus gave the order, and things moved along smoothly. Encrid stepped back. As they began their retreat, it was mentioned that the border defense troops would remain in the city. Hey, we'll be seeing each other often from now on. Taurus came over, chattering away. Other soldiers from the defense corps also came and spoke to him. One of them, a friend named Woon, exchanged a few idle words with Encrid. I'll beat you next time, so don't slack off in your training. He said that, then turned to speak to Ragnar. Encrid responded that he would continue to train and improve. Woon wasn't being serious either. This guy was as bad at jokes as a fairy. So what? The regiment commander says. We'll be handing over this city to our commander. Craze, who had been listening, nodded. It seems like he plans to integrate this city, centered around the border defense, into one whole. Honestly, I kind of like his style. Marcus isn't just seeking cooperation from the city. He's absorbed the entire city into his fold. Torres, glancing at Craze, asked, Does he always call the regiment commander by his name? Don't worry, he checks first to make sure there's no one around who's a subordinate of the regiment commander. Was that the problem? Well, it didn't matter. Torres gave a casual nod and said, You should become a knight. I'll aim to become the next commander of the Martai. That meant reaching the top of the border defense, saying that was clearly influenced by Encrid. Because of that, Torres felt the need to say something. Good luck. With that, the brief farewell ended. After the retreat, the border defense corps stayed behind. Right after the retreat, Encrid bathed, rested, ate, and slept. He hadn't properly rested since returning from the ambush. What did you say is as important as training? Brother, daughter, Odin's constant phrase. Rest was just as important as training. The soldiers were still excited. For some reason, there were a number of people loitering around the madman's regiment. But Rem was there for a reason. No one dared approach any closer. Encrid rested for 2 full days, with only light training, giving his body the much-needed rest. For the first time in a while, he woke up without any dreams, only to find a fairy with green eyes in front of him. A nightmare, Encrid muttered. If I show up in your dreams, it would be wet dreams. Guess it's real then. The fairy's usual style of joking. As he slowly sat up, the fairy looked at him silently before speaking. Finish your training and go see the regiment commander. Okay. So that's why they came all the way here in the early morning, huh? The fairy was truly unreadable. When it made comments about dreams and such with that cold expression, Encrid couldn't help but think about it once again. Truly a being with beauty, and a personality that was beyond human understanding. After the fairy left, Esther stirred and rubbed her eyes. Her actions were surprisingly cute. "Good morning, grr." After greeting Esther, Encrid started his training. By the time the sun was up, he was about to leave when Rem stepped out, yawning loudly. "I'll handle that beastkin." There was no question or permission asked, just a blunt statement. "Why? If we leave her as she is, she'll just become a useless drain on resources. It'd be better to let her die on the battlefield, don't you think? But if you don't want that, fine. Are you just making an excuse to beat her up?" Ram shut his mouth at that. Seeing him occasionally silenced like that made Encrid realize that Rem, too, was human. "No. The commander accepted her into our regiment, so I'm, well, personally training her. What do you think of that?" He was clearly making an excuse to beat him up. Encrid understood, but he nonchalantly nodded. The beast woman seemed to have nowhere to go, and there was a fierce determination in her eyes that reminded Encrid of himself. So he agreed to take her in, but Ram wasn't wrong either. If left unchecked, the beast woman would likely get herself killed somewhere. "Auden, ask the beast woman if she's willing, and if she insists, tell me. Otherwise, Encrid would pass her off to another unit." "Got it. I'll me Theo mo binwai. How zime, pastaki." Auden, who had been sweating through the morning training alongside Encrid, was used to such tasks. No matter whether they had fought for their lives the previous day on the battlefield or not, after returning, the routine was always the same: training and toughening up their bodies. Encrid said as much and headed toward the regiment commander's office. As he walked, it occurred to him, am I really a commander now? Did that mean he now had to manage soldiers? Up until now, he hadn't really managed anything. He had mostly been dragged along by the situation. But now, he had formed battle lines on the battlefield and even issued some orders afterward. Just as he had changed, so too had the others. Strategy and tactics. It was a headache, honestly. He could just react as needed. "I'm here." He gave a brief nod to the guards outside the office, and they opened the door. It was an honor to fight alongside you on the battlefield. It seemed this guard had fought as well. Having been at the forefront of the battle, he didn't have time to look back. The excitement of the battlefield still lingered. The guard's words, along with the admiring glances from the soldiers walking by, made it clear. Some soldiers were bragging about their own feats, while others were singing songs about Encrid's exploits, although one of them was a terrible singer. If the others hadn't punched him in the head to stop him, Encrid would have done so himself. He was a terrible singer. The celebration for their victory hadn't even begun yet. They had decided to properly rest for 2 days before eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves. Until then, everyone was told to rest as much as they could. "Oh, you're here?" Marcus greeted him with a smile when he saw Encrid. "Yes." There were no subordinates or ferry commanders around. It was just Marcus smiling at him. Without missing a beat, Marcus spoke. "By any chance, are you considering becoming the commander of the border guard?" And then he asked. It was an unexpected proposal. The sword blurred, almost like an afterimage, and then shot toward Encrid with terrifying speed. Chapter 218. Making them come to you. Not going to them to say it was unexpected, was to say there were no expectations to begin with. To elaborate, it also meant it wasn't something he wanted. Me? As a battalion commander? Managing his subordinates, like Rem and Dunbakel, was already tiresome enough. More than that, he simply wanted to swing his sword again, a natural desire and longing. He felt as if his fingers were on the verge of brushing against a dream that had always been out of reach. Like anyone else, he was clawing and stretching to pull that dream closer to himself. It was one of those moments when he wanted to lose himself in desire rather than responsibility. And now they were asking him to oversee an entire city. Perhaps one day he might welcome such a role, but not now. Not at this moment. Even searching for reasons to refuse felt unnecessary. If he somehow ended up as the battalion commander, how would things go? Rem's reaction immediately came to mind. Battalion commanding. Then I'll take a company. Give me my company members. He'd take dozens of soldiers, push them relentlessly, and retire them with honors. Everyone would likely flee as fast as they could. Come to think of it, entrusting Dunbakel to Rem might have been a mistake. Not that he had any intention of looking after the beastkin himself at this point. So the answer was already clear. He didn't want it. Not now. It's a no. Though his thoughts were long, his decision was swift. So quick, in fact. It was as though he hadn't hesitated at all. His response was instant. I figured as much. Marcus nodded, unsurprised, without a hint of regret. Still, he added, let's say I offered it 2 more times for a total of 3. If you change your mind, feel free to let me know. Understood. Encrid replied indifferently. Now then, let's hear it. Why did you refuse? I should at least know your reasoning, right? Marcus laced his fingers together, resting his chin on them. That pose seemed to be a habit. Encrid had seen it often. Though Marcus didn't appear genuinely curious, Encrid answered anyway. It was only polite to respond, especially when the question came from a superior. Standing straight in front of the desk, Encrid began. The first company commander wouldn't approve. This was a statement of internal resistance. The first company commander had always been the man closest to succeeding as the next battalion commander. Since the border guard captain had taken charge of Martai, shouldn't the position go to him? Even if they overruled him, having a subordinate harboring resentment right under you was never a good look. Political awareness, too? Marcus kept his chin resting on his fingers as he spoke, then asked again, seemingly unsatisfied. Any other reasons? The battalion commander position isn't necessary for me. It's rare to hear someone say they don't need this position. It doesn't even sound like an excuse or pretext. Marcus let his posture relax, leaning back in his chair. Now he seemed genuinely intrigued. Encrid knew there was a slyness to Marcus, a few metaphorical snakes writhing in his belly. Still, it wasn't something that bothered him. So he spoke freely. Saying he didn't need it was the simple truth. To become a knight, skill came first. Strength took precedence. Leadership qualities were secondary. If such qualities were ever required, he'd learn them when the time came. Hadn't he always learned by doing? By throwing himself into the fray, risking life and limb. But for now, it simply wasn't necessary. He had once again felt the gap in his abilities. Or rather than a gap, it was more like a thirst. From Zimmer's thrust to everything he'd learned before that, there was still so much to master. Even from Marcus's strategies, he had gleaned valuable insights. His path was still long, and he wanted to walk it. It was a path toward a faded dream. And because of that, he wanted to push responsibility aside for now. That was his true motive, a realization he came to only just now, through the process of articulating it. It was always through self-examination that one truly understood themselves. I still lack skill with the sword, Encrid said. If you lack skill, half the soldiers should just go off and die then, Marcus remarked, then clapped his hands lightly, as if to signify understanding. Well, if someone doesn't want a bag of gold shoved into their hands, there's not much point in forcing it. He muttered as much, then moved on to asking about the current situation. Naturally, Encrid answered. I suspect things will continue to worsen. Don't you? Though his response was based on intuition, the reality was indeed leaning that way. It had only been a few days since the battle ended, so it wasn't immediately apparent yet. Besides, this fight had ended as swiftly as popcorn popping over a flame. What was expected to be a prolonged siege had been shattered by strategy. First, by hiding Encrid Dawn. Second, by opening Martai's gates. Thanks to those moves, the enemy and their commander had lost their morale and surrendered outright. If they'd gone all out from the start, the battle might have been far bloodier. In any case, Marcus was already aware of the deteriorating situation. When a force grows in size and strength, problems naturally increase. On top of that, it was unlikely that help from the central government could be expected any time soon. The border guard had weakened their forces by pulling the garrison away. They'd also antagonized the Black Blade, and by swallowing Martai, they had placed themselves in a threatening position toward the local nobility. And on top of that, Encrid himself had personally killed members of the cult. That's why I proposed the battalion commander position. What would change if I took it? Are you asking because you don't know? A commander with overwhelming strength leaves an impression. But what does that have to do with leading an entire city? And to be honest, the first company commander wouldn't even hold a grudge. Marcus added this with a hint of amusement. If you're going to challenge someone, they have to seem beatable. But this was practically a monster. The idea of the first company commander rebelling? Ridiculous. While there might be internal dissatisfaction, there was every reason for outward compliance. That was Marcus's view, but Encrid didn't agree. People always take it the hardest when something they believed was theirs, whether promised or presumed, is taken away. Their perspectives differed, but it didn't matter. Encrid wouldn't accept the role, and Marcus had no real intention of giving it to him either. In truth, Marcus thought it'd be far more entertaining to save an even bigger position for Encrid in the future. Besides, becoming a knight would naturally come with its own territory. When did I start believing this guy would inevitably become a knight? Marcus mused silently to himself, but outwardly delivered a prepared statement. Then how about taking the position of training company commander? This was Marcus's decision alone. While the border guard had vacated their posts, expanding the ranks of the Mad Company wasn't something that could be done easily or quickly. Not that he wouldn't try. I wouldn't get my hopes up, the ferry commander had said, cautioning that Rem was an expert at pushing people to their limits. Most recruits would likely desert after joining. Thus, Marcus devised the next best plan. Give them a sense of belonging, a rank, a purpose, and something to do. Encrid, who seemed to thrive on training, seemed like a natural fit for teaching. And so, the new position of training company commander was created. Understood. Encrid accepted the role with little resistance. This surprised Marcus, but Encrid had been considering something similar himself. What was best for the city's safety? Improving the overall quality of the troops. And how could that be done? Make them work. He didn't expect them to match his level, but increasing training time and imposing some structured effort would inevitably lead to improvement. Wasn't he himself proof of that? Of course, to the standing forces under the border guard, this was unwelcome news. But right now, it was just Marcus and Encrid in the room. Well then, got it. Encrid saluted and withdrew. While the position of training company commander was significant, his priority now was the victory celebration. It would be during this celebration that his contributions to the recent battle would be formally acknowledged. Everything else would come afterward. Until then, Encrid resolved to refine and internalize everything he had learned and experienced. Time, as always, was more precious than gold, especially when he hadn't encountered any barriers lately. Is the boatman the ones who's being lazy? If the boatmen had heard, they might have scoffed. 2 days later, the victory celebration took place. To glory in battle, to a new rising star and hero who swallowed Martai whole. Encrid's name had spread beyond the city due to this battle. Perhaps it was because he had boldly declared his name in the heart of the battlefield. Or maybe it wasn't. Who could say? As people ate, drank, cheered, and shouted their hearts out, Encrid found himself distracted. Experience. While digesting past experiences was important, he considered it stagnation. Beyond consolidating what he already had, He now had new aspirations. Did he need an adventure? Should he leave this place? For a new pattern? New experiences? Something from Marcus's strategies still lingered in his mind, stirring his thoughts. What's got you so deep in thought? Rem's voice broke his reverie. He stood nearby, holding a pumpkin pie in one hand and a glass of distilled spirits in the other. The sharp, alcoholic aroma stung Encrid's nose. It was close to pure liquor. Rem seemed thoroughly immersed in drowning his stomach with booze. Encrid, seated on a chair by a marketplace stall, watched the scene unfold. It was still broad daylight, yet the drinking had started. Meanwhile, soldiers, citizens, and children alike kept stealing glances at him. Of course, he was the hero of the recent battle. Though Rem and the Mad Company drew their share of attention as well, they were used to ignoring the stares of others. Meanwhile, Jackson had disappeared again. Perhaps he had gone to the red light district. I was thinking about how many strong fighters I might meet if I wandered across the continent. It was an honest response. Hearing it, Rem chuckled. I've wandered a bit myself, and let me tell you, it's not easy. Half the so-called strong ones you hear about are just full of hot air. That's true, Ragnar agreed from the other side, having arrived at some point. His cheeks were flushed from a few drinks, but he didn't look drunk. He must not have had much. Ragnar was never much of a drinker, as the others recalled. From their remarks alone, it was clear they both had experience wandering the continent. Is that so? Encrid asked back, feeling a peculiar thirst. What exactly was this thirst? Did he simply want to fight more? It didn't seem that simple. Was he impatient to train with his sword? No, that didn't feel quite right either. Could it be an obsession with reliving today, over and over? Or perhaps he was anticipating repeated deaths? For Encrid, the concept of repeating today, encountering barriers, or dealing with the boatman were all separate matters. Though he joked to himself about blaming the boatman, Encrid didn't care whether today's repetition existed or not. He had gotten to where he was simply by moving forward. The repetition of today was just a tool he used as needed. It, too, was something that had settled into him by chance. Thus, this thirst must have been for something else. Something entirely different. It had begun after he understood the form of the disciplined swordsmanship, an intense desire to clash with skilled fighters across the vast continent. It was pure competitive spirit, a burning drive for conflict. Fight and experience. That was the path to fully realize the patchwork of dreams he had. In the past, whenever he learned something new, he was always dragged along by circumstances. But this time was different. By observing Marcus's strategies, Encrid had identified his own shortcomings. It was no longer just about absorbing past experiences. It was about building a tower of new ones. A path he realized and marked out for himself. Should I start gathering rumors about skilled fighters for you? It was the bald Gilpin, who knew when he'd arrived. He, too, seemed to have had a few drinks, but his demeanor remained composed. Gilpin wasn't one to make mistakes, drunk or not. Hearing him, Encrid thought, if he got a list of names, should he leave? Abandon the city? It was something to consider. Craze, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke. But, Commander, there's an easier way. Why bother wandering around and becoming a drifter? What are you talking about, Bug-Eyes? Rem asked, taking another sip of his drink. Craze, the large-eyed soldier, had a uniquely sharp mind to match his striking appearance. With this recent battle, your name is already widely known. There are plenty of people in Martai and the frontier villages who can act as our mouthpieces. So it's simple. Don't go looking for them. Make them come to you. Kreis's suggestion was spot on, like a thunderbolt of revelation. Was competitive spirit unique to Encrid? If someone was confident in their skills, they'd surely rise to the challenge. That's plausible, Big Eyes, brother, Auden agreed. while Dunbakel nodded beside him. Even among mercenaries, there are plenty of drifters who wander to hone their swords, Dunbakel added. It was true. And what about soldiers who've finished their wars? They'll flock here in droves. Meet them time and again, and your reputation will grow. If they want to, they can fight to their heart's content, or until they drop dead. Of course, if this place becomes too much of a battlefield, fewer will come. Cries, you handle it. Impressed, Encrid handed him the most fitting reward, a coin pouch. It was one he had been saving to commission new armor but now found better use for. Oh! Crace's quick reflexes snatched the pouch out of the air, as if catching a flying dagger. Thank you, sir. He grinned widely, while Encrid felt satisfied. Spread the word well. Don't worry, sir. Now that was a deal everyone could smile about. Even Rem smirked faintly. It wasn't a bad victory party, after all. As time passed, a few soldiers approached, expressing interest in joining the mad company. I want to go mad, too. Make me one of the crazies. I've always been a lunatic. Why all their applications sounded like this was beyond understanding. Half drunk, Rem happily declared that he'd accept them all, glancing at Encrid for approval. Our company is too small for a company anyway, he added. That was true. If these applicants didn't regret their decision after sobering up, they would officially join the Mad Company. Not exactly a formal test, but if their words were sincere, their skills would be evaluated. Beyond that, rumors swirled of glory, of a hero's birth. One thing was certain, Encrid was the centerpiece of this party. Wouldn't you like marmalade for life? All free, of course. Here and there, merchants and charming women tried to tempt him. No. A young man in the crowd cried out in despair, even without the man's dramatic outburst. Encrid had no intention of indulging in anything with the marmalade mate, especially not after seeing someone look as though their world had crumbled. I'll just buy it at full price. Sheesh. Some market women were bold, others more subtle in their flirtations, but the situation came to a close and grew more complicated with the arrival of a particular figure. The Count is entering. The herald's cry echoed through the party grounds. Chapter 219. Wanting to cross blades just once, the city was abuzz with excitement, but even amidst the celebratory atmosphere, a contingent of guards remained stationed, watchful. 2 carriages rolled through the city streets, cutting a path to the central market square. There was no pretense for stopping them. Their passage was officially sanctioned, and they bore the mark of one of the great aristocrats of the region. A coachman with muscular arms descended from the first carriage and opened its door, revealing a man with a strikingly groomed mustache. Count Molson? Marcus murmured under his breath, stepping forward to meet him. I heard there was a victory to celebrate, so I thought I'd stop by on my way, said the Count. The arrival of such a figure here was entirely unexpected, much less in the middle of the bustling market square. Even the squad leader, who also served as the city's security captain, hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Marcus gave him a subtle nod, and the captain wordlessly stepped back, leaving Marcus to face the Count. The Count exuded an aura of confidence, an unshakable self-assurance stemming from a deep awareness of his own authority. His voice resonated through the quieted square, his commanding tone seeming to fill the space entirely. I hear the hero of this recent battlefield is among us, the Count declared boldly. I thought I'd like to see this gem for myself. Despite his aristocratic status, Count Molson was no peacock. He wore no satin or silk, but instead a simple, elegant linen outfit. Even so, there was a sense of nobility in his appearance, further emphasized by the clearly defined muscles visible beneath the light fabric. The muddy, liquor-soaked ground of the market square squelched beneath his boots, yet he carried himself with the composure of someone who would seem regal even amidst filth. Encrid, observing from a distance, couldn't help but find the Count intriguing. There was something undeniably striking about the man. I hear you've been keeping this treasure hidden away, Molson continued, his voice laden with good-natured curiosity. "Let me take a look, will you?" Marcus remained silent, his expression unusually tense. Encrid watched this unfold from a short distance, noticing the uncharacteristic seriousness on Marcus's face. So unlike the man who had been quietly smirking even during the chaos of war. "That bastard's face is just asking to be smashed in," Rem muttered beside him. Though his speech wasn't slurred, it was clear the alcohol was doing some of the talking. Encrid sighed, gesturing to Odin and Ragnar to take Rem away before he did something regrettable. After sending Rem off, Encrid decided to step forward. Marcus had been the one to conceal him thus far, but that had been Marcus's choice, not his. Now that his presence was no longer a secret, Encrid saw no reason to remain hidden. Besides, the Count's arrival seemed less a threat and more an opportunity. Molson had a reputation for gathering talented individuals under his banner, earning him the moniker the Collector of Talent. Encrid found himself wondering, did this so-called collector have swordsmen, spearmen, or perhaps even martial artists under his employ? Surely he did. The thought stirred a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps some of these people would come seeking him out once rumors of his prowess spread further. "I believe your name is Encrid," Molson called out, his voice cutting through Encrid's musings. Before Marcus could respond, Encrid stepped forward. However, a man, a coachman, likely one of Molson's personal guards, moved to block him. The coachman placed a firm arm against Encrid's chest, more a shove than a simple act of prevention. His well-trained physique and sharp, menacing eyes made his intention clear. This was a deliberate provocation. Encrid felt the push, his instincts flaring. Was this a challenge? It certainly seemed that way. And if the coachman wanted a fight, who was Encrid to deny him? Encrid's actions were calculated, even if partially influenced by IM's earlier antics, and the alcohol still faintly clouding his judgment. Deep down, he harbored a hope. If I make a strong enough impression here, perhaps the caliber of those who come seeking me in the future will be higher. So when the coachman's arm struck his chest, Encrid reacted without hesitation. Grabbing the man's arm, Encrid first pushed, drawing the coachman's strength forward, then suddenly pulled while sweeping his left foot behind the man's heel. It was a flawless execution of Balrathian martial arts, a technique Odin had once taught him for breaking an opponent's balance. Caught off guard, the coachman found his feet lifted from the ground, his rear slamming into the dirt with a heavy thud. Whether Count Molson had intended to create such a tense silence in the square, Encrid shattered it entirely. The hush grew even thicker, interrupted only by an involuntary groan from a soldier in the crowd. "Looks painful," Encrid remarked, breaking the awkward quiet as he glanced at the fallen man, who now sported a flushed face. The coachman, seething with embarrassment, began to rise, his fists clenched. But Encrid turned his attention away before the man could act. "You came to see me, I presume?" Encrid said casually, addressing the Count without sparing the fallen coachman a glance. His words were bold, directed at the Count as if ignoring the coachman's existence entirely. The Count was watching the scene intently. The coachman, fists still shaking with the urge to retaliate, held back. After all, his lord had his eyes fixed on the very man who had humiliated him. Encrid's display had achieved its goal. The subtle commotion had caught Molson's full attention. Now, Encrid stood with a calm demeanor, meeting the Count's gaze directly, a level-headedness that bordered on arrogance. Molson's mustache twitched faintly, as if hinting at amusement. He studied Encrid closely, his gaze lingering on the sharp, steady blue eyes and the raven-black hair. "He takes good care of that mustache," Encrid mused absently, taking note of how precisely groomed it was. Marcus, who had been about to step in, hesitated. Encrid's unexpected initiative left him with no room to intervene. "So, you are Encrid?" Molson finally asked. "Yes, that's correct," Encrid replied. Their eyes met again. This time, it was a battle of silent observations. The Count's calm gaze searched Encrid's face, while Encrid returned the look without flinching, as though testing the nobleman in turn. For a fleeting moment, Encrid wondered if he had overstepped. Was knocking down the coachman, a man who served Molson, too much of a breach in etiquette for a first meeting? Then again, Encrid thought wryly, why should I care? Molson's forces meddled in the battlefield before. Everyone knows it. Though he couldn't openly confront Molson about his involvement, the Count's forces had certainly deployed clandestine units that complicated the war effort. Marcus had deliberately avoided pursuing those retreating soldiers, following Chrysa's advice. What good would confronting them do? If you accuse Molson, he'll just deny it and spin it as slander. Worse, we might end up having to grovel instead of holding him accountable. Sometimes. It's better to pretend you don't know. This had left Encrid with no lingering guilt about his actions. After all, the coachman wasn't Molson's heir or anything, just a guard who had gotten a little too bold. Or so he thought. Are you all right? Molson suddenly turned to the coachman still standing awkwardly behind Encrid. Yes, father, came the unexpected reply. Father! Encrid froze momentarily, a sharp urge to clear his ears overtaking him. You chastised my son so harshly upon first meeting? Molson asked, his voice tinged with curiosity rather than anger. Your boldness is quite remarkable. Encrid blinked, realizing there had been a grave misunderstanding. Ah, yes. I see how that might have happened, he replied awkwardly. Silence returned, heavy and suffocating. It felt as though the earlier tear in the veil of quiet had been hastily sewn back together, the atmosphere now awkwardly tense. You thought he was just a guard? Molson broke the silence, this time with a question that carried an almost playful edge. I didn't know. Encrid admitted candidly. Now you do, the Count said with a faint smile. The Count's remark, now you know, hung in the air, almost inviting Encrid to apologize. The nobleman turned fully toward him, his gaze carrying a faint glimmer, subtle yet sharp, as though it sought to pierce through Encrid's surface and lay bare his inner thoughts. It was the kind of look that unsettled Encrid, reminiscent of the sly, probing stare of a beast encountered on a desolate road, one that seemed to weigh both strength and intent. Should he apologize? It wasn't difficult. A few polite words would suffice, nothing more than a superficial gesture. Yet for some reason his lips refused to move. It wasn't arrogance born from growing skill, nor stubborn pride. It was something else entirely, an inexplicable dislike for the man before him. The tense silence began to spread, drawing the attention of onlookers who now watched with bated breath. Then, unexpectedly, the Count burst into hearty laughter. Ha! It's fine, Molson declared, his voice carrying a booming quality that broke the tension. If anything, the idiot deserved it. Encrid saluted in acknowledgement, his gesture one of disciplined respect rather than warmth. I mean it. No harm done. I only dropped by to see for myself if the rumors were true. They weren't exaggerated. The Count scrutinized Encrid's face, his tone turning playful. Not just skill, but that face of yours. No wonder every maiden in the nearby villages must be struggling to sleep at night. Perhaps insomnia is a common ailment around here. Encrid replied with a dry wit, the humor faintly laced with fairy-like sarcasm. Molson chuckled, clearly amused. After a few more inconsequential remarks, the conversation shifted. Turning to Marcus, the Count offered a vague apology. The swarms of beasts and monsters rising from the south have been relentless. As you know, defending one's lands is a duty entrusted by the crown. Holding them back was no easy task. Alas, I couldn't spare the forces to assist against the Martai. That city's ties to the Eastern influence ran too deep, but your efforts were commendable. The Count spoke as though he were royalty himself, a subtle arrogance underlining his words. Marcus, ever poised, replied with a polished smile. Such recognition is best heard from our queen, the rightful sovereign of this land. The undertone was clear. You're no king, pretender. Molson either didn't notice or chose to ignore the jab, departing soon after with a dismissive wave. Though his stay had been brief, the weight of his presence lingered, leaving a sour taste among the soldiers. As soon as the Count was out of earshot, Marcus let out a bitter laugh. "What an insufferable bastard!" he muttered, his disdain sharper than usual. Encrid inquired, "Do you know what that snake dreams of?" Marcus shot back without waiting for a response. Being a usurper, a madman aiming for the throne itself. Encrid had little room to criticize another's ambitions, but the revelation made Molson's unsettling demeanor clearer. Still, it didn't explain everything. It's not just the dream. There's something off about his eyes, Encrid thought, the image of Molson's probing gaze lingering in his mind. That night, as the camp's energies slowly revived from Molson's departure, Rem's voice suddenly broke through Encrid's thoughts. "It's him!" Encrid blinked, startled by the outburst. "Who's him?" "The Count." "That bastard," Rem declared, slapping his palm with realization. Encrid raised a brow. "And? I told you before, didn't I? The reason I ended up wandering here." Encrid recalled the story. Rem had once killed a noble's son after catching him committing unspeakable atrocities. It was an act of justice that had cost Rem everything, forcing him into exile. "That bastard's his father, Count Molson." "Are you certain?" "Ha! I knew I'd seen him somewhere before." As Rem's face lit up with a mixture of vindication and unease, Encrid could only wonder. Did Molson fail to recognize Rem, or did he simply not care? The Count's cunning was legendary, and the possibility of him hiding layers of intent beneath that polished exterior seemed all too real. If anything, Molson reminded Encrid of a mythical hydra, each head holding a different scheme. And those eyes? "He's not ordinary," Encrid muttered to himself as he returned to the barracks. Later that evening, as he contemplated Molson's strange aura, Esther, the panther, watched him intently, her fiery gaze almost mirroring the Count's penetrating stare. "You're overthinking it," Ram interjected. "Let's spar instead." Encrid blinked at the sudden suggestion. "You've got that look again. The one that says you're about to spiral into madness. A good spar should help." Encrid smiled faintly. Sparring with Rem proved therapeutic, allowing him to test new techniques in a refreshing, enjoyable bout. 2 days later, the camp underwent its first full-scale training under Encrid's leadership as the newly appointed training company commander. Even the heavy-armored First Company participated, their disgruntled expressions revealing their disdain for the drill. Unlike other units, their rigorous training was considered unparalleled, and some resented being grouped with others. Encrid, standing atop the platform, remained unfazed, his focus solely on the task at hand. The murmurs of discontent were irrelevant to him. He had a job to do. Chapter 220. Not bad. The Count of Molson had 3 wives and 6 mistresses, a detail unremarkable for a noble of his time. He had sired numerous children, far surpassing even the royal family in number. Yet, to his dismay, not a single one fully satisfied his expectations. Life rarely unfolded as planned. "Let me handle it," one of his sons offered. The Count turned from his seat in the carriage, meeting his son's eyes. There was jealousy and anger in them, unmistakable even in the dim light. Was it because of a simple reprimand? Or had this son, like others, grown envious of the rising name of Encrid? A name now whispered as far as the royal capital. Envy was natural, but to wear it so openly. "Maya Vien, der Star. I know do I, Stel." "He's a capable fighter," the Count mused, "but lacking elsewhere." The boy lacked the judgment to discern when to crush his emotions and when to unleash them. At best, he could serve as a loyal guard, nothing more. This disappointment was yet another reminder of why the Count had ceased seeking to expand his line. Still, when his son spoke of handling Encrid, the Count reflected. Were it me, I wouldn't waste my time hating him. I'd make him an ally. There was one thing, however, that gave the Count pause. You didn't meet his eyes, did you? The son blinked, bewildered by the question. No. The Count chuckled. Thought so. His eyes, they tell a story. He paused, mulling over his next words. He wanted to fight me. What? That's absurd. The son snapped, bristling with indignation. And why not? The Count retorted. Deep down, even he felt a spark of curiosity, a desire to test himself against Encrid's raw determination and fiery gaze. That kind of fervor ignited a fighter's instinct in anyone worth their salt. But no, such a clash could never happen. A man like him couldn't afford to indulge in reckless duels. Giving others what they want too easily was a surefire way to lose control. Interesting fellow, he thought, but one I can't leave unchecked. The Count's mind turned to the matter of control. To bring a man like Encrid into his fold, debts of the heart worked best. What kind of debt would bind him? What of the southern beasts? His son asked, jolting the Count from his thoughts. The Count dismissed the question with a wave. Leave them. The creatures ravaging the southern lands were the reason for his current expedition. While some had been culled, others had been left untouched. Inevitably, the border guard would face the beasts, and when they struggled, they would have no choice but to request his aid. It was only a matter of time. And those who move under cover of night. The Count's eyes gleamed. His son referred to the infamous assassins of Jor's daggers. They had infiltrated the border guard, a piece of information the Count had ensured would reach him. Before the conversation could continue, the driver called out. Someone blocks the road ahead. What are your orders? Stop. If someone had the gall to halt the Count of Molson's carriage in the northern lands of Fenhanil, they were either foolish or bold. The Count suspected the latter. When the carriage stopped, the figure ahead was shrouded entirely in black. Brazen, thought the Count, stepping to the door of his carriage. Who are you? Jor's daggers, came the curt reply. The son erupted in outrage, leaping from the carriage with a litany of curses. But the assassin stood still, unfazed by the tirade. What's your business? The Count asked, calm and composed. To deliver a message. Unperturbed, the assassins spoke their piece, ignoring the son's fuming presence. But when the son drew his sword, the air grew tense. Ching! Cut off an arm first, then we'll talk, the son declared, his voice heavy with disdain. Though renowned within his territory for his skill, he was far from a match for the likes of Jor's daggers. Yet, the assassins standing boldly in their path. The son's jaw clenched, his frustration visible as he stepped back. I need someone in the border guard eliminated, the Count continued. Assassins such as these thrived on death and shadows, so it was fitting to meet them on their terms. Yet deep down, this was a test. Would Encrid survive even against such odds? Half of the Count's intention was to gauge the man's strength. The other half was to rid himself of an increasingly inconvenient thorn. Who? Encrid. Impossible. What? The assassin rejected the task without hesitation. The bluntness of the refusal gave the Count pause. Did even this shadow dweller know Encrid's name? It wouldn't be surprising, given the recent buzz surrounding him. He doesn't have to die. The Count offered. Impossible. The response was as firm as before, without the slightest trace of deliberation. The Count raised an eyebrow. He knew assassins as mercenaries of death who would do anything for the right price. Yet here was one turning him down flat, as if gold and glory meant nothing. Are you afraid? He taunted. But the assassin didn't flinch. Impossible, he repeated. Realizing the futility of pressing further, the Count changed his approach. Then just investigate him. Find out if he has family, allies, or possessions. Learn why he's there, what he wants, and how he operates. Do you understand? The assassin, still cloaked in black, hesitated before nodding. I'll send someone on the 2nd of each month. Exchange information for payment, then, the assassin said, his tone cool and detached. Don't overreach, the Count warned. You lot live on blood. Don't forget your place. To the son, it sounded like the Count was standing up for him. But to the assassin, it felt more like a demand for precision, a reminder not to fail. Without another word, the shadowy figure withdrew into the darkness. The Count climbed back into his carriage. Father, his son began. Control yourself, the Count interrupted. Revealing your emotions recklessly does you no favors. As the carriage rolled away, the assassin stood silently, watching until it disappeared into the distance. Finally, he removed his mask, exhaling as if relieved. It's been a while, he muttered, his breath catching on the cool night air. The full-body attire felt stifling after years of fighting with his face exposed. How strange, he thought. Living in relative comfort had softened him. The battlefield, with its unflinching honesty, had been different. There, fights were straightforward and brutal, except when he struck from the shadows, swift and final. As his thoughts drifted, a figure approached, joining him on the path to the city. What was it like? She asked. It was the woman from the brothel, his occasional lover and a master of gathering information. She led a network of spies, all of them adept in their trade. Like a snake, he replied. His instincts told him that the Count was calculating, dangerous, and coiled with deceit. Not great, then, she remarked dryly. Did you find out anything? He asked. She nodded. The two walked in tandem, exchanging quiet words. There's a connection. At least, that's what I suspect. Not every contract came through Jor's daggers. And as things stood, he wasn't in a position to accept just any job. But the clues tied to this one struck a nerve. He had nearly abandoned his search until this lead reignited his purpose. Revenge. That was why he was here. The information pointed toward his goal, a resolution he had been chasing for years. They're asking you to kill that company commander, she said after a moment. I refused, he replied. Was that wise? She asked, her tone probing. The Count, often referred to as the Grand Duke of the North, bore a title that stopped at Earl. This limitation wasn't due to a lack of merit, but stemmed from the royal family's watchful restraint. Yet, in strength and influence, he was every bit a Grand Duke. In truth, if the Count ever resolved to strike, even Jorah's daggers would find him an imposing adversary. Such was the nature of a great noble governing an entire territory. That's not my concern, Jackson replied curtly. The woman accompanying him nodded internally. Indeed, this was how he'd always been, indifferent to anything outside his narrow focus. He had often claimed that his company commander was losing his mind. But was Jackson himself much different? I'm off, Jackson announced, stepping toward the city. Visit more often, the woman called after him. He didn't reply. Though Jor's daggers had taken on the mission, it wasn't out of loyalty to the Count. There was information to be gleaned, knowledge that could tip the scales. Jackson didn't feel burdened by the task. He briefly considered informing his commander in advance, but quickly dismissed the idea. There wasn't much to report, after all. No family, obsessed with swords, dreams of knighthood, he thought. Ridiculous as it sounded, some people simply lived that way. From the outside, Encrid's ambitions might appear delusional. After all, he was little more than a former mercenary who had clawed his way up to a company commander's rank. Yet, those who worked closely with Encrid saw him differently. Even Marcus seemed to have come around to his vision. Jackson grumbled to himself. This city was full of lunatics. Still, he had made his choice. It was time to blend into their midst, becoming less of an assassin and more of a sly alley cat, a soldier guarding the battlefield and a subordinate assisting his mad commander. Because if left unchecked, that madman would undoubtedly wreak havoc again. The Grand Duke's position is simple, Craze explained at length. He wants a ducal title, but the royal family refused. And why? According to the Count, it's because they're trying to marginalize him. Why would they do that? They're afraid he might seize the throne. And the Count's response, if they're too weak to keep it, they deserve to lose it. It's the natural order of things, he says. Christ leaned back, mimicking the Count's mocking tone. But the royal family remains silent, hiding behind their laws. It's for the good of Norelia, they claim. If you want the title, earn it. It's all for show. Anyone who knows court politics knows the Count's true ambitions. Strange, Encrid mused. The nobles in the border guard seem oblivious to all of this. They're fools, Craze replied bluntly. Encrid nodded. These were nobles in name only, clinging to minor titles and ignorant of real power. Recently, one such noble had met their end at the hands of Remzax, their souls sent to heaven, or perhaps hell. Officially, it was said they were killed by bandits, perhaps the infamous Black Blade, but sharper minds suspected Marcus might have had a hand in it. Encrid didn't concern himself with such speculations. What intrigued him was the Count himself. He had spent years honing his skills, refining his isolation technique, and sharpening his instincts under Jackson's guidance. The son? The Count's air failed to stir his fighting spirit. But the Count? The moment Encrid saw him, his competitive nature ignited. The Count's body was like tempered steel, honed and unyielding. But his eyes, a mage. It wasn't often that Encrid encountered magic users. Still, they existed. Even Rem, who could transform into a leopard, wasn't exactly human. That wasn't a secret. At least, not to Esther. She seemed unconcerned by it, though Encrid had noticed long before it was ever mentioned. Esther had once teased him. Even during baths, mages pursued the arcane, walking paths of mystery and secrecy. They had little regard for the trivialities of physical contact. Encrid, never one to dwell on such things, let it pass. Lately, though, Esther had been curling up in his arms less frequently. She claimed she no longer needed it as much as before. It didn't bother him. Not really. What are you doing? Rem's voice cut through his idle thoughts. Encrid had been lost in them, overseeing the company's grueling training regimen. From his perch he observed the soldiers returning from their drills. Are they back? Yeah, they're back, Rum said with a mischievous grin. Rem, as always, seemed to thrive on others' suffering. Did everyone run the full course? Encrid studied the soldiers and thought grimly. Their stamina is pitiful. A strong heart was the foundation of everything. For a full week, the soldiers had done nothing but run. Armed, armored, and exhausted, they ran from dawn until dusk. The first company suffered the most. First company's training is different from yours, some had boasted early on. It hadn't taken long for those same soldiers to turn pale and drop their bravado. That's unfair. We should all wear light armor, someone protested. The first company had to run fully armed, with heavy gear. Hearing this, Rem's grin widened. He bolted to the protester's side, a soldier who had been particularly vocal at the start. Encrid had warned Rem to avoid unnecessary violence. Train them, don't break them, he'd said. But as a drill instructor, Rem relished moments like these. Unfair, huh? Then transfer to second company. Weren't you bragging about how your training was tougher? Where's that pride now? The soldier quickly averted his gaze, knowing full well that Rem wouldn't hesitate to resort to force. Not bad, Encrid thought, watching from his post. Things seemed to be progressing well. If anything, he wondered if the training wasn't intense enough. Such was the thinking of a commander with his own unyielding standards, one who had endured far worse and expected the same of his men. Chapter 221. Having endured the time of training, when Encrid stood alone on the platform, he noticed something in the soldier's eyes, something akin to resentment. "You run back. At least pretend to rest for a bit. Makes it easier on them. Trust me," Rem advised. Following his lead, the soldiers complied. Did it motivate them to keep running? Who could say? "Listen here. Grinding people down is my specialty," Rem boasted. Encrid didn't argue. He simply let the man do his thing. And admittedly, Rem wasn't wrong. He had a knack for pushing people to their limits. Otherwise, how could the soldier's eyes carry such a haunted, almost fiendish look after only a week of training? The soldiers, drenched from the unrelenting rain, ran into the parade ground. The downpour only heightened the eerie glow in their stares. Rain poured steadily, a minor annoyance to Encrid. Not bad, he thought, noticing the fire in their eyes. Their sheer determination as they ran made an impression on him. It wasn't just about standing idle on the platform anymore. Even before this routine, Encrid had always been a training fanatic, his hands often bloodied from endless drills with his sword. Now wasn't much different. If anything, it was harder for him to restrain his own urges. Memories of the Count Molson spurred him, making him long to swing his sword. Beyond personal training, Encrid subjected his body to grueling regimens both on and off the platform. "This is borderline absurd," muttered Cray, who had been quietly observing. But this relentless intensity was what defined Encrid. He was pleased by the fierceness in his soldiers' eyes and satisfied with his own progress. "Time to wield your weapons," he finally commanded. After a week of relentless running, the soldiers were now allowed to train with their arms. No formations, no drills, none of that. Those weren't Encrid's forte. Instead, his focus was on further developing their foundational abilities. From afar, Marcus observed the training, his expression a mix of bemusement and pity. "All I did was give him a title," Marcus remarked. "Why is he so dedicated?" Beside him, his adjutant nodded. "Indeed. Any deserters?" The adjutant hesitated before replying. "It's clear they'd like to, but—" "Like to?" Marcus prompted. "They don't seem to have the energy left for it," the adjutant finished. It was true. Without the strength to flee, even escaping was impossible. Such was the nature of Encrid's training. To Marcus, it was clear that Encrid enjoyed the admiration and praise of others. Yet, above that, he was someone wholly committed to his goals. Encrid pursued his aspirations with single-minded determination, heedless of others' opinions. What must I do to become a knight? The answer was simple: hone one's swordsmanship. And so, Encrid did. Every day, without fail. It was hard not to respect him for that. But now, Marcus wondered, what is driving him so hard now? Had he been waiting for the title of training company commander all along? Watching Encrid, it seemed like he enjoyed both admiration and hostility in equal measure. Or does he simply take pleasure in tormenting others? The thought was not unwarranted. Marcus sighed with relief at not having to join them down below. Bell had a history with Encrid. The man had saved Bell's life, and since then, their paths had crossed multiple times. For that reason, Bell thought, he'll go easy on them. Surely Encrid wouldn't expect others to endure the same brutal regimen he himself underwent. He would keep it reasonable. That belief crumbled within 2 days. The tower of faith Bell had built in Encrid came crashing down without a trace. Huff. Bell's breath was ragged, his lungs burning. "If you fall behind, you'll get hit," came the cheerful voice of Ram from behind. Grinning from ear to ear, casually swung his axe through the air. Though he hadn't struck anyone yet, it was clear that getting caught would result in punishment worse than running. "You'd better run, eh?" Initially, the training had been limited to laps around the parade ground. Now, however, they were being chased uphill by the mad axemen. Those who lagged behind quickly learned that getting hit was far worse than simply running harder. Want to kill me? Then do it. Sneak attack, ambush, whatever, bring it on. Rem taunted, laughing uproariously. Several soldiers twitched at his words, their shoulders trembling with restrained rage. Bell wasn't one of them. He didn't have the energy. After climbing several hills at full sprint, the parade ground loomed ahead. Pick up your weapons, Encrid ordered. The next stage was simple. Repeat the basics. If you want a break, fight me in last 5 moves, Rem added, smirking devilishly. Once you've proven your skill, you can rest. This offer enticed a few to challenge the golden-haired swordsman. His name was Ragnar. At first glance, he seemed approachable, even mild-mannered. But in practice, wham! Crack! The wooden sword moved so fast it was barely visible. If it had been a real blade, no, even a blunt iron sword, there was no doubt about it. I'd be dead. Ragnar glanced indifferently at the unconscious soldier sprawled on the ground. Weaklings, he remarked coldly. Weak? No, damn it. It wasn't that they were weak. It was that he was absurdly strong. Bell clenched his teeth, words of protest rising in his throat, but swallowed them down. If you're pissed, come at me. Please. I'm begging you, said the grinning mad axeman, taunting the group. Bell's excitement drained instantly. He understood the unspoken message. Attack him and you'll die. The training was straightforward yet brutal. Sprint at full speed all morning. Eat lunch, then spend the entire afternoon swinging your weapon with all your might. Bell silently agreed. Devil bastard. But as much as he hated them, it was hard to complain. After all, Encrid himself trained harder, longer, and rougher than the entire group combined. Come watch the sparring, brothers, Rem would announce with glee, as Encrid squared off against a burly, devout soldier. Here comes the mad axeman, someone else would mutter as Rem entered a match. Encrid fought Ragnar, Jackson, and others in succession. While he gave his all, he rarely emerged victorious. Auden, in particular, made an impression. With a quick kick to Encrid's ankle, followed by a spinning strike delivered with startling speed for his size, Auden sent Encrid flying. Encrid crashed into a pile of training weapons at the edge of the muddy parade ground. Thud! Head first into the muck, he landed with a sickening splatter. For a moment everyone froze, wondering if this was it for him. Rest when you're dead, Rem barked, snapping the soldiers out of their daze. Nearby, Jackson nudged Bell in the ribs with his elbow, silently telling him to keep moving. Though their arms moved automatically, their eyes were glued to the fallen Encrid. And then, like a demon risen from the pits of hell, Encrid stood once more. Blood trickled down his cracked skull, and mud dripped from his battered frame. All eyes focused on the sludge clinging to his arms as it dripped to the ground. Is he okay? That question hovered unspoken among the soldiers. Hurts a bit, he muttered, brushing off the concern. He's insane, Bell thought. A madman devoted to the sword. A sword lunatic. Bell suppressed the words threatening to escape his lips. Company commander, it's getting harder to keep my guard loose. Especially with how recklessly you're fighting, Ragnar commented dryly after a particularly harsh bout. Scenes like this became routine. At first they shocked Bell and the others. Then they became disturbing. After a month, they adapted. By late summer, as autumn approached, the grueling cycle of relentless training, with only a half-day of rest every 10 days, was suddenly interrupted. Reports say the number of beasts in the area has increased, said the battalion commander. They've spotted fanged horse beasts. We'll be organizing an extermination operation. The 2nd Company commander led the charge. "Does that mean no training today?" asked Lieutenant Vengeance, a fierce gleam in his eye and a palpable intensity radiating from him. In just 2 months, he had transformed. "We'll be fighting all day, wouldn't you agree?" Bell replied, his tone equally sharp. Bell had changed too. Anything less, and he might have deserted already. Dying during training would have been the ultimate mockery. "Let's start by taking down those rabid beasts," Vengeance said, brandishing his longbow. With his increased strength, he'd earned a new bow, larger, sturdier, and stronger than his last. The same was true for the archers under his command, all now equipped with superior gear. Marcus hadn't spared any expense on their armaments, which was one thing Bell appreciated. Entrusting training to a mad commander, however, had been a different story. There. A 3-man scouting team reported a group of beasts approaching. While most beastly transformations occurred in carnivores, herbivorous beasts occasionally became threats too. And the most troublesome of them all? Horses. Fanged horses capable of turning their sheer speed and mass into weapons were terrifying adversaries. Over 10 of them. At the scout's report, the 2nd Company commander barked, "Archers, ready!" Vengeance responded instantly, leading his unit to take position. He was a commander who led by example. "Fire!" With the command, Vengeance pulled back his bowstring. The sinew string creaked, his bow groaning under the strain. Gone were the days when their muscles screamed in protest. After all, they had spent the past 2 months training alongside a demon far worse than any fanged horse. Now, it was time to see if it had all been worth it. Arrows flew, one embedding itself into the skull of a charging horse beast. The crisp sound of the arrow cutting through the air was followed by a satisfying thud as it struck its mark, the beast's head exploding on impact. The monstrous horse tumbled and rolled to the ground. Vengeance felt an odd sensation wash over him, a new awareness of control over his muscles, each fiber responding to his will. His grueling training had not only enhanced his strength and stamina, but also granted him a clarity of focus he'd never known before. One more shot. Even as the next wave of beasts charged, he could assess the situation calmly. "Fire!" As he drew his bow, the head of another horse beast seemed to fill his vision, every detail vivid and clear. Releasing the string, he watched his arrow streak toward its target. Whack! The volley from his unit was perfectly synchronized. Within moments, over 10 beasts lay dead, their bodies riddled with arrows. The air was filled with the shrieks of the dying beasts. "We've got more incoming!" There was no time for celebration as another wave, this one a dozen strong, descended upon them, closing the distance too fast for another volley of arrows. "Engage!" The 2nd Company commander's order rang out, and the clash between man and beast began. 2 months wasn't enough to turn ordinary soldiers into masters, but the rigorous training had undeniably changed them. Bell felt it too. His body was lighter, stronger. Compared to Encrid, the horse beasts felt manageable. "Kill them! Take them down! Slice them to bits!" Battle cries erupted as soldiers pierced beastly heads and hacked at their toughened muscles. Spears thrust forward, and glaives, loot from past victories, whirled through the air. The 2nd Company commander himself wielded a glaive with unparalleled strength, its blade severing a charging horse's foreleg with a clean strike. Splat! Violet blood sprayed from the wound. The distinct colors of beast blood, black for monsters and blue or purple for beasts, painted the battlefield. Despite the ferocity of the fight, it was over quickly. One soldier, drenched in beast blood, muttered incredulously, "Why were they so easy?" It was a sincere question. There had been no real sense of danger. A piercing whistle split the air as a griffin dove into the fray. The beast, more dangerous than its lesser kin, was an upper-tier monster in its own right. But it was alone. Vengeance archers peppered its wings with arrows, crippling its ability to fly. The rest of the company swarmed the grounded beast, cutting it down with practiced precision. After the skirmish, the soldiers exchanged knowing glances. There was no denying it. They had grown stronger. The border guard regulars had always been seasoned warriors, but now they stood on a new level. As they returned to camp, Encrid greeted them with his usual deadpan intensity. "We haven't run today, have we?" It wasn't a question. It was a command. Bell, who had been reflecting on how far he'd come, finally snapped. "You've got to be kidding me, you bastard." His outburst came unbidden, a natural reaction to the absurdity of Encrid's expectations. "Sounds like a sparring request to me," Rem chimed in, adhering to his own twisted rule. "Complaints equal challenges." "Been a while, Bell," Encrid said with a nod. There was no way to back down now. Pleas for leniency wouldn't work. If he was going to fight, it would have to be with everything he had. Later that day, as dusk approached, Trace came to Encrid with unexpected news. "We have our first visitor," he announced. Although Encrid never grew tired of training, the idea of someone seeking him out brought a spark of excitement. "Quite the heavyweight, too," Trace added as they headed toward the marketplace. The guest awaited at Vanessa's pumpkin inn. As Craze had promised, spreading rumors had worked. Those who heard them didn't need invitations. They came on their own. At the inn's sparring yard stood a man with a face marked by two prominent scars. One ran across the bridge of his nose, while the other cut deep into his cheek. His presence radiated menace. The weapon in his hands matched his aura. A spiked morning star, its wicked spikes and sheer weight oozing lethality. "I'm Ivan." The man introduced himself, his deep voice steady and firm. "Mercenary Ivan," Craze added from behind. "City-class powerhouse with the nickname constraining Ivan." "My nickname sounds flashier," Encrid remarked dryly, earning a shrug from Craze. "Flashy names attract attention, just like flowers attract bees and butterflies." Indeed, the moniker "Soldier Who Ended the War" was the kind of title that made people seek him out, a calculated move on Encrid's part. As he approached the scarred mercenary, Ivan spoke first. "Let's see what you've got." Encrid nodded. The challenge was accepted. Chapter 222. The Soldier Who Ended the War. Whatever rumors they've spread, Encrid could sense something unsettling in the eyes of the man before him. This wasn't just someone testing his skill in a friendly spar. The look in those eyes betrayed greed, a hunger born of self-serving desire. "The soldier who ended the war, huh? Don't you think that's a bit arrogant?" The mercenary Ivan raised his morning star as he spoke, his tone laced with hostility. His posture and demeanor were unmistakable, a predator sizing up its prey. His body language seemed to say, "This weapon can crush your skull, you know." Yet Encrid remained unmoved, standing in place and answering plainly, perhaps. "Confident in your skills, I take it?" Ivan looked like he was about to charge immediately, but his hesitation betrayed an attempt to gauge his opponent. Encrid disliked this tactic. "Somewhat," he replied nonchalantly. The lack of concern in his tone made Ivan's brow furrow. "You cocky bastard," Ivan spat, his insult deliberate and calculated to provoke. It was a common tactic to unsettle one's opponent, a trick Encrid himself had often employed in the past. Back then, Encrid had relied on his sharp tongue as much as his sword to survive. "Yeah?" Ivan could take no more. He surged forward, swinging his morning star with all his might. So this was constraining Ivan, a city-class powerhouse. The mercenary's approach was laughably slow, by Encrid's standards at least. Compared to someone like Rem, Ivan might as well have been standing still. Still, Encrid didn't intend to take this lightly. If he fought, he would do so with everything he had. That was the principle he lived by, always giving his best, no matter the circumstance. It was the only way he had managed to reach where he stood today. Appearances can be deceiving, he reminded himself. This might all be part of a larger tactic. Feigning weakness to lull an opponent into a false sense of security was a staple of mercenary combat. As the morning star descended, Encrid stepped to the side, his left foot sliding smoothly out of harm's way. Spinning his body, he drew his sword in a single motion. Ching! The blade gleamed as it sliced through the air. Ivan, realizing too late that he'd overextended, tried to recover his swing. The weight and momentum of his morning star made it impossible, causing his movement to falter. Ugh! The scar-faced mercenary grunted as he abandoned his weapon and threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding Encrid's blade. The sword cut through empty air, intentionally so. Encrid wasn't about to let his guard down, suspecting that Ivan might feign retreat only to launch a surprise attack. But nothing came. Why isn't charging? It wasn't as though Encrid had left himself wide open, but the opportunity was there if Ivan had the skill to exploit it. Let's do this barehanded, Ivan suddenly declared, abandoning his weapon entirely. Encrid immediately sensed the truth. An empty shell. Later, he would learn that Ivan's nickname, Constraining Ivan, stemmed from his renowned grip strength. But against Encrid, whose arms had been honed to iron through the isolation technique, those vaunted hands left little more than faint marks on his skin. When Encrid responded in kind, snapping Ivan's wrist with a brutal twist, the mercenary howled in agony. Aha! It was over. Ivan's reputation was a lie, built on hollow boasts and the ignorance of others. Kreis, who had been watching from the sidelines, let out a low hum. A few of the second company's soldiers had gathered to observe, curious about the so-called first challenger. Rem shook his head, unimpressed. Only idiots are going to show up at this rate. Jackson said nothing. Neither did Ragnar nor Auden. What had been intended as a way to attract worthy opponents had, so far, only brought a fraud. Are we done here? Encrid asked, turning to Ivan. No more. Ivan stammered, his bravado shattered. Encrid thought briefly that even Bell might have handled this fight. With a slight shrug, he turned away. Don't be too discouraged, Kreis said with a shrug. They say every great journey starts in the village. You can't expect perfection from the first bite. It was an old Eastern saying, one can't be full from the first mouthful. Encrid nodded absently, his mind elsewhere. He thought of Rem, wild and feral. Of Jackson, whose indifference masked a deadly edge. Of Ragnar, whose skill in both swordplay and strategy made him formidable. Of Auden, a natural powerhouse with extraordinary physical control. Each of them had pushed him to grow in different ways. And yet he craved something new, a hunger that drove him forward, searching for what was missing. It was an instinctive need, as natural as breathing. This, however, an empty shell, a disappointment, perhaps, but not one that could truly dampen Encrid's spirit. He was a man of patience, capable of enduring far worse than this. It's fine, he muttered to himself. Of the next 5 challengers who came seeking him, 4 were no different, fools who sought to claim his reputation for their own. If I beat you, do I get to be company commander? Is that how you fight? You look trained, but you're lacking something. You're not drawing your sword? If I kill you, don't blame me. And so it went. Encrid sprinkled his own seasoning on the table set by Kreis, doing things his way. Those who had challenged him with lackluster skills were all left nursing broken limbs. Some had been mercenaries with respectable names. Others were wanderers calling themselves swordsmen training for personal growth, and a few were former squires who arrogantly boasted about their past. But the majority were mercenaries, many of whom sought the title of the soldier who ended the war for themselves. 7 more challengers arrived after, but there was nothing of value to learn from them. Most of them were pathetic, worse than actual soldiers. Among them, the only somewhat decent opponent was a beastman named Barakol. Barakel was a member of the Beastkin, whose human speech was clumsy, but who possessed exceptional physical abilities. He was one of the rare few Encrid could consider a real challenge. The beastmen used claws, blades extending from their knuckles, as weapons, and they were adept at using them in unpredictable ways. He would often raise his knees to distract his opponents, slashing downward with his claws, or lower his stance and charge at them from below. It was clear that such attacks were made possible by his natural athleticism. Encrid studied his movements, learning from the experience. It wasn't a bad session at all. Even if the day was not repeated, the time spent absorbing, testing, and training had its value. Without any threats or walls in the way, Encrid continued to live as if he were repeating today, striving to always do his best. Rem, on the other hand, was relentlessly hounding Dunbakel. It wasn't just teasing anymore. It was full-on torment. "If you don't do this right, you're going to die, Beastman." At first, it had been in jest, but now it was a matter of life and death. How else would you handle it? Dunbakel, like the others, seemed to lack the discipline to properly harness his power. So, what was the solution? Push him to the edge of a cliff, and he would instinctively exert himself to avoid falling. And that was exactly what Rem did. As he fought, he also reflected on something. She has potential. Her natural physical abilities were extraordinary. She had a certain quickness and instinct when it came to physical combat, but she was far from Encrid's level. The difference in willpower and endurance was clear. "I'm done for." After a few more rounds of brutal training, Dunbakel collapsed, half-conscious. If she had any endurance or willpower, it would have paled in comparison to Encrid's. Rem, now thinking about Encrid, felt a shift in his thoughts. He realized that Encrid's abilities had grown significantly. He was no longer someone who could be handled easily, even for Rem. A small slip-up could lead to disaster. As he considered Encrid's progress, a word came to mind: a knight. The path Encrid was walking was one that, in a way, Rem had walked before. Of course, it wasn't the same kind of knight the continent typically referred to. Rem's tribe had their own interpretation of what it meant to be a knight. Lately, Rem had been feeling more reflective than usual, which was why he was pushing Dunbakel so harshly. He needed to push the others so that he could push himself as well. That was how Rem worked, through pressure and trial. "Are you crazy? Lying down? Sleeping? Are you seriously sleeping in the middle of training?" he yelled, forcing Dunbakel to struggle back to her feet. In Rem's mind, he could easily believe someone would say he was a demon, risen from the depths of the cursed lands, the soldier who ended the war. "That bastard! It's him." In the northern part of Pen Hanil, a member of the cult of the sacred place muttered this in a small pub, while scheming in the back. The pub was empty for the most part, as it was early in the day. On the table in front of the cult member was a drawing of Encrid's face. "He's the one who's been constantly interfering with our plans. The one who had destroyed the colony in the frontier village and killed the Inquisitors. The one who had killed the Manticores and their handlers, sent by them to assassinate him. He's a nuisance." The cult's member made a decision. Coincidentally, this nuisance had spread strange rumors about himself, asking people to come find him. "Go kill him," the cult leader commanded. A simple task. Destroying a colony was nothing to them. Their power was more than enough to do that. But they had power that surpassed even that. The cult member's command was answered by a woman sitting across the table. She was large, with shoulders broader than most men and thighs like tree trunks. Her eyes were narrow, making her pupils nearly invisible, and her lips were even thinner. A warrior raised by the cult of the sacred place, she had no talent for magic, but had climbed to her current position purely through her physical prowess. "Yes," she said, rising from her seat. She looked like a giant, and her true strength came from the blood of giants flowing through her veins. The cult had conducted experiments on her, infusing her with giant blood. If it weren't for Will, her physical abilities and combat prowess could be considered on par with a knight. She would have no trouble killing Encrid. There was no need for an assassin. She would take care of it herself. And if he wanted to die fighting, she would grant him that too. The Black Blade bandits understood the importance of reputation more than anything else. We can't just leave things at being beaten and retreating, can we? If we back off. We can't just quietly slip away either. Marcus had already taken care of the matter within the Black Blade main group. And one of the Black Blade thieves had also been involved in similar dealings as the cult. What if we kill the one Marcus put forward? There were many nobles with connections all the way to the capital. Encrid's fate was intertwined with them. This matter would shrink Marcus's standing. It was all about fulfilling contracts. If necessary, Marcus might even have to be killed. But before that, the one who first took action would be dealt with. As they thought this, the hidden figure in the border guard began doing something strange. The rumors about the soldier who ended the war had reached this place too. Is he trying to provoke us into a fight? There were many skilled fighters within the Black Blade bandits. Main group decided to send one of them, a man with brown hair and an unremarkable appearance. His nickname was Swallow Blade. It was given because of the impressive way he wielded his sword with one hand. He'll do the job. He was a madman who took pleasure in the act of murder, often grinning as he drove his sword into someone's throat. Let's go. The Black Blade bandits' leader sent Swallow Blade on the mission. Swallow Blade was originally from a squire background. He was known as a tragic genius who had been cast out after committing too many murders. Had he not joined the Black Blade bandits, he would have likely been dead by now. I've spent a lot of gold keeping him around. The nobles they intended to kill had been coerced, and much krona had been spent hiding them and providing what was needed. The reason they sharpened their blades was to use them after all. This time, it was necessary to do so. But they weren't the only ones sending people. Several had moved under the banner of Count Molson as well. Doing something fun, huh? Isn't there a warrior who can prove the Count's blade is greater than his? At the Count's request, his 2 sons and a warrior set out. One of them was the very man who had been defeated by Encrid in the past. I'll go. The son wasn't stopped. Whether it was a positive or negative impression, it was important for them to make their presence known. This wasn't the end, though. Even places completely unrelated to Count Molson, the Black Blade, or the cult had heard of Encrid. Has he really grown that much? This came from a man who had once served as a rapier swordsman guarding the Rockfried merchant group. Ah! He absent-mindedly stroked his mustache, a gesture he had done many times before. Now, it was gone completely. The lack of a mustache made his hand feel empty. Apparently, after finishing his business, he found himself with some free time. Should I visit? He hadn't expected much growth from Encrid. But if he had indeed improved significantly, perhaps there was more to him. Maybe he had even sold his soul to some demon. But he couldn't just leave it at that. There was a genuine curiosity about how Encrid had changed. It was on his way, after all. Should I go around? One of his subordinates spoke up. The rapier swordsman paused and looked at the map for a moment before replying. Isn't it on the way? The subordinate thought for a second and nodded. Yes, I guess it is. They all nodded in agreement. Considering the man's stature and authority, no one would dare oppose him. It would be a good way to clear his head. The man began to walk, curious about how Encrid had changed. After knocking down a barn, many mercenaries came looking for Encrid. At first he would accept anyone, but now things were different. This seems pointless. I'll only fight after they've at least beaten someone like Bell. Crace, who had been watching, made the suggestion, and it was followed. Next, during training, it wasn't just Bell, but several other soldiers stepped up. Though some soldiers lost, higher-ranked ones would take their place. "If that's all you've got, you're no match," the second platoon leader, with a sword wound on his cheek, shouted. "Whoa! Just as expected. Palto! Palto!" Such cheers were now a regular occurrence. The innkeeper, Alan, who had been confused at first, now found this all quite routine. Extra beer. He was busy serving drinks to those who came to watch. Life seemed uneventful for the most part. Then a warrior who had defeated Palto, the second platoon leader, appeared. "I haven't heard your name before, but your skill is impressive, and you're a woman." The female warrior stood before Encrid. Behind the inn in the training area, many local merchants had gathered to watch. "A giant?" Encrid asked, eyeing the opponent. He had never seen someone taller than Odin, and the fact that it was a woman made it even more surprising. "Mixed blood." The woman responded in a husky voice, but her femininity was still clear. Encrid raised his sword. He held it with the tip pointing upward, and his weight was centered on the middle of his feet. His instincts told him this would be no easy fight. The woman also raised her weapon, a sword and a shield made of solid iron. Just the sight of her weapon revealed her incredible strength. Chapter 223, The Gentleman Who Was Smacked by the Lady. No words were needed to begin. Both Encrid and his opponent had already taken their stances, and that was enough. The woman raised her shield forward. Encrid thought that his opponent would use a defensive strategy based on the shield, as that's the effectiveness of wielding a sword and shield. Up until now, those with similar armaments had fought in that way. Experience guided Encrid's movements. One step forward. It was a move to take a more advantageous position in the fight. The moment she advanced with his sword raised, the shield expanded. It grew. In an instant, it covered his entire field of vision. Damn it! A curse involuntarily rose in Encrid's mind. There was no time to speak it aloud. Before he knew it, the gray steel wall was right in front of him. Everything else disappeared from view. In a split second, Encrid crossed his arms in front of his chest and face, taking a defensive stance while still holding his sword. Bang! The gray steel wall slammed into his forearms. The impact shook his vision, and a second jolt followed as his back hit the ground. Reflexively, he slammed her left hand onto the ground to execute a roll, something akin to a breakfall. It was all thanks to the relentless practice of the Balaf-style martial arts. Though his insides twisted with nausea, his didn't vomit. The strike had come at an unexpected timing, and it was a heavy blow. Thrown backward, his back hit the ground, causing her to fall awkwardly. Ha! Encrid exhaled sharply and took a deep breath, trying to recover from the shock. He attempted to rise quickly, but there was no time. Something flew over his head with a swoosh. She didn't have time to confirm what it was. Of course, he didn't have a moment to catch his breath either. Feeling a sharp tightness in his chest, Encrid swung his sword upward while half lying on his back. Clang! As he struck, his right foot slammed into the ground, and he rolled to the side. He couldn't deliver a proper overhead strike. His posture, position, and timing had all been taken from him, so it was unavoidable. Attempting to deflect the blow with a half-hearted swipe of the sword, he was only partially successful. His sword veered off, but he couldn't block the follow-up attack. The opponent let her sword pass by and used her foot. It felt like a mace was coming right at her face. Steel boots. The sight of the iron boots flashing before his eyes was unmistakable. Thunk! The toe of the boot struck his chest. He was knocked back and rolled, the distance far greater than when he had been knocked by the shield. The shock from the impact had sent him further away. Hot! While rolling, Encrid planted his left hand on the ground and used it to propel himself into a quick recovery, flipping back to his feet. "You've got some skill," the woman warrior said, already in a defensive posture again. pulling her shield back to cover herself, just as she had at the beginning. That bothered Encrid. It was hard to find an opening. More than that, her opponent's combat style was no joke. Experienced. She knew how to exploit the weaknesses of her opponent through her equipment and stance. That meant she was well versed in both combat and fighting. Drip, die. As her foot was struck, a sharp stone may have grazed her forehead, and a drop of blood trickled down to her temple. The blood slowly ran down her cheek and gathered at the tip of her chin before dripping off. That seemed to be the signal. The giant hybrid woman warrior stomped the ground again. Boom! With a noise, the same grey steel wall appeared before him once again. It was a large round shield made of solid iron, covering half of her body. If swung, it could function as a blunt weapon. Even for a well-trained person, it would be heavy. And unless you were a giant or a frog, it would be hard to handle. It was the same tactic, the same surefire move. How could he block such a wide, fast, and powerful weapon? If I can't block it. Then she would dodge. The beast's heart awakened. A single point of focus created total immersion. With that focus, he opened his eyes and heightened his senses, moving accordingly. Encrid's body bent sideways, like a shadow stretching along the flickering light of a lamp in the night. The sharp acceleration gave the impression of flowing shadows. At the same time, he aimed at his opponent's sword arm and slashed down with his sword. It was a heavy downward strike. Her opponent's shield also moved, swinging sideways. The shield blocked and pushed forward. The swords clashed. The force of both collided through the blades and shield. Boom! The sound of the collision was deafening. One side awakened the heart of immense strength, while the other carried the blood of giants. It sounded like an explosion spell had gone off, and all the onlookers covered their ears. Ah! Ack! Various exclamations filled the air. As Encrid's sword struck his opponent's shield, he saw a blade grazing his side. He twisted his body to avoid it, but the glancing strike was inevitable. It wasn't a deep wound, but blood flowed. His side quickly became wet. He wore thin leather armor, but his opponent's blade was sharp. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was at least as sharp as Encrid's own sword. Though it appeared to be a heavy and blunt-looking blade, it performed like a razor-sharp weapon. The sword was a modified longsword, and though his opponent's large body made it look like a typical arming sword, it was far from ordinary. Fast. Pain. Amnigay washro. And Yao mean. Dem ferin. Kein Frog spiked Ari. Post Frau. His opponent spoke. Her face remained expressionless, as if she didn't feel any excitement from the fight. Strong. She fought well, sliced well, and her reflexes were exceptional. Encrid had hoped to meet someone like this, a worthy opponent outside of Urarem, Auden, Ragnar, and Jackson. He felt like he had found a rare gem in a drought. Ah, let's do it again. Encrid couldn't help but smile. It was a rare expression, one that only appeared when he was truly enjoying herself. Look at that expression. She probably thinks we're crazy. It was not an easy opponent. Rem and everyone else recognized it at once. In the midst of it all, Rem spoke while watching his broken leader, who was grinning uncontrollably. Well, it is disorienting the first time you see it, Rem said. Ragnar added to his statement. He probably didn't know that's how they are. Unusually, Jackson spoke up. Huh. Looks like the brother doesn't like it. Auden joined in. Rem too nodded slightly at his words. Even when he didn't have the beast's heart, he'd still be like that. Rem had seen it before. He'd climb up something as decayed as a rotten tree trunk, laughing like that. How long before it breaks? What's so enjoyable about that? Back then I thought he'd die any moment. Before he knew it, they were already behind him. The human who had been far off in the distance was now close enough that a shout could reach them. I don't want to be caught. Rem observed the fight, thinking to himself. No matter how he looked at it, the female warrior had come to kill his leader. Should he stop it? In the past he would have. If this was a battlefield, he would have intervened. But now, he couldn't do that. This was a human who had carved their own path toward their dream. If I stepped in now, they'd resent me terribly, right? Of course, if things were close to life or death, he would step in. It didn't seem like he was the only one thinking this way. Ragnar, standing beside him, narrowed his stance slightly, and the sly presence of the hidden cat faded. Odin, still chuckling, subtly leaned forward. Crazy bastards. At least he was the only normal one. His leader was obsessed with fighting, no matter if he lived or died. The rest were all just as abnormal. I need to pull myself together, I have to. After all, didn't he almost kill Dunbuckle, the beast woman, to get to this point? Beast women are sturdy. There's satisfaction in beating them. Well, they'd recover quickly. He knew that, so he didn't hesitate to push her limits. Rem continued to watch the fight. Encrid had been cut across the side, but he didn't even seem to feel the pain. Another shield charge came. That should split it. But it wasn't going to be easy. Previously, Rem had dodged and looked for openings, but it had been blocked. And now, it was the same. The opponent took a step aside, leaving a faint afterimage behind. At first it seemed like the same move, but it wasn't. As the shield followed, Encrid moved faster than before. He usually used only about half of his beast's heart strength, but now it seemed like he was using his full power. Encrid's body sped up. Soon he had grabbed the back of the hybrid giant's shoulders, and his sword swung around in a wide arc, following the opponent's movements. Ka-ka-ka-ka-kak. As the sword grazed the surface of the grey iron shield, it clashed and bounced repeatedly, sparks flying. For most people, the speed of this exchange would be difficult to even see with the naked eye. Soon after, Encrid's blade grazed his opponent's side. But the opponent didn't falter. Losing sight of Encrid, she swung her sword downwards without even looking. Whang! The modified longsword, with its thicker blade, cleaved the air. Having just grazed the side, Encrid was already distanced from his opponent. As soon as he avoided the blade, he charged forward again. It seemed like vengeance for the earlier shield strike. This time, Encrid used his body like a decoy, launching his sword as if it were an arrow. That move! It was the same technique used by the opponent who had last stepped forward in Martai. Used it on me like crazy back then. Now, he pulled it out again. The sword seemed to fly from its sheath like a divine weapon. Clang! His opponent blocked it, but this time she didn't manage to block it fully. Encrid's sword scraped along the side of the shield and struck the opponent's shoulder guard, knocking it off. Of course, it wasn't just the shoulder guard that was hit. Bad. Blood began to flow from the hybrid giant's shoulder, but she didn't care. She continued her movements, bringing her shield back in front to block her body, while her right hand awkwardly raised her sword in a defensive stance. It was a textbook-like stance for using both sword and shield. The hybrid giant didn't even grunt. Instead, she clenched her teeth so tightly that her jaw muscles tightened. And then she charged again. Encrid pulled his sword back from the thrust and spun his body, swinging it with great force. It was a heavy, rotating strike, almost as fast as a thrust, but with the heavy power of a giant. Bang! The hybrid giant blocked with her shield, holding her ground. The opponent blocked with her shield and swung her sword with the same hand. That was the reason she carried both a sword and a shield. Her sword fell from above once again. Thanks to the perfect timing, it was a strike that almost stole Encrid's breath. Ern couldn't help but twitch his right index finger. He almost threw his axe. And it wasn't just him. Ragnar, Odin, and Jackson also felt the same. But they stopped. There was no need to act yet. Just when they thought it was a crisis, Encrid drew a second sword. Thud! After blocking once, the middle of his sword cracked, but it still did her part. The sword he drew with his other hand blocked the opponent's strike. Left hand? The hybrid giant spoke while their swords clashed. Encrid nodded. It's one of my specialties. Do you have any other specialties? Many. Maybe it'll end before I see them all. The giant's words were urging Encrid to show everything he had. In the extreme bluntness of her words, this was the first time the usually quiet hybrid giant spoke at length. Encrid smiled as he answered, I can't show you everything. Flirting with women is also one of my talents. Rem, overhearing this, smirked. He has a way with words, too. Encrid's tongue was indeed the sharpest of his weapons. Is he insane? The hybrid giant briefly spoke the truth about Encrid's identity before swinging her sword once again. The classical techniques of sword and shield. If one were to describe it, it was a technique of sword fighting with the added skill of handling a shield. Encrid threw away his half-broken sword and readied just one. Dual swords are for when they're really needed. It was a solid strategy. Their battle ended by dusk. If one had to judge the winner, he lost. It was Encrid's defeat. It was clear, even with the eyes. His cheek was slashed. When the cheek was cut, no, more accurately, after it was cut, several of the women watching screamed in shock. Encrid's reputation within the city had been at its peak. He was considered the best match for a spouse, and there were women who would sell everything they had just to be with him. Yet here he was, with his cheek cut and a few ribs broken. He had sustained small cuts all over his body. After trying to engage in close combat, he had landed 8 hits, but had taken one in return, breaking a few of his ribs. The opponent had been struck in the jaw and sternum, but withstood the blows. It was the endurance of a giant. Encrid hadn't underestimated his opponent. But no matter how well trained the body, it couldn't withstand overwhelming force. Lost by judgment. It was likely the conclusion everyone had reached. Encrid breathed heavily. His irregular breathing signaled that he was exhausted and had reached his limit. The hybrid giant had realized she couldn't finish off her opponent. The mission had failed. Despite her opponent's frenzy, he hadn't even reached the rank of a knight, so she thought it wouldn't be too difficult, but he's strong. The man before her was strong. In skill, in resolve, and especially in his mental fortitude. Is he strong because he's insane? While this thought rippled through the warrior's mind, Encrid assessed his own condition coolly. He examined himself once, then looked up at his opponent. The opponent was in as bad shape as he was. Let's do it again tomorrow. What? For the first time, his opponent looked astonished by Encrid's words. Before she could say anything, an axe was thrown right between them. Didn't you hear? If you want more, we can do it tomorrow or the day after. Take some time to recover. Oh, the inn is free. Meals, too. The gentleman who was smacked by the lady over there will cover it. Rem pointed to the severely injured Encrid with his thumb. At this rate, it couldn't be killed. The chance to fight only existed when it was happening. Right now there were dangerous people all around, even the one holding the axe in front of them. As the warrior pondered, Rem spoke again. If you'd rather leave, feel free to go. He sounded like he didn't care at all, even though his leader had been half turned into a bloody mess. Of course, that bloodied mess was still standing. Unbelievable resilience. Not quite as strong as a giant, but there was something fundamentally different about him. In reality, it was thanks to the isolation technique in Auden, the demon, but that was beyond the hybrid giant's understanding. You're planning to intervene in the fight? The warrior asked. No. After watching today, I don't think it's necessary. The warrior didn't immediately understand the meaning of those words. However, she knew that she had another chance. There was no way she could return now. After failing the mission, could she go back unscathed? Betrayal and treason would be the talk of the town. Every action and movement would be questioned. Then, the warrior silently stepped back. Well, that's good then. Rem turned to his leader with a glance. Yeah, it's good. Encrid seemed satisfied. Could his body heal in just one day, covered in wounds? Auden had said that after breaking, things would become stronger during recovery, so now he had no choice but to rest. I learned a lot. Was it that enjoyable? Encrid, his legs wobbling, was supported by Ram Tua. With his arm around his shoulder, Encrid replied, Moderately. Moderately? He was about to drool from exhaustion. Rem silently grumbled to himself while supporting him. And then the next day came. The female warrior realized she wouldn't be able to easily achieve what she wanted. Encrid, however, wore a smile twice as bright as the day before. Anyone who knew him would recognize that it was a smile that rarely showed. Chapter 224. It was a bountiful year. It was a bountiful year. As soon as they returned to their quarters, Jackson handed over some ointment. The ointment, which was in a small wooden container, was applied evenly all over Encrid's body by Finn, and the bandages were wrapped by Crace. I thought I was going straight to the grave, Cray said, skillfully wrapping the bandages. I was taking it easy while doing it, Encrid responded. Crace let out a bewildered chuckle at Encrid's words. Did you not see that woman's forearm? It was thicker than our brother's, Cray said, glancing at Auden. In other words, if he saw that and still said he was taking it easy, what was he talking about? Arm thickness doesn't prove skill, Encrid said, without changing his expression. He didn't seem bothered by the pain of his injuries. Let's not talk about it. Kreese made a gesture with his eyes and removed his hands. The dangerous wounds had mostly been tended to. Well, don't be too down if the result isn't good, Finn chimed in. She still didn't know Encrid very well. Anyone with ambition would have a fearsome desire to win. Normally, that would be the case. Encrid wasn't without a desire to win either. The company commander Finn had seen before didn't like losing. That wasn't an incorrect observation. However, this time the situation was a bit different. Losing wasn't the problem. Encrid had learned a lot from his encounter with the mixed-blood giantess warrior. What mattered more than losing? What mattered more than dying? The sense of fulfillment that quenched his boiling thirst. The satisfaction of walking toward tomorrow. Tomorrow again. Moreover, it wasn't over yet. He wasn't dead. They had just parted ways, promising to meet again tomorrow, and right now, Encrid felt joy not in the loss, but in looking back at the path he had walked and the path ahead. In other words, he was thrilled by the idea of fighting again tomorrow. It was clear from his face. A smile escaped his lips, and seeing that Finn cautiously stood up from her crouched position, turned around and mouthed the question. Did you hurt your head too? There was no answer. Auden, who had been silently observing, stepped forward. He approached Encrid, kneeling on one knee to face him like a bear-like monster. Was he trying to show some divine power? Encrid, with one eye wrapped in a bandage, looked at him. Do you have a hobby of getting hit, brother? Auden asked. There was no such hobby. It was a question with a predetermined answer. So, the real point was this. Was this Auden's way of scolding him? It certainly felt like it. No one can dodge every attack. What should we do then? Auden didn't seem to want an answer to his question and immediately continued. If you get too caught up in how your body moves as you wish and stop there, it will be difficult to move forward, brother. Saying this, he tapped his finger lightly on the side of his head. Encrid didn't immediately grasp what Auden was saying. However, he had a sense that there was something to gain from what had been said. He didn't speak, instead pondering Auden's words. Then, when the religious monster stepped back, the axe-wielding monster spoke. You don't need to be pushed by strength either. Don't hold back, try to explode. Encrid still didn't immediately understand, but he continued to reflect on the words. Later on, If you know how to get hit, it doesn't hurt as much. That was Jackson's statement. Is it fun? That was Ragnar's question. At least he could answer the last question. Very much. Encrid replied with calm sincerity, and Ragnar chuckled softly. Encrid, with bandages on his eye and cheek, smiled too. Ragnar felt that smile stirred something in his heart. Why wouldn't it? Watching Encrid fight had reignited his own desire. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He wanted to swing his sword. Whether or not there was an opponent, he simply wanted to enjoy it. The sword, the moment, everything. So he wanted to say the same thing to his own commander. Enjoy it. Encrid answered that he was already doing so. Ragnar then left his quarters and went to his personal training area. As he swung his sword, several soldiers nearby began to do similar things. Some of them approached Ragnar and immediately asked for a sparring match. I'd like to give it a try. Is that okay? There were those who would get beaten badly in training but never break. They hadn't been noticeable before, but now they caught Ragnar's eye. Such people grow. Well, they move forward. They will learn more. Sure. He didn't refuse. He genuinely gave it his all. Ragnar enjoyed today. It made him very happy. It was a rare moment. He felt a sense of fulfillment and pride in how the day had turned out, and he was satisfied. Encrid lay there just breathing. With his regenerative powers, the body naturally heals most wounds quickly when it's being restored and trained. What does one need to enhance the body's regeneration? First, it's a trained body. Even without moving, a body that is activated will naturally circulate the blood rapidly throughout the body. The blood, circulating, helps heal wounds. The strengthening of muscles and strength increases recovery, as the heart becomes stronger alongside the muscles. Encrid had learned this through his training with the isolation technique. Next, adequate nutrition. The energy the body needs comes from what you eat. Didn't Auden keep saying it? You need to eat well to build muscle. You need to eat well to make resting worthwhile. Encrid had followed this advice. He ate well after returning to the quarters. It was a meal of finely ground meat patties mixed with vegetables. The dish was made with meat and a mix of potatoes and firm root vegetables. It was hearty and satisfying, and now it wasn't a problem to eat like that. Order whatever you want and eat it, and if you need anything, just take. Those were the words Marcus had said after the battle. Of course, he said it in a more eloquent way, but the meaning was the same. He ate well, rested well, and there was no pressure. And there was Esther. The foolish human, the lake panther, spoke with his eyes, and Encrid's arms were filled with her. Long time no see? Encrid scratched Esther's head with his finger as she snuggled into his arms. And of course, Esther didn't reject it. They weren't so much lovers, but more like friends or comrades. That's how Encrid treated her, and Esther, without any particular expression, released her magic. It wasn't a healing spell, but mana naturally has an effect on the body, so it helped. She did what she could. For this reason, it was no surprise that Encrid's recovery was swift. However, Dunbakel, who didn't know any of this, widened her eyes when she saw Encrid's recovery speed. Already getting up? He's getting up after just one day? It was surprising, wasn't it? She knew herself how badly she had been beaten by MM. It felt like she might have been left with permanent injuries. Not that she was thinking of running away, but the pain and suffering couldn't be avoided. Being a beast woman didn't mean she was immune to pain, or particularly good at enduring it. They were a species that fought based on their natural athletic ability and reflexes. They couldn't afford to be slow like giants. Dunbakel had mentioned this repeatedly, but of course, Ram just snorted. All right, let's double the punishment today. That was all he said. Didn't you say it was training, not violence? Ram had always said that with his own mouth that he didn't want to hit anyone, that it was just part of the necessary training. But sometimes it seemed like he forgot that and revealed his true feelings. Ah, right. Well, training, double the amount. Then he shamelessly started to backpedal. Of course, Dunbakel couldn't really complain about it. Encrid twisted his body left and right at the waist and answered, "My ribs still hurt a little. Has your skill improved?" "Former thief." Dunbakel didn't like being called a former thief, but she couldn't argue back. "A little." "That's exciting." What was that supposed to mean? Was she excited about struggling to survive? It was a confusing statement. Encrid got up after just one day. "The ribs are mostly healed." It wasn't perfect, but lying down felt uncomfortable. That warrior woman might have gone back as well. Encrid didn't think about where she came from anymore. He just had the desire to fight again as soon as possible, as long as there was someone who could be his opponent, and she was still around. So, it wouldn't be surprising if people called him crazy, but Encrid didn't care. In fact, he probably didn't even have time to think about it. There are geniuses in this world. There are prodigies and talented people. Some people are born with talent. Among them, geniuses are those who must reach places that even those with talent can't reach. To reach that place, ordinary efforts won't suffice. One has to go crazy. Luckily, Encrid did all of this without consciously realizing it. Anyone who knew his inner thoughts and situation would have been shocked. No one could read Encrid's mind right now. They could guess, but they couldn't know everything. Encrid slept deeply and woke up, his mind clear as he began to think. More specifically, he thought while walking. When his thoughts got stuck, walking through the streets was a habit he had since childhood to clear his mind. As he trudged toward the market, one side of his head tingled, and the answer to the lingering question appeared before him. It wasn't a sudden lightning-like realization. If he had to express it, it was more like the gradual rise of a tide, a realization that crept up like the incoming tide that eventually reached his ankles. Was I too arrogant? What he had learned from his comrades had awakened something in his body. It was as if new talent had been born. That's how it felt. Had that become a poison for him? Did he think that he no longer needed to think deeply? To deliberate? Like before? What Odin spoke of was the original intention. Keep thinking and thinking. Encrid walked, contemplating like that. The female warrior's attacks were swift, forceful, and accurate. They were hard to avoid. If you know it's coming, it hurts less. Jackson had said that. He had told him to know and take the hit. Perceive it through my senses. If he tried to track it with his eyes, it would be too late. Did he have confidence in his dynamic vision? Was it because his body had changed? Was it still insufficient, though? If he stopped now, his dream of becoming a knight would be nothing but a mirage shattered. There was no storm brewing inside him, nor a tsunami crashing in. He just didn't stop thinking. Open all 5 senses, and even the door to intuition wide. If that were the case, he would have recognized the first shield push. There had been so many dummies thrown his way that he had confined himself to the well of experience. He broke through it. For an ordinary person, it would have been difficult, but Encrid was used to breaking through his own limits. Wasn't he someone more accustomed than anyone else to breaking his own boundaries? Explode. The beast's heart was one of boldness. The heart of immense strength was for increasing physical power. Was it the right way to use the heart to maintain boldness? No. No, he had already half realized it. In every moment, in sudden bursts, he was supposed to unleash his brute strength. For now, he couldn't maintain the heart of monstrous power throughout the fight, so this approach seemed correct. He was going to break things down even more than before. He didn't think it was impossible. Whether it worked or not, he would try. All of this was naturally part of his thinking process. Capture it with intuition. Explode the heart in the moment. While retracing his thoughts and trying to figure out how to fight, he finally reached the market. The atmosphere feels oddly tense. Everyone seems formidable. I heard Bell almost had his leg broken. Hearing snippets of gossip, something seemed to be going on. Encrid, noticing that no one, Rem included, was around, realized they were all gathered here. I was wondering where everyone had gone, he mumbled to himself as he walked. And those who recognized him cleared a path for him. You've arrived? From soldiers at the start. Already? Is your body all right? To the shoemaker. Have some jerky, won't you? And even to a woman running a small shop. He passed through them and arrived at the central intersection of 4 inns, marked by the border guards. The way was blocked. Several carriages had stopped. This was a road used by merchants. Blocking it like this shouldn't have been happening. He looked ahead to see why it was blocked. There she was, the woman from yesterday. Thanks to her giant-like endurance, the small wounds she had before were no longer visible. She stood frozen with her sword vertically planted in the ground and her shield beside her, striking a pose that resembled a statue. There were other faces around her as well. I'm Zebulkal. Anyone know my nickname? I came here to challenge that former soldier in the hopes of a rematch. His eyebrows were thin, and his lips curled into a faint, unsettling smile. It was the kind of face that made one feel uncomfortable. His smile didn't seem genuine. A sword hung at his waist, likely an arming sword of appropriate length. His thick belt caught Encrid's attention, and just by looking at his posture, Encrid could tell he was no ordinary man. The man Zebulkal was not the only one here. Full of worthless types. I'm Eden Molson, Count Molson's son. I've come to challenge the independent company commander. Encrid? A bold man with blonde hair stepped forward. He was familiar. He had been the groom before. To be precise, he was the son of Count Molson. Behind him was another younger man with a similar appearance. Behind them was a man with a long face. Not bad. The bodyguard, who seemed to be a real expert, stood with them. Eden Molson also appeared more impressive now than when he had been by his father's side. That's what Encrid judged. Finally, so. Does that mean that friend is too injured to join us? At first, Encrid didn't recognize him due to the absence of his mustache. But then he realized the familiar face. The name that came to his mind was Rockfried. That swordsman from back then. The master of the quick sword. The man who had told him to forget about swords. Wasn't he a guard from the Rockfried Trade Guild standing opposite Leona? Everyone. Just wait a bit. If you don't like it, you can play with my axe. We had a little fight yesterday, but we'll probably go again today. Our captain says there's something wrong with this place. It was Rem, speaking from the center of their group, tapping his head with his finger, spinning it around in the air. That bastard! Encrid had no reason to hide. As he was recognized by those around him, they cleared a path for him. Did they all come to see me? No. How should he put it? The moment Encrid noticed all eyes were on him, he understood the feeling of a farmer. It was a good harvest. They all seemed to be of giant mixed-blood heritage, and they were all here to see him. Chapter 225. Unwavering eyes. Line up. It seemed Encrid wasn't the only one enjoying this situation as Craze boldly stepped forward, shouting without hesitation upon seeing Encrid arrive. Yet the others' gazes never wavered from Encrid. Their eyes seemed to hold questions. Encrid instinctively met each gaze in turn. The half-giant warrior's eyes seemed to say, "Keep your promise to fight me again." The one called Jevikal wore a provoking smirk, shrugging as if to dismiss Encrid as insignificant, a taunting gesture, though it came off crude and unpolished. "I've come to settle a debt," declared the Molson Count's son with a commanding tone, assuming without question that he would go first. Lastly, the swordsman from the Rockfried caravan, who once mocked Encrid for pursuing the path of the blade, widened his eyes as he scanned Encrid from head to toe. He made no effort to hide his astonishment. In fact, he outright voiced it. Unbelievable. You've really improved. I thought even 100 deaths wouldn't make it possible. He wasn't wrong. Encrid had indeed reached this point by risking his life hundreds of times, not merely coming close to death, but truly dying countless times to arrive here. Though, of course, no one else could know that. Now Encrid had to decide, who should I fight first? What's this nonsense about lining up? Hey, you fought that woman yesterday and survived. Impressive. It was Jevikul, flashing that insufferable grin. There was something inherently unlikable about him, but his demeanor wasn't the most pressing matter. From his stance to the way he let his arms hang, every detail revealed his skill. His positioning allowed him to draw his blade at any moment, poised for action. Encrid found himself marveling. It's amazing that I can notice these things now. Think, and think again. Odin's words resurfaced in his mind like a mantra. I don't care who I fight first, Encrid concluded aloud. What? Are you saying you can beat anyone? The response came from... Who was it again? Encrid had heard the name earlier, but promptly forgot it. Sorry, what was your name again? The Count's son. When Encrid asked, Edin Molson's face turned crimson. True provocation requires sincerity. Jevikul's attempt had been clumsy, but Encrid's question cut deep, because he genuinely didn't remember. What? Edin's disbelief quickly morphed into anger. Ignoring the stares of the others, he declared, I'll teach you some manners. Edin stepped forward. I said, line up. Craze, seemingly fearless, spoke up again. This time, Edin's fury turned toward the towering soldier. If you wish to die, keep talking, soldier, Edin threatened, oozing arrogance. Craze merely shrugged. It's just... you're causing a bit of trouble here. Blocking the path for the merchants' wagons and pedestrians. Fine, I'll kill you first, Edin snapped. Drawing his sword, he stepped toward Cray with deadly intent. But before the blade could descend, Craze darted behind Rem, shouting, Rem! Captain! Captain! Edin's sword paused mid-air as Cray sought refuge behind Rem, who sighed and muttered, Why do you always manage to be so irritating? Stepping forward, Rem casually swung his twin-hand axes, their movement relaxed yet deliberate. His slouched posture belied the sharpness of his gaze. Listen, seems to me he's got a point. How about we move this elsewhere? Rem suggested, sweeping his gaze over the group to emphasize his point. Then he noticed something that left him momentarily stunned. This crazy captain. What had Rin noticed? Encrid, seemingly energized by the crowd's attention, was assessing the distance between himself and three opponents. The half-giant warrior, the rapier-wielding swordsman, and Jevikul. It wasn't just posturing. He genuinely appeared ready to take them all on at once. He's going to get himself killed one day. Unbeknownst to Rem, Encrid had already died countless times before. This is pure greed, brother, as Odin spoke from behind. The sharp, tense atmosphere radiating from Encrid seemed to ease slightly. Whatever this is about, it's not something worth causing harm to the city over, Odin stated. The rapier swordsman nodded in agreement, stepping back. Well, I don't really care, Jevikul added, retreating a step as well. Seeing this, the half-giant warrior also subdued his presence without a word. I did clear out the area behind the inn, spoke Alan, the innkeeper. A shrewd businessman at heart, he had noticed the tension brewing and seemed to predict that all of them would likely stay in the city. And more importantly, perhaps his inn. None of them appeared to be particularly concerned with money, and there was an air of ease about it. Recently, the inn had faced minor competition due to rumors of Vanessa's pumpkin soup and herbal pies drawing patrons. Alan, however, had chosen a different angle to stand out. Not food, but space. Behind the inn, he had constructed a proper training ground, complete with adequate room for sparring. "Excellent," Encrid said with a nod. Soon, Alan began leading the group toward the back of the inn. While everyone moved, Rem approached Encrid. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you've hit your head, you should rest. At the very least, I don't want to hear that from you," Encrid shot back. Craze, overhearing the exchange, chimed in. "What do you think, Captain?" He was fishing for praise, clearly pleased with how his scheme had played out. Encrid couldn't deny it. The situation had turned out quite favorably, like planting seeds and yielding a bountiful harvest. "This month's guild dues? Take them," Encrid offered. For Craze, this was a significant reward, perhaps the most meaningful thing in his life. "Much obliged," Craze replied with a grin. As they exchanged banter while walking, Eden, the last one to remain, finally erupted in rage. "You insolent wretches, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? If he were a dragon, he'd have breathed fire." "Ah, right. I almost forgot," Encrid thought to himself before making a decision. "I'll take on the Count's son first. Everyone else, kindly wait your turn." Even if Eden was insufferably arrogant, he was still the son of the Mulson Count, the so-called King of the North. Some degree of respect was due. "You insolent fool! I'll strip you of your arrogance myself," Eden snarled. With Eden leading the way, his two companions followed closely behind. The trio passed Encrid and his group without another word. Whatever the outcome, Encrid found himself content. The group moved silently to the inn's back lot, which had been transformed into a spacious sparring ground. An old warehouse had been demolished, its foundation replaced with neatly laid slate. Chairs had even been set up, creating a space that looked intentionally designed for duels. "The Count's son will go first. Please wait your turn." Christ played the role of a circus clown, hyping up the atmosphere. To Encrid's mild surprise, there were no complaints, just quiet observation. In some eyes, there was curiosity. In others, a touch of arrogance. Encrid stood face to face with Eden. Eden raised his blade and declared, "Come at me first." Encrid did as he was told. He strode forward deliberately, closing the distance. His own sword remained sheathed. "Are you mocking me?" Eden growled, clenching his teeth as he swung his sword downward with all his strength. Yet Encrid didn't stop. Why? Because he wanted to show everyone watching. Show them what he could do. Show them what his sword was. Show them the kind of person they had come to witness. Perhaps it was reckless, or perhaps it was bold confidence. If his intent succeeded, it would be seen as valor. If not, mere folly. After all, the line between confidence and arrogance is razor thin. And Encrid chose confidence. He watched the descending sword without flinching. At the last moment, he drew his blade with his left hand. Shing! In a single fluid motion, he raised his sword, catching Eden's strike, not at the center of the blade, but near the hilt, the ricasso. The closer to the hilt, the easier it is to absorb force. Funk, bite. Despite the power behind Eden's swing, the sound was dull, thanks to how Encrid bent his knees to channel and disperse the impact. Then came the bind. The swords locked, and Encrid seized the moment. Stepping forward with his left foot, he closed the distance, twisting his torso as he launched his right fist forward. Crack! Though defense and offense appeared distinct, the actions unfolded so seamlessly that they seemed like a single motion. Guck! Even with leather armor for protection, Encrid's punch was more than just heavy. It was a weapon in itself. It was a strike that even the half-giant warrior, quietly observing, couldn't help but find impressive. The months of strength training hadn't been in vain. With that single blow, Eden coughed up something involuntarily. Eden Molson. Better than when he stood at his father's side, sure. But still, not enough. His practical combat experience was lacking, and many aspects of his technique felt unpolished. If it were a drawn-out duel relying on tactical exchanges, Eden might stand a chance. But against unpredictability, he was weak. That was Encrid's conclusion. In some ways, it was a reckless move. Walking in defenselessly to block the opponent's attack and land a single punch. If there had been any mistake, the advantage would have shifted to Eden. But in combat, results matter more than method. Encrid stood over the fallen Eden, raising his gaze. "You just going to keep watching from the sidelines?" The question was directed at Eden's escort. The bodyguard's expression hardened as his piercing eyes met Encrid's. Clenching his jaw, the escort shook his head. A refusal. He didn't seem like the type to shy away from a fight. Perhaps he thought it wasn't the right time. It didn't matter. There were plenty of others left to face. The rapier swordsman was genuinely astonished. Has he improved? Watching someone's stance was one thing. Seeing them in real combat was another. Encrid was seasoned, bold, and capable of enjoying the fight itself. It was unexpected. To the swordsman, imagining Encrid transforming like this had seemed impossible. He's improved immensely. How could this be described? What was once a barren wasteland had somehow turned into a lush green field. Remarkable, he muttered to himself. Encrid didn't seem like a prodigy, yet his skills had grown at an abnormal rate. Surprising, isn't it? A female warrior, towering a few heads taller than him, spoke beside him. "Well, you wouldn't know what he was like before," the swordsman replied. "What matters is now," she said, her eyes gleaming. This woman was no ordinary person either. She carried an air of something exceptional. She glanced at the rapier swordsman as if questioning his nature. "Who are you, really?" But was as far as their mutual interest went. Neither felt compelled to probe further. Right now they each had someone more important to focus on. The rapier swordsman felt curiosity surge, a rare feeling for him. Once hailed as the reincarnation of Frog, he had always been susceptible to intrigue. And now he wanted to fight Encrid, to measure him, to test himself against him. But before he could act, the female warrior stepped forward. "My turn, then. Not so fast," Auden interrupted with a grin. "How about sparring with me for a day, sister? Looks like our friend over there is eager to get his hands dirty." The swordsman called Jevikal stepped forward, signaling his intent. "Good eye, big guy," the female warrior remarked. She wasn't wrong. Watching Encrid fight had stirred something in Jevikal as well. There was something about him that made you want to slice him up. "Suits me. I'll leave him to you," she said, stepping aside. Jevikal made his way to the center of the sparring ground. His eyes were fixed on Encrid. "You're good with your fists," Jevikal said. "I'd like to think I'm better with a sword," Encrid replied calmly. The audacity of that response. Jevikal's grin vanished. His exterior joviality had always been deceptive. When he was smiling, he wasn't truly enjoying himself. But when his expression turned serious, it meant he was having fun. "I'll take an arm. That'll change his attitude." Jevikal prided himself on reading his opponent's temperament, and on breaking it. Those steady, resolute eyes, he would relish the moment they filled with fear. The very thought thrilled him. I can't wait to cut him apart. He would press his advantage slowly, like a chef preparing a meal, and he hoped Encrid wouldn't crumble after just a few scratches. Jevikal sincerely wished for a fight worth savoring. The duel between them lasted a while. Both used an array of precise techniques, constantly probing each other. By the end, Jevikal had managed to leave 16 cuts on Encrid's body. One of those strikes, a puncture in the abdomen, could have been fatal if it had landed slightly differently. "Even so, you're something else," Jevikal remarked. Yet Encrid's unyielding gaze remained unchanged.